At 5 years old, this boy already weighed 45 kg. Yet the doctor claimed it was normal since both his parents were world champion sumo wrestlers. Furthermore, he possessed a unique physique where everything he consumed was absorbed and converted into fat. Hearing this, his parents were delighted that their son took after his father rather than the neighbor, while the doctor declared he would never be thin in his life. With such an oversized body, he would surely struggle to make friends at school, causing Shitian to panic and clutch the bread in his hand, crying that he did not want to be fat. From then on, he trained diligently every day, yet his weight never decreased. By age 7, he weighed 83 kg, and by 9, he could swim 7 kilometers and even kill a baby shark barehanded, yet he still weighed 120 kg. On a night road where race cars sped by, 11-year-old Shitian ran frantically through the darkness dragging dozens of tires, shocking the local street racers. By spring, he was exerting himself to scale cliffs at 180 kg. When summer arrived, he performed one-handed handstands, and by autumn, Shitian used only a single hand to lift heavy weights. During the freezing winter when snow covered every path, he continued his relentless training. Now, the scene shifts to a highly modern school. Someone is seen plugging a cable into a charger while various discs are piled on the table. At the same time, a boy vigorously presses buttons on a game controller while humming his favorite song. Suddenly, a crumpled piece of paper is thrown directly at his head, and as the teenager looks on in confusion, a female student whispers to him. She tells him to study and asks if he isn't afraid of being caught playing games in class, but he scoffs, claiming the teacher is all talk and won't confiscate anything. He asks how she could possibly know, since he is sitting behind Shitian, the guardian angel who protects all the boys in the class. His body is larger than the teacher's, nearly obscuring his classmates. At 16 years old and 210 kg, the doctor's childhood prediction was half right. Shitian could no longer lose weight. He truly didn't have many friends, but just then the teacher announced a disc-throwing competition for the class, prompting the girls to shout that brother she had arrived. They acknowledge the teacher as Shitian approaches, with the students' eyes fixed on him as if a superstar were passing by, asking if he remembers them. On the other hand, a female student nearly loses her mind while holding up a stack of cash, begging Father Shi to protect her, and offering him her allowance. Nearby, another girl cries out with a trembling voice, telling Brother Shi she was bullied at the school gate yesterday and asking him to help intimidate them. Someone else quickly hands him a game console, while at that moment, another person excitedly brings out some expensive snacks. They ask Brother Shi to sit in front of them during the next exam and offer him a Snickers, but Shitian immediately reaches out and activates his no snacking mode. He claims he is dieting and doesn't need the Snickers, demanding bitter melon and celery juice instead, which the student promptly produces. It emits a pungent, offensive odor, but the student offers it to him anyway. As Shitian sips through the straw, his tone suddenly shifts. He looks around at the crowd of friends, chanting his name like fans meeting an idol, and remarks that while he considers them friends, they treat him like a father. Despite this, the students continue to shout his name until a ball suddenly strikes him directly in the face. A small scratch appears on Shitian's face, while opposite him, a silver-haired youth steps firmly onto the ball. He points his finger and demands to know if this fat guy is the 10th grade boss, mocking him for his size. Then the silver-haired boy asks for money, claiming they are short on cash, while Shitian stares at him with utter disdain. The silver-haired boy demands the money and wonders why he is acting so arrogant, while a blonde youth interjects. He tells him to hurry up while groups of students begin to gossip, wondering who these two are and learning they are seniors from the 12th grade. They are described as rising thugs who are part of the boxing club, causing the other student to become extremely worried. When asked if it's all over, the reply is a weak yes. While back with Shitian, he simply lets out a long sigh. Shitian turns and takes heavy steps backward, boldly taking a ball from a female student's hand just as she is about to throw it, politely asking to go first. The female student shrieked in protest, asking Shitian what he was doing, just as he violently hurled the ball toward the silver-haired and blonde-haired duo while a powerful voice rang out. They were finished as dust billowed into the air before slowly clearing, revealing the ball embedded in the goal post, leaving behind a permanent mark. Clear sound echoed because Brother Tian had already decimated all the local gangs, and seeing this, the silver-haired man stood there with his mouth agape in sheer terror. The blonde-haired man turned pale with his eyes wide in shock, while Shitian remained still, picking up another ball and glaring at them with fiery eyes, prompting the silver-haired man to flee at top speed while shouting a threat. The blonde-haired man screamed as he ran that they would return, and as the confrontation ended, the students grew increasingly enthusiastic, chanting "Daddy" repeatedly. Leaving the past behind, it was clear Shitian had no rivals, and in his solitude, he turned to look at the female student who stood frozen like a statue. After a long moment, Shitian finally relaxed his arm, while elsewhere, the silver-haired and blonde-haired men were panting heavily like sows, with the blonde-haired man eventually shouting out in frustration. Complaining that they had lost too much face to continue living without retribution, the silver-haired man furiously grabbed the blonde's collar and began shaking him violently. He demanded to know how they could possibly retaliate against someone who wasn't even human, but a literal tank, his expression becoming increasingly distorted. The blonde-haired man grew bewildered about what to do, but the silver-haired man simply pushed him aside and cryptically remarked that there was indeed a way to get revenge. As night fell, the scene shifted to a stunningly beautiful and unique building, where strange noises continuously echoed from within. The basketball court began to tremble violently as the spectator benches bounced frantically, and the hoop shook with increasing intensity. Eventually, Shitian could be seen bouncing rhythmically as he ran while gripping two heavy weights, all while the blonde-haired man watched him stealthily. Stunned by what he saw, the man wondered what he was doing, just as the silver-haired man mentioned he had investigated and found that he trained there every day until the gym closed. He noted that no one else was around at this hour, and speculated that there must be a specific reason why someone already so powerful would still train here every single day. The blonde-haired man looked down with a wicked gaze before the silver-haired man suddenly stood up, grabbed his shoulders, and warned him about the consequences of further provoking him. He feared they wouldn't be able to escape again like they did today, leaving the other man feeling anxious and insisting that they had to teach him a lesson rather than backing down. The silver-haired man silently bent down to search for something while refusing the suggestion, eventually producing a padlock along with a tube of glue. The silver-haired man immediately approached the door and wrapped a chain around it, using his strength to lock the two ends firmly together. He then used the padlock to secure the door frame, ensuring no exit was missed, and even used a key to double-lock everything just to be certain it was secure. In an instant, the door was completely sealed by the lock, and the silver-haired man finished by frantically hammering wooden boards over it with great force. Once the preparations were meticulously finished, the blonde-haired man assisted by applying a straight line of strong adhesive to the seal. Meanwhile, the silver-haired man calmly lit a cigarette and strolled down the hallway, completely indifferent to the fact that Shitian was now trapped inside. He then tossed his half-finished cigarette behind him with a smug grin, while the blonde-haired man took one last look back to ensure everything was in place. Minutes later, Shitian was still pushing himself through his run until he finally finished his last laps and began rummaging through his bag while glancing around. He produced a large scale along with a plastic basket filled with balls and a tray of mysterious items before quickly pulling another object out of his bag. Taking a deep breath, he blew forcefully into the object and revealed that he had brought along an inflatable children's swimming pool. He marked the water levels before and after getting into the pool, then added iron balls of a specific weight until the water reached his previous mark. By weighing the collection of iron balls, he could determine his final weight, and the needle on the scale slowly began to shift. He remained silent for a long duration with his gaze locked onto the scale, until the needle suddenly began to move rapidly. Finally, the scale settled on a number, and Shitian immediately miscalculated. 200 plus 200 plus 21 equals 421 kilograms, causing him to scream in helplessness. Good heavens, I've somehow gained another 2 kilograms. Just then, a fire suddenly erupted across from him, and smoke began pouring into the room, drifting toward where Shitian stood until it billowed right into his face as he turned around in shock. At that moment, he suddenly snapped to his senses, standing as still as a statue while staring at the flames ahead before instinctively reaching for the nearby pool without a second thought. Is this a real fire? Shitian quickly doused himself with water, silently resolving that he couldn't worry about anything else and simply had to find a way out first. In the face of this emergency, Shitian reached for the door, but it wouldn't budge despite a loud thud, and after several more attempts, the door began to visibly warp from the outside. In an instant, it deformed unnaturally as the top two corners suddenly snapped off, and the door was promptly torn into two pieces. From within, Shitian summoned all his strength to fling the door open, pressing hard against the metal sheet as his mind spiraled into utter confusion. At this moment, Shitian's face turned pale as he struggled to breathe, reaching out into the empty air and wondering if he was dead, while the area around him erupted into a fierce blaze. The next morning, sunlight shone down upon the ruins as Shitian reached upward through the hard debris, bracing his hands firmly against a cement wall. Shitian pulled himself up and let out a powerful shout, looking around in bewilderment as he realized he was still alive. He looked toward the mirror opposite him in confusion, and the moment he saw his reflection, Shitian froze with his eyes wide in shock. In that instant, time seemed to stand still as their gazes met with profound surprise, and it took a long moment before Shitian regained his composure and gently touched the glass. "Good morning, brother," Shitian said with a look of horror, asking if he had also been trapped in the fire before nearly losing his mind and screaming. "Say something, you." Shitian frantically gripped the mirror, his fingers clenching it so tightly that they began to bleed. Shitian slowly raised his hand as blood seeped from his palm, and he began to touch the unfamiliar face while a familiar voice echoed from within him, saying, "Brother, you are so handsome," causing his heart to race as he stared blankly and asked who he was. The chubby guy has truly transformed into a swan, everyone. Meanwhile, in another scene, police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks were racing down the highway. Meanwhile, Shitian slowly turned his head toward the smoke and felt a sudden shiver, realizing he was in trouble because he had nearly forgotten this was a fire scene, and he didn't have a stitch of clothing on, meaning he would be finished if he were discovered. With that thought, Shitian scanned his surroundings, knowing he had to leave quickly in this emergency, but needing to find something to wear first. At that moment, a flag caught his eye as it fluttered in the wind, and Shitian stared at it with a look of utter helplessness. This was Dongshan City, Nanjing Road, at the People's Square pedestrian street, where crowds of people were busily walking back and forth. Suddenly, a figure dashed past two schoolgirls, causing them to drop their ice cream, but their eyes lit up at the sight while nearby elders were enthusiastically practicing their dance. Just then, that same figure dashed past again, causing the fans in their hands to fall as the group watched him with infatuated expressions. Elsewhere, a driver gripped his phone and said, "I'm telling you, update the characters and cards quickly, otherwise every day we will lose millions of dollars." But then Shitian's naked figure caught his eye, causing the car to suddenly crash into a tree across the road. The driver wept uncontrollably, declaring that Manhwa and money no longer mattered and that his life was now complete, while Shitian charged forward through the bright sunlight with impressive speed. The man couldn't help but marvel at what he was witnessing, as the youth's toned physique was covered only by a single piece of bright red cloth. Hundreds of eyes followed Shitian's figure as onlookers silently affirmed he was the pinnacle of male beauty, and the crowd parted to let him through. Heart shapes fluttered everywhere while Shitian continued to run fervently, his face having turned pale in the middle of the bustling square. The crowd's eyes remained fixed on him as he embodied the spirit of fitness and youthful vigor, causing the group of schoolgirls to go wild and scream in unison. "Big brother, are you showing off your youthful vitality? You're such a pervert, but your naked body is just so adorable." "But he's just too handsome." The crowd nearly lost their minds as they surged forward, asking if they could add him on WeChat. "How do I find the way to your heart? Can I go for a run with you? Hey, hey, leaves return to the tree and I return to you." Meanwhile, Shitian, who had been running so intensely, was now covering his face with red ears and cheeks, screaming internally about his lost dignity. The past seemed to repeat itself as a swarm of schoolgirls rushed forward, shouting, "Brother Tian is here! Brother Tian, do you still remember me?" "Brother Tian?" Shitian couldn't help but marvel at the stark contrast, breaking into a cold sweat as he realized he couldn't return home unnoticed. Yet more and more people kept appearing, forcing him to flee immediately while fans chased after him, begging him not to leave them behind. At that moment, Shitian suddenly froze as his stomach began to growl loudly. He realized he was feeling incredibly hungry. In the faculty office, the head teacher picked up the phone in shock and shouted, "Shitian is asking for leave? What? He's sick." The head teacher found it hard to believe, wondering how any virus in this world could possibly strike down such a heroic young man. At that moment, the head teacher stared in horror at his computer screen displaying T-virus biohazard, thinking humanity was doomed as the scene shifted to Shitian's home. Inside, a computer sat neatly on the desk, its screen filled with dense text about the causes and symptoms of rapid weight loss. Along with images of rapid weight loss, the TV suddenly flickered to life showing idle producer, where a contestant gave a polite greeting. I'm a trainee this season. I like singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. Meanwhile, Shitian stared intensely at the screen with a serious expression. As the trainee began swaying his hips to the music, Shitian suddenly started dancing along, moving his hips with surprising grace. While the trainee on screen looked at his fans and declared his dream was ready, Shitian nimbly mimicked his moves as another boy performed a handstand. Seeing this, he happily joined in with the rhythm, shouting, "Round," as the boy on screen swayed through the dance again. Shitian immediately spun around and raised his hand, shouting, "Round," while the trainee slowly lifted his arm upon hearing the cheers. He hurriedly followed the dance moves until sweat covered his face, and after a while, Shitian panted heavily, realizing he had finished the entire song. It seemed he could mimic any movement. His body felt light, his skin was firm, and his appearance now rivaled those in the idol group. He didn't seem inferior to them at all. Staring into the mirror and touching his cheek, he wondered if this was how he truly looked after losing weight. Shitian's eyes lit up at the thought, and a smile crept onto his face. Though it felt like a dream, the physical sensation confirmed it was reality. He then burst into a hearty laugh, confirming that this was indeed himself, just as his stomach let out another loud growl. Shitian looked down blankly and realized he was hungry. Seeing his feet amidst a pile of trash, he quickly decided he needed to find food. He immediately rushed toward a container of noodles, suddenly realizing that this was already his fifth meal of the day. At that moment, Shitian was immersed in happiness, not yet realizing how terrifying this situation actually was. Chapter 6. The scene shifts to the 6th People's Hospital in Shandong City, specifically the internal medicine department. Inside the chief physician's office, a decorative plaque hung prominently on the wall, dedicated to the department head. It praised him as a brilliant doctor and a modern-day Hua Chu with noble ethics, gifted in December 2018, while the doctor slammed his hand against the computer. Clutching his hair with his other hand, he finally spoke calmly, asking if this was how he looked yesterday, to which Shitian confirmed. The doctor then suddenly pointed at him and asked if this was how he looked now, and Shitian instinctively replied that it was. Faced with his serious answer, the doctor's expression shifted abruptly. Seeing that look, Shitian was momentarily stunned. The doctor suddenly exploded with emotion, shouting, "Did you go to a training ground? What kind of damn day is this? Anyway, let's start with a full physical exam." As soon as he finished speaking, Shitian followed the instructions to the blood collection area. Next, he stood straight for a height measurement before his body was finally moved into a sensor for a full-body scan. 2 hours later, the doctor gripped the report, exhaling deeply in disbelief. Before him were hundreds of rows of data. He immediately rattled off a list of medical terms: blood pressure, lipid levels, various proteases, noting that none of the indicators showed any deviation. Shitian's eyes widened at this. The doctor concluded that every single metric was perfectly centered, scratching his head in utter confusion. "If I hadn't witnessed the tests myself, I'd think you were playing a prank on me. I have to admit you aren't sick." Seeing his bewildered face, the doctor bluntly stated that his health was suspiciously perfect. At that, Shitian stood up, unable to hide his frustration. He shouted angrily, "Is this supposed to be good or bad? What do you mean I'm healthy? I'm losing weight at an alarming rate. And now I'm constantly starving. I spent 38,000 yuan on these tests just for you to tell me I'm fine." The doctor felt equally indignant, replying, "How should I know? You've managed to invalidate my 40 years of medical experience in just 2 hours. He eventually sighed, "This is beyond the realm of science. I'll prescribe some herbal medicine for you." Half an hour later, he was on 10th Street outside the hospital. The street was bustling with people. Shitian cursed under his breath. The tests showed nothing but perfect health, which felt wrong since he'd felt different ever since the night of the explosion. Suddenly, a nerve in his brain twitched. Across the street, a schoolgirl was staring at him with an infatuated gaze. "Look, look, that guy over there is so handsome," she whispered. Her friend blushed, noting that he was looking their way. The girl grew even more excited. "He's actually looking at us. My heart is racing." Her friend started to get nervous. "What should we do? Should we go say hello?" In that moment, Shitian's eyes were actually glued to the cake in her hand, his mouth hanging open as he began to drool. His stomach felt like a bottomless black hole. Only one thought occupied his mind: food, food, food. He stared intensely at a boy nearby. Shitian then shifted his focus to a lollipop, before quickly turning his gaze toward another young man. This time a cup of soda caught his eye, seemingly beckoning him. His soul screamed in agony for food. He was starving. Shi Tian sprinted forward like a madman toward a BFC stall. The employee there greeted him with a bright smile. "Welcome, how can I help?" Before she could finish, Shi Tian slammed his hand on the counter. The employee stared, struck by how handsome he was. "Is this a hidden camera show?" she wondered. She softly asked what he wanted, while Shi Tian's eyes remained vacant as he forced out a reply. After a brief pause, he began reciting an order like a mantra. Spicy chicken fillets, fries, potato burgers, chicken leg burgers, taro pies, hash browns, and wings. "Two of everything else on the menu," he added. In an instant, a shadow seemed to fall over the restaurant. Shi Tian began shoving food down his throat, muttering about spicy fillets, fries, and burgers, driven by an intense hunger for double portions. The employee watched in horror, thinking, "Aren't you already eating?" Yet he continued to eat and order more without stopping his hands or mouth. He took a massive bite and repeated his demand for more spicy fillets, fries, and burgers. In the blink of an eye, time passed. The first light of dawn hit the stall as Shi Tian finally slowed down. The scene shifted back to his small house. Outside, the trees swayed. Inside, the table was piled high with fast food containers as Shi Tian reflected on the events since the fire. He finally looked up at the mountain of food after eating his fill, and in that moment, Shi Tian turned his head to the side as a memory surfaced. Since he was a young boy, he had possessed a deep passion for hamburgers, and he excitedly took a massive bite while staring down at the spread of food on the grass. "Mom, what is this? It looks so delicious," he said, and his mother smiled gently, replying that she was just happy he was enjoying it, just as his father suddenly stood up and approached Shi Tian. His father gently stroked his hair and told him he must remember the name of these items, before raising his voice to emphasize that they were nothing but junk food. Returning to reality, Shi Tian wept in pain, recalling how he never ate those things again from that day forward in his quest to lose weight. He shed silent tears, feeling a deep sense of regret for having spent 10 years as a vegetarian, as the true spirit within Shi Tian began to stir. His eyes widened and a faint smile touched his lips. Then Shi Tian looked up with a clear brightness in his gaze, realizing how much he truly missed those flavors. At the same time, he wiped the tears from his eyes, and much later, Shi Tian sat dazed on the floor, lost in thought about being full. He had even brought back leftovers, as if he had purchased every fast food brand available, and at that thought, Shi Tian's expression turned serious. Considering the amount of food he had, he wondered how long it would last, raising his hands to count on his fingers before suddenly freezing in place. He reached a shocking conclusion. It would only last one day, and as that thought crossed his mind, Shi Tian looked dejected, finding the situation utterly ridiculous. Dazed, he reached for a packet of weight-loss medicine and poured it into a glass bottle, then gripped the handle tightly as he walked straight ahead. With his head bowed and mind filled with complex thoughts, he recalled how he feared eating when he was obese. Yet now that he was thin, his appetite had increased 20-fold, forcing him to rely on uncertain herbal remedies to manage it. As he thought of this, Shi Tian gripped the bottle even tighter, questioning himself whether this condition was a blessing or a curse. In that instant, a sudden heat surged into his hand, causing Shi Tian to panic and curse at the burning sensation. The bottle shattered, splashing hot water everywhere as he collapsed to the ground, weeping like a child. Suddenly, Shi Tian's eyes snapped open as he realized something was wrong. He had only pulled his hand back because of the boiling sound, but even with the water splashing on him, he felt no heat at all. A moment later, a shiver ran through him as he realized it was even stranger. He hadn't even turned on the heat, so how had the water boiled? Immediately after, Shi Tian turned his attention to his own palms, realizing the heat came from him, and he hesitantly gripped a thermometer in his hand. Shi Tian slowly brought it close to his index finger, and in an instant, the thermometer shattered into 100 pieces, prompting him to quickly switch to a high-temperature meat thermometer instead. A mechanical voice announced that the grill temperature was 230 degrees, and for the next 3 days, Shi Tian stayed home performing countless health tests on himself. Finally, he understood the miraculous transformation his body had undergone. First, his height had decreased from 220 centimeters to 187 centimeters. His weight had dropped from 480 kilograms to 62 kilograms. Second, his appetite was now 20 times greater than before. And third, his metabolism remained unchanged. However, whenever he ate, his hands would rapidly heat up to burn off the calories, and if he tried to resist eating, he would be overcome by hunger. His hands would uncontrollably emit heat repeatedly, causing his body to lose weight even faster. Suddenly, an egg in Shitian's hand heated up and cracked open. From then on, his entire body was immune to burns, allowing him to touch fire without injury. Yet Shitian remained expressionless until his phone suddenly rang, startling him. He stared at the screen, realizing how expensive he had become to maintain. With an available balance of only 0.03 yuan against a monthly debt of 8,089.83 yuan. A week later at school, groups of students arrived eagerly, and in a corner of the hallway, boys and girls alike stared ahead in fascination as two boys gathered to share some news. Did you know? Brother Tian's clothes were found in the gym. Apparently, he was injured in a fire and had to be hospitalized for surgery, one of them said. The other boy found it hard to believe, questioning if he hadn't just taken a leave of absence for being sick, when a voice suddenly reached the group. A student gazed silently down at the campus with a thoughtful look, noting that Shitian had been gone for exactly 8 days, 5 hours, and 32 minutes, and he missed him. Suddenly he was startled, and the water bottle in his hand slipped from his grip. Before the male student stood the handsome Shitian, who was waving continuously to greet them. He couldn't help but marvel that once a person becomes handsome, they turn out like this. A female student watched Shitian's retreating figure, her heart fluttering slightly. So handsome, the person beside her trembled and spoke in a shaky voice, nearly fainting. The male student continued his poetic musing. Men were stunned, women were smitten. Every human was affected. At that moment, Shitian stopped and quickly scanned the group. They stared at him with wide eyes and asked curiously, "Classmate, who are you?" Hearing this, Shitian almost jumped in frustration. After all this time, did no one actually recognize him? His eyes involuntarily welled with tears. It was deathly sad to have transformed so much that he became a mysterious stranger to everyone. Suddenly, a clear voice called out from behind, "Wait, you! You!" As soon as he heard the sound, Shitian slowly turned around. The female student looked up at him. Her lips moved slightly. "Could you be him? You! You are!" She hesitated for a moment before continuing, "The person who appeared in my dream last night." Shitian froze at the unexpected question. He lowered his head and tugged at his hair in frustration. Then he let out an aggrieved shout, unable to take it anymore. "It's me, Shitian." The group was stunned, falling into a state of confusion. He pointed at the person opposite him. "Don't act like you're hearing a ghost story. Do I need to prove it? Wang Shiming. You were bullied and beaten by upperclassmen before, but were too scared to say anything. I helped you fight back. No one else knows about this." After speaking, Shitian exposed another person. "Lu Xiaoai, last week at the internet cafe, you reported the person in the next seat for cheating. Then that evening, 17 people blocked you at the door and I helped you escape. No one else knows this either." He didn't stop for a second, screaming frantically. "Zhao Shitu, last month on Jingzhou Road, you were beaten by thugs and were so scared you peed your pants. I was the one who stepped in and chased them away. No one else knows." Faced with Shitian's decisive words, the group stood motionless. He shouted loudly once more. "Liu Xiaohua, you broke the Nintendo Switch you gave me. Wang Zhenshuo, the maid outfit you bought was stolen on the way. I was the one who chased them down to get it back. Li Tueng, you still owe me 3 cups of bitter melon juice. Stop talking." After a long while, the crowd began to stir. "It is Shitian," another person quietly agreed. "Yes, it's definitely Shitian." In that moment, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. But why were the girls cheering like they'd lost their minds? "Oh my God, it's Shitian." The person next to her was lost in a fantasy. He got treated. And then conveniently got liposuction. "He's so handsome. He's lost weight but looks great." A girl pretended to fall back. "Quick, catch me, I'm fainting." The girls looked up at Shitian, their hearts racing. "He's different now, wow." The boys turned away one by one. Every one of them was in tears. There were no girls left for them, only their mothers. "Hey, girls!" While everyone was still in shock. The head teacher patted his backside. "Student Shitian was injured in a fire last week, so he went for liposuction and surgery to remove excess skin. He has returned now." Upon seeing Shitian, the students cheered wildly as if they'd lost their minds. "Daddy, daddy, daddy!" At this point, he sat down gracefully. "I'm back at school." After a while, the head teacher took out a stack of books, his voice droning on. "Now we will begin the lesson." At the same time, Shimon gave a command, his face showing a sinister aura. He lifted the computer on the desk, immediately after. Shimon quickly pulled out a game controller. In an instant, he excitedly tapped the buttons. Suddenly, a heel appeared on the desk. A woman suddenly leaped onto the table, breaking the quiet atmosphere. She began to spread her arms, her legs bending slightly to the music. In a small corner, a girl secretly hid a pet cat inside her desk. Meanwhile, a boy was openly dozing off in class. In contrast, a youth excitedly controlled a wooden puppet. In another scene, a male student lowered his head, his teeth grinding. In an instant, the classroom became lively as everyone focused on their own private business. Over here, Shimon skillfully operated the gaming console. Just then, a scrap of paper suddenly struck him in the head as a girl whispered a question, asking if he wasn't afraid the teacher would catch him instead of studying. Shimao replied with a look of dissatisfaction, asking what she was doing before smirking fearlessly and joking that it was just a teacher. He wondered how the teacher could possibly notice him when that elephant-sized person had returned, especially since he was sitting behind the protector of the entire student body. Immediately after, Shimao boldly called out to Father Shitian, prompting the head teacher to stop and stare directly at him. Shimao felt a sudden chill down his spine under that cold gaze, so he quickly grabbed his computer and shoved it into his desk drawer. On one side, a girl instantly ducked down while another hurriedly hid her pet cat, and in the corner of the room, a boy had already retreated backward. Meanwhile, the youth straightened his posture immediately, leaving the other boy stunned as the classroom returned to its usual silence in the blink of an eye. The girl clutched her face and trembled all over, wondering why as she began to cry from frustration because she wasn't allowed to practice dancing at home. This was clearly the final place where she could pursue her dreams, yet the group of students remained silent as they watched the head teacher walk away. At that moment, Shitian focused on the head teacher's lecture before suddenly turning around to look toward the back of the room. Right after that, Shitian raised his hand and waved with a radiant smile, which caught the girl's eye and made her scream inwardly. She thought he was incredibly handsome, as students walked back and forth along the hallway during the lunch break, while a silver-haired boy stared pensively into the distance. Suddenly, a voice rang out as the blonde youth shouted in a panic, telling his boss that he had heard Shitian had returned to school. He worried that they might be beaten to death as the silver-haired boy grabbed the blonde's collar while crying, snapping that he had no idea who to ask for answers. He claimed to know nothing about the gym fire that day and was on the verge of tears when the other asked what they should do now. The blonde youth's body shook violently as he whispered that their lock was still over there and would eventually be discovered. Upon hearing that the boy had been practicing his pursuit skills, the silver-haired youth released his grip and gritted his teeth, deciding they had to see this through to the end. Seeing this, the blonde youth hurriedly tried to dissuade him, telling his boss not to be so reckless because he would rather see him jump off a building than be beaten half to death. He insisted he would rather see him jump, but the silver-haired youth irritably told him to have some faith since he had already made preparations. He whispered into the wind, asking to sit this one out because he was afraid to die, but the other man smirked maliciously and asked if he really wanted to die. The blonde youth honestly said no, so the silver-haired man grabbed his shoulder and warned that even if he didn't participate, he would still be killed if the arson was discovered. He would be beaten to death regardless, causing the blonde youth to cry in terror as he huddled in a corner, muttering that he would be a good person if he could start over. The man clenched his fist and loudly reminded him to stop crying, reiterating that he had already made the necessary preparations. The silver-haired youth turned back with a calculating look, asking if he knew that the boy had grown thinner since returning to school, supposedly due to liposuction. He called it an opportunity, leaving the blonde youth staring at him in confusion until the silver-haired man explained that weight was a crucial factor. Theoretically, weight is vital in a fight, especially since that guy used to weigh as much as 400 kilograms. He paused and made a throat-slitting gesture, suggesting the boy was at his weakest now, before turning around and telling the other to follow him. In a certain street at an old garage, the scene shifted to a bustling but weathered building as the blonde youth followed cautiously behind. He looked around and asked what this place was, but the silver-haired man only smirked confidently and told him to look where he was pointing. Standing before him was Ming Wang, a muscular man covered in terrifying tattoos, accompanied by a man in a suit who was gripping an iron rod tightly. Below, the young man spat arrogantly. In that instant, the entire group turned their gaze toward them. At this moment, the silver-haired youth spread his arms wide. The notorious figures from 20 surrounding streets were all gathered here instead of being in prison. Ming Wang suddenly cut him off. "Hey, kid!" A dark aura completely enveloped his body as he glared at the youth, his voice sounding incredibly raspy. "Did you really summon us here for that?" asked the leader of Liuhu Street, immovable Ming Wang. At the same time, Qing Long broke into a fit of wild laughter. If you had the nerve to call us here but can't show us something interesting, he licked the edge of his blade. You will be the one bleeding, threatened the leader of Zhujing Street, Qing Long. Hearing this, the silver-haired youth took a deep breath and replied, I wouldn't dare disturb you without a reason. I've sought you out, big brothers, because of an urgent matter. He declared loudly without hesitation, I brought you all here to join forces and take down Shitian. In that moment, Ming Wang's body suddenly swayed. Immediately after, he collapsed to the ground. Ming Wang slammed his bare hand against the floor and shouted, Take down who? Do you have a death wish? The silver-haired youth stammered, Big brother. The man ignored him and roared, Didn't you say you called us here for hot pot, you absolute bastard? Qing Long turned to look at him with a wary gaze. Wait, wasn't it for crab? I even brought my knife. As the silver-haired youth's face turned pale, he waved his hands frantically. Big brothers, no, that's not it, the silver-haired youth quickly replied. We will eat, but only after we deal with Shitian, then the treat is on me. Ming Wang refused to listen and simply screamed, I'm not going, I'm not going, I'm not going. He then turned toward the silver-haired youth in a fit of rage. You liar, if I try to fight him, I might never need to eat again for the rest of my life. It's because I ran into Shitian while I was bullying some students before. Scene from the past replayed as Ming Wang approached a young man. At that moment, Shitian immediately took notice of him. He stepped closer and placed his hand on Ming Wang's neck. Without saying a single word, Shitian lunged forward and delivered a powerful punch to his stomach. Recalling this, Ming Wang clutched his arm in pain. He broke my entire arm. Meanwhile, Qing Long also lost his composure and began to scream frantically. Don't let me hear that name again. Don't let me hear that name again. Seeing this, Ming Wang looked at Qing Long in shock as the latter screamed once more. How could you be so foolish as to provoke him? Qing Long suddenly tore his clothes apart. Do you know, I got this Azure Dragon tattoo because Shitian pinned me against a wall last time. The memory of Shitian slamming his head into the wall felt as if it had happened only yesterday. Qing Long thrust his chest forward and yelled at the top of his lungs. It was nearly rubbed off. It was a terrifying and tragic sight. Witnessing his reaction, Ming Wang began to weep bitterly. Don't mess with him, Qing Long thrashed on the ground. Why did you have to mention Shitian's name? In an instant, the scene turned chaotic as the group began to scream. Good grief, you're a demon. Get lost. Why do you want to hurt us like this? The short-haired man couldn't help but burst into tears. Why did you have to mention the name that must not be spoken here? This is miserable. The man below kept clutching his head in distress. My chest hurts so much, someone help me. At that moment, the silver-haired youth yelled, Fine, I get it, none of you can beat him, but... He then threw several photos into the air. The crowd looked on in shock. The silver-haired youth announced, Look, this is the current Shitian. One of the photos hit Ming Wang square in the face. He screamed as if he'd seen a ghost, I won't look, I won't look. The silver-haired youth tried to persuade him, Just take a look, just one look. Ming Wang continued to refuse, I won't look, I won't look. After a long while, he finally glanced at the photo in shock. Ming Wang pointed a trembling finger at the youth in the picture. This is Shitian, Isn't this an angel? Seeing this, the silver-haired youth quickly confirmed, That's him. That's how he looks now. After we set the fire, he underwent surgery and lost weight. Upon hearing his confession, the crowd fell silent, everyone frozen in place. Qing Long finally spoke up to break the tense atmosphere. Hey, Wang Ming, old Wang, what do you think? I don't know, hurry up and decide. I still have to go home and do my homework. Ming Wang spoke with a hesitant tone. I'm not sure. Should we give it a try? In an instant, he regained his composure, his voice booming with authority. So, what is your plan? The silver-haired youth calmly replied. It's simple, we'll swarm him. First, I'll use the most devious trap to lure him out. At the same time, the school bell rang repeatedly. The blonde-haired guy peeked into the classroom, where most of the students had already departed. He nervously approached Shitian's desk, realizing the malicious trap the boys had set was to use a fake love letter to lure him out. He lamented being the one forced to deliver it despite wanting to be a good person, then quickly shoved the letter into the desk drawer to get it over with. As soon as he reached inside, a cascade of letters tumbled out, spilling onto the floor in an endless stream. Witnessing this, the blonde-haired guy stood frozen like a statue before hurriedly gathering them into a bag, deciding he would just burn them all and stop trying to be a decent man. 10 minutes later, Shitian entered and calmly walked to his seat. Chapter 12. At that moment, Shitian pulled back his chair and suddenly noticed a letter, instinctively reaching out to retrieve it. Shi Tian focused on reading every line, which was addressed to him, and claimed he had been doing so well lately that the sender liked him enough to demand he show up after school. The letter told him to come to Alley 20, District 20, Road 20 to receive a confession, warning him not to bring weapons or they would do the same, and that failing to show would mean trouble. Upon finishing the final sentence, Shi Tian went still for a moment before his expression shifted into one of pure rage. 2 hours later, the sunlight gave way to twilight as two male students strolled happily down a sidewalk, while elsewhere, a group of thugs began to surround Shi Tian. He only looked up at them with an indifferent gaze, while the group glared back at Shi Tian with pure malice. Suddenly, a silver-haired man shouted to grab his attention, calling out Shi Tian's name as he stepped forward aggressively, asking if he was surprised. He mocked Shi Tian for being lost in fantasies about girls and beat his chest, declaring that today would be the day he died. Shi Tian remained silent upon seeing him, but after a long pause, he spoke in a low voice, remarking on how strange it was for a love letter to read like an ultimatum. He noted how familiar and lovely the face was before stomping his foot hard on the ground and looking at the crowd with a mockingly affectionate gaze. He asked if they were itching for a beating, causing the silver-haired man to scream at the top of his lungs, calling him insolent and claiming they were cold-blooded killers. He spun around, accusing Shi Tian of looking down on them, only to find that the other thugs had already submissively crossed their arms. Ming Wang was trembling violently as he greeted Brother Tian, claiming they were just passing by, while Qing Long quickly chimed in, telling him not to misunderstand as they were just out for a stroll. The silver-haired man asked indignantly if they hadn't come there to beat him up, but before he could finish, Ming Wang quickly muzzled him. Qing Long also helped cover his mouth, while Ming Wang scolded him angrily, telling him to shut up and asking if he had a death wish or wanted to drag them all down with him. Qing Long hurriedly explained to Shi Tian that they were just going for hot pot or crab, while the silver-haired man struggled wildly until Shi Tian concluded they really were asking for a fight. He slowly raised his arm as his gaze turned sharp, clenching his fist tightly before forcefully rotating his arm. He inwardly wondered if he should intimidate them a bit, while the group watched, stunned, just as the sound of bones cracking rang out. Intense pain surged through him, causing Shi Tian's eyes to widen to their limit before he slowly lowered his arm and quietly hid it behind his back. His face tensed as his mind screamed in agony over the suspected broken bone, realizing this new physique might have actually made him weaker as his face turned pale. He lamented his situation, wondering what the point of being handsome was in such a crisis, and collapsed helplessly, realizing he only craved his old strength now that it was gone. Shi Tian gazed at the silhouette of his former self, yearning for that power as he reached toward his old, chubby figure. Chapter 13. At that moment, Shi Tian stood motionless, leaving the group bewildered. They wondered why he had frozen after throwing a single punch, and someone nearby replied hesitantly that the sound of that strike had been incredibly loud. Another person remarked on his power while someone else whispered about fleeing, but Ming Wang suddenly shouted for them to wait, noticing something was off as the others looked at him in confusion. His voice rang out slowly, noting that if it had been the old Shi Tian, the wall would have crumbled long ago, yet it remained completely intact. As the words were spoken, a sudden suspicion flashed in his mind. Could it really be? Immediately, Ming Wang turned his gaze toward the silver-haired man and said, "Hey, you're the one who told us to come here. Now go over there and test it out." The man froze for a moment, stammering, "Me? Why me?" At Ming Wang's suggestion, the silver-haired man's entire body began to tremble. A moment later, he forced a friendly smile and called out, "Brother Tian." Upon seeing the silver-haired man, Shi Tian maintained a completely expressionless face. The silver-haired man waved his hand with a forced grin and said, "Brother Tian, this is all just a misunderstanding. You will always be my big brother." "How could we ever dare to cross you?" Shi Tian didn't care for his words and merely let out a grunt. Meanwhile, the silver-haired man didn't give up and approached him to act familiar. "Didn't we hear you were hospitalized for injuries and even had liposuction? We only came here to give you a surprise to celebrate your discharge." Saying this, he cautiously reached his hand out toward him. "So please forgive me, all right?" Naturally, a malicious plan formed in his mind. Once he grabbed the hand, he would crush it. On the other side, Shi Tian tensely observed his every move. "Is he testing me?" He looked helplessly at his arm, which was still bleeding profusely. "Damn it!" In that instant, a light flashed in Shi Tian's eyes. His palm began to radiate heat. Immediately, Shi Tian reached his hand out toward the silver-haired man and smirked. "Fine, if that's what you want." Then don't blame me. Shitian quickly gripped the man's hand, and the intense heat immediately transferred to him. The silver-haired man collapsed to the ground in agony. The silver-haired man screamed frantically, his body thrashing uncontrollably. At the same time, Shitian gritted his teeth with a strained expression. The silver-haired man continued to scream piteously. Witnessing this, Ming Wang's group stood there with their mouths agape. They scrambled to flee, their shouts echoing throughout the alleyway. Shitian is still Shitian, that demon? Help! Before fleeing, the man shouted a threat. You tricked me. We came here just to throw our lives away. I'll beat you to death another day. In an instant, the crowd had vanished. At that moment, the silver-haired man slumped to the ground, and Shitian finally snapped back to his senses. He looked down at his palm, which was still radiating heat. Suddenly, Shitian's body recoiled, and he struggled to catch his breath, his mind filled with complex emotions. His mere struggling almost made me lose my grip. He nearly knocked me over. Besides, I'm so hungry. I was originally planning to go out and buy food, but I'm just too exhausted. As Shitian's eyelids grew heavy, he couldn't help but feel panicked. Am I really this tired? What on earth is happening to my body? Before losing consciousness, Shitian was still consumed by worry. He felt too weak to even tie up a chicken. What will I do in the future? In the blink of an eye, his eyes shut tight. Immediately after, Shitian collapsed face first onto the cold ground, lying there all alone. Just then, a beam of light shone upon him as a girl suddenly appeared and slowly walked toward him. The girl's gaze suddenly darkened as the object in her hand emitted a strange glow. Chapter 14. Somewhere at a certain school there was a very chubby boy. Meanwhile, a man puffing on a cigarette wore a malicious grin and remarked, "It's really hot." He frowned and looked down at the chubby boy. "Do you remember the cold refreshments we need?" The boy hurriedly bowed his head to the ground and replied, "Yes, I remember." Such was the life of this boy. He was constantly struggling with his weight. After a moment, he hesitantly asked, "So, can you give me the money this time?" Before he could finish, the man slammed his fist into the door beside them and barked, "Beg us, you pig!" Seeing this, the chubby boy bowed his head in panic. "I beg you, please, big brother, don't hit me." This was the chubby boy who had been bullied at school for 3 consecutive years because of his weight. He gently opened his wallet, only to find that it had become incredibly thin. Upon seeing it, his face instantly turned pale. The boy looked helplessly at his remaining money. It was only the beginning of the month, yet he had less than 300 yuan left for living expenses. He miserably did the math. This month is going to be very difficult. Just then, a teenager suddenly pressed a knife against the boy and demanded, "Hand over your money right now." The chubby boy panicked internally. "No, this is bad," he pleaded desperately. "Please don't, this is all I have left." The other youth looked at him with cold eyes. "Who cares? I need to go eat crab, so just hand it over quietly." As he spoke, he pressed even closer to the chubby boy, showing no mercy. A few minutes later, Shitian swung his arm with great force, sending the teenager flying into the air. Without a shred of pity, he proceeded to stretch the boy's limbs. A moment later, Shitian calmly threw the teenager to the ground. At the last second, he slammed the boy's head into the wall with his bare hands. Meanwhile, the chubby boy's eyes lit up with admiration. Minutes later, Shitian sat motionless while the boy fidgeted restlessly. After a long while, he spoke in a weak voice. "Big brother, thank you for saving my life." Shitian replied indifferently, "It was just on my way. Besides, I should be the one thanking you. You've helped me resolve a burden in my heart." Immediately after, he poured out his thoughts. "In the manhwa I'm reading, there's a very fat protagonist. He's constantly bullied, and I just couldn't understand or empathize with it." At this point, Shitian suddenly turned to the chubby boy. "But you've allowed me to witness a real-life example of someone who is both fat and bullied." "Thank you," the boy shouted helplessly, "but it's not like I want to be bullied." Later, the chubby boy asked timidly, "What should I do to be like you, boss, and not get bullied anymore? I've been bullied so much that my lunch money for the month is gone." Faced with this sudden question, Shitian didn't respond, and silence filled the air. After a long silence, he finally spoke, breaking the quiet. "I've thought about it, and based on my own experiences, I believe." Shitian suddenly reached a conclusion. "It's because you aren't fat enough." Hearing this, the chubby boy's jaw dropped, considering the boss's weight and combat power, which seemed even more persuasive under the setting sun. I was convinced by a single sentence this was the absolute truth. Shitian then made a solemn offer. "So I'll pay for your meals this month. Following my meal plan, you can get fatter and stronger." With teary eyes and a heart full of emotion, the boy thought, "I'm not fat enough. I must strive to be as fat as the boss for the rest of my life." For the next month, the chubby boy ate well, finally enjoying the delicacies he had missed because his money was stolen. However, the strange thing was that every time they ate together, the boss only ate green vegetables. A month later, the boy's weight hadn't changed at all, yet the boss claimed he had become stronger. He told the boy to call his bullies there. The chubby boy agreed, quickly regaining his spirit. He stood before the thugs, his voice trembling but his gaze firm. "That's enough. You've bullied me to the point where I can't even afford to eat. From now on, I won't give you another cent." The man screamed in anger. "You little pig, you called us out here just for this. I see your face looks quite healthy this month. You don't look like someone who's starving at all. Refusing to pay, you're asking for a beating, aren't you?" His subordinates hurriedly stopped him. "Boss, wait." Another man grabbed his arm. "Boss, don't be rash. Look at the person behind him." The group immediately shifted their attention toward Shitian. Upon seeing him, the man was struck with fear. "Who is that? That person half hidden behind the wall, that physique? It's Shitian." The person beside him whispered, It's Shitian. Last week, he knocked that gangster Ching Long unconscious with a single blow. The week before that, boss Wang Ming was hospitalized with a broken arm because of him. Don't provoke him. Everyone calls him the immovable wisdom king now." At that moment, another lackey added fuel to the fire. "Lately, people have seen him taking this fat kid out to eat. Now that there's a fight, he's followed him here. He's definitely the fat kid's protector." He turned to look at him in terror. "Can't you see the way he's looking at that fat kid? Isn't it like a mother tiger protecting her cub?" Back with Shitian, his body began to move. He then gestured with his hand for them to get lost. With a malicious grin, he pointed in one direction, signaling them to scram. In an instant, the group fled. That day, the chubby boy successfully scared off his enemies. Furthermore, from then on, the school's delinquents always went out of their way to avoid him. The chubby boy felt he had truly become stronger. His only regret was that when he turned around happily, he realized the boss who had been eating with him all month had vanished. After that day, the boy never saw him again, but he felt they would meet once more. To the chubby boy, he was surely an angel sent by heaven to protect people like him. Chapter 15. As Shitian drifted into unconsciousness, a voice kept echoing in his ear, "Wake up!" As soon as the sound reached him, Shitian snapped his eyes open and bolted upright in a panic. His eyes darted around. "Who's there?" Zhang Li whispered. "I am the one within your soul, the one who has been with you for 1,000 years. Shitian was stunned for a moment before giving him a look of pure disdain. Zhang Li nearly screamed at him. "Your eyes are giving you away. Don't look at me with that idiotic expression. Don't ruin the mood. After all, this is our first talk after 1,000 years apart." He then lowered his voice and added, "But now is not the time for conversation. I called out to you because you were on the brink of death. If I hadn't, you would have drowned," Zhang Li said, as Shitian repeated the words in confusion. "Drowned? What on earth are you talking about?" Zhang Li ignored the question and warned him sternly. "Just wake up now. I'll explain everything between us when you're alone." As soon as those words were spoken, the real Shitian's eyes snapped open, just as a girl was frantically pouring a bottle of Coke down his throat. Shitian bolted upright, coughing up the liquid. A few minutes later, the girl clasped her hands as if praying and said, "Shitian, you're awake. I'm so sorry. Since your body only reacted when I mentioned food, I thought that would wake you up." Shitian stared at her blankly. "Wait, what's going on? Who are you?" The girl pointed at herself. "Shitian, don't you remember? I'm the one from the hallway who said I dreamed about you. We just spoke this morning." She explained flusteredly that she found him in an alley and was about to call an ambulance when she suddenly noticed his stomach. His stomach suddenly let out a massive growl. Still shocked by the memory, she hurriedly helped him to a nearby BFC. No matter how much she called out, he didn't respond. She recalled that it was only when someone nearby ordered food that his body began to twitch, so she leaned down and whispered into his ear, "Shitian, hamburger." As she finished, her eyes lit up with realization. She then shouted, "Salad," and Shitian's entire body shuddered. Seeing this, she slowly approached him and said, "Fried chicken." She couldn't hide her delight as she spoke. "Finally, I figured you had fainted from hunger, so I bought 2 Cokes and poured them into your mouth. You woke up halfway through." He stared at her blankly, wondering if she enjoyed playing with his body like that. After a while, Shitian replied seriously, "Anyway, thanks. I'll pay the bill. If anyone bothers you, just give them my name." As he was leaving, she suddenly called out, "Wait, Shitian." She loudly reminded him, "Please eat properly and don't faint from hunger again. Take care of your health no matter what." Hearing this, Shitian's cheeks and ears turned red. Then, unable to contain her excitement, the girl held out her phone and said, Also, add me on WeChat. And so, Shitian finally returned home that evening, making sure to bring a large amount of late-night snacks with him. He kept thinking about the dream he had before waking up, feeling that things weren't over yet. Suddenly, his chest began to burn. Instantly, Shitian was engulfed in fierce flames. Amidst the thick smoke, Zhongli suddenly appeared and looked at Shitian with a cold gaze. He frowned, his eyes filled with caution. "So you've finally shown up," Shitian muttered, staring at him intensely in such a strange situation. It felt exactly like a classic scene from the internet, even down to the hair color. Thinking this, he bit his lip in anger and snapped, "Stop playing these tricks." Shitian reached out and gripped a wooden stick tightly. He pointed it at Zhongli and demanded, "What are you playing at? Tell me everything in 3 sentences. I've fought everyone and I don't mind." "Beating up some strange things to gain experience." Hearing this, Zhongli pointed at himself in confusion and asked, "Who am I?" Zhongli then gazed at Shitian with deep, hollow eyes. "Born from fire and awakened by fire, I am by your side once again. My name is Zhongli, also known as Zhu Rong. I sleep deep within your soul and was your partner 1,000 years ago." Shitian was nearly losing his mind. He gripped the wooden stick in fury. "That's 3 sentences, but you still haven't explained what the hell you are." Seeing Shitian's reaction, Zhongli sighed. "No patience, that's just like your past life. Let me get to the point. First, I am a soul fragment, a small piece of your entire soul. That's why I saw everything when you were dancing in front of the mirror lately." Shitian's eyes widened in shock as his body began to burn. Zhongli smiled and held up 2 fingers. "Second, the changes in your body were caused by me." Shitian grew even more furious as he listened. Finally, Zhongli emphasized each word. "Third, I truly am your partner, but not in this life. It was when I was still alive." He suddenly leaned in close and said, "In your past life, you were my woman, young man." Instantly, Shitian swung the wooden stick at Zhongli's face as the house shook violently with a deafening sound. In an instant, Zhongli appeared with a bruised face and urgently shouted, "What are you doing? Stop, let's talk this over." Meanwhile, Shitian suddenly looked down at his palm before glancing up at Zhongli with a malicious grin, clearly shaken by those blunt statements. Shitian remarked indifferently that he could now apparently punch through walls, while Zhongli quickly tried to dissuade him. "Calm down, you're turning dark," Zhongli shouted, unable to hide his frustration as he emphasized that he too had suffered a massive shock. "I just woke up to find out you're a boy. Back then, everyone called you Zio Tian Tian, yet you've turned into a boy in this life." Shitian froze as his pupils shrank and his mind went blank. The name Zio Tian Tian sounded strangely familiar to him. He suddenly snapped out of it as deep, scattered memories resurfaced, and in that moment, Shitian was pulled into a vision of the past. In the memory, a cheerful Zhongli smiled and said, "Zio Tian Tian, I'm off to manage the tribe. I've left breakfast by the bed for you." He then produced a pile of pure gold and boasted about giving her his entire monthly salary, telling her to wake up early. The woman suddenly grew irritable and screamed for him to get lost, yet Zhongli didn't seem bothered in the slightest. He gave a forced smile and skipped away, calling her personality adorable, while the woman inside peeked with one eye once he was gone. Once she confirmed Zhongli had left, she leaped from the bed and threw open the closet door as her eyes sparkled with excitement. She grinned and said, "Come, Zio Tian Tian, that wretched man is finally gone." He smiled excitedly and replied, "Darling, I missed you to death." The two embraced tightly as Zio Tian suggested, "Shall we use his money to go shopping in the streets later?" The woman agreed immediately, saying she only wanted to be with him, and the two lovers held each other closely as Shitian watched. Shitian's jaw dropped in shock. Back in reality, he was dazed to realize he had just viewed a past life memory from a third-person perspective. Seeing this, Zhongli interrupted, asking if he had actually remembered something about Zio Tian Tian. Even though that past life had nothing to do with him now, Shitian stared at Zhongli and suddenly felt a wave of pity for him. Zhongli spoke in a low, slow voice. "Let me explain. As you lose weight, your hands will occasionally emit heat or even smoke. It is because of this that your body carries my fire fate." He looked directly into Shitian's eyes with a complicated gaze. "I am considered one of the oldest fire cultivators in this world, known as the fire god. As for the price of your life, one day." Nearby was a mountain called the collapsing peak of Buju. As debris fell from the sky, a man accidentally collided with Zhongli. Upon seeing him, the man shrieked in terror, "Fire god! Lord Fire god!" Zhongli irritably asked why he was so panicked that he broke 2 of his ribs. It's just some falling rocks. Don't move, all of you get behind me. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand without hesitation, yet the boulder continued its relentless descent upon Zhang Li. Midst the chaos, the crowd scrambled to escape just before the massive rock plummeted and crushed Zhang Li, prompting someone to cry out in grief that the great fire god had perished. A person nearby softly questioned why the Great One hadn't fled and called him foolish, while another voice rose in bitter complaint. He had just told everyone not to move before meeting his end like that, and on the way back, he kept grumbling about how the rock was simply too enormous. Before passing away, Zhang Li was carried back by the tribe, where he anchored his fire fate and remnant soul within the spirit of his wife. A woman instinctively flinched upon seeing Zhang Li as he leaned toward her, pleading for his wife never to forget him. Zhang Li earnestly implored her to set herself ablaze after his death, as his fire fate required her body to be consumed by fire. Not only would she remain unharmed, but his remnant soul would absorb the energy to awaken so he could be with his beloved Xiao Tianchen again, yet she failed to grasp his dying wish. 3 months later, the woman's face had grown gaunt as she ate ravenously, for Zhang Li's fire fate could incinerate anything but required a constant supply of fuel. It would even drain the host's own energy, burning through their heart and lungs if no other fuel remained, while nearby farmers watched her in total confusion. When asked who was eating like a beast in the fields, a man explained it was the wife of the fire god, the show-off who was crushed by a rock last month, and since resources were scarce, Xiao Tianchen soon perished. She had died suddenly of starvation, leaving Shi Tian stunned as he looked at Zhang Li with pity, telling him there was no need to be so heartbroken. He ignored the claim that she never loved him, whispering instead that he missed her dearly and remembered her beautiful figure. Shi Tian glared at him and warned the madman not to approach while saying such things, prompting Zhang Li to stop and give a refined, noble bow. He apologized, noting that she belonged to a dozen centuries ago and no longer mattered, yet it was tragic that through thousands of years of reincarnation, he had never once been touched by fire. He suddenly smiled and offered his congratulations because Shi Tian had finally been burned by fire recently, leaving the young man standing there with his eyes wide in shock. Hearing this made Shi Tian want to lash out at him, but Zhang Li simply declared that he had finally awakened. He explained that the fire fate within Shi Tian's body was now burning, causing his physical abnormalities. Essentially, Shi Tian's body was the furnace, and his fire fate was the flame. Zhang Li's words echoed in his ears as he concluded that the energy smoldering from his hands was fueled by his own body, causing Shi Tian to freeze before letting out a scream. When asked if there was a way to shut down this broken furnace, he gave a faint smile and replied that since he had left it behind, he naturally knew how to control it. Shi Tian began to regain his composure until Zhang Li innocently admitted that he had forgotten the method, as he was merely a lingering remnant of a soul. After thousands of years, he had forgotten most of his techniques, prompting Shi Tian to freeze before lunging forward to grab Zhang Li by the collar. Shi Tian roared at him for talking nonsense, while Zhang Li cried out in fear for him to let go, noting that this temper was exactly like his previous incarnation. Shi Tian screamed in a rage for him to get out and take his fire soul with him, his eyes practically sparking with flames in that moment. Suddenly, a loud growl erupted from Shi Tian's stomach, and he collapsed onto the floor, clutching his belly while cursing under his breath. Staring blankly at the ceiling, the rumbling in his gut reminded him it was mealtime, and he hadn't eaten in 2 hours, leaving him devastated by both hunger and the harsh truth. His vision went dark as if he were about to faint right in front of that bastard, so Shi Tian quickly reached for his phone. He scrolled through his expenses until he reached his final balance, his face turning pale upon realizing that his spending had far exceeded his income. Cursing his terrible luck in this dire situation, Shi Tian weakly called out for the fire god, which gave Zhang Li a sudden fright. When asked if he wanted to start another fight, he snapped back that he was far too hungry to even walk, let alone hit anyone. I've cleared the leftovers and prepared a mountain of fruit. Hurry and bring those bowls to me. I absolutely adore anything greasy, salty, and fatty. Chapter 18. A moment later, Shi Tian was devouring the noodles in his hands. After an unknown amount of time, plastic containers piled up on the table. As he finished the last bowl, Shi Tian slammed his hand down in excitement. He tilted his head back, exhaling a breath of searing heat, and laughed heartily. I'm alive! This spicy soup is addictive. I can't believe how delicious it is. Plus, it's so oily, salty, and high in calories. It's like a direct path to my heart. Zhang Li stood nearby, watching him with an indescribable expression. You seem quite enthralled. Is it that good? Shi Tian patted his stomach and loudly declared, This spicy soup is what saved my life. Besides, if I had starved to death, it would have been your fault. Startled and flustered, Zhang Li waved his hands as if wrongly accused. Sweetie, I didn't mean it, I really. Hearing that, he let out an earth-shattering roar of anger. Stop calling me by that hideous nickname. Look, Shi Tian began to negotiate. I'm begging you, we aren't husband and wife in this life. Can't we just be brothers, or even father and son? Just stop calling me little sweetie. I'll be the father and I'll call you a dog. Every time you call me that, I'll call you that. Zhang Li remained silent before nodding solemnly and raising his hand to swear brotherhood. Fine, my good brother. Afterward, Shi Tian spent an hour dazed in the corner trying to process the massive influx of information. Zhang Li then approached him. He helplessly tried to shoo him away. You're so annoying, get away from me. Shi Tian's appetite was 20 times that of a normal person, even for a cheap meal. At this rate, his food expenses would exceed 10,000. Meanwhile, Shi Tian's father, a sumo wrestler currently abroad, was very strict. They strictly managed his finances, and they would never believe his excuse for needing so much food money. Thinking of this, he began to cry like a child. Oh money, oh food, I'm afraid I'll have to rely on myself for future meal expenses. Suddenly, an idea struck Shi Tian. Becoming a food blogger might work, but before he could start that journey, he snapped back to reality, unsure how to handle his next meal. He couldn't believe he almost starved despite the abundance of food today. I should have just let myself starve a few hours ago. Just then, his phone suddenly lit up. Zhang Li leaned in curiously, asking about the glowing box on his person. He quickly grabbed the phone, his eyes glued to the screen. It was a message from a girl. Shi Tian, are you there? Do you remember me? I'm the girl from the Coca-Cola incident. We exchanged numbers at KFC this morning. I was wondering if I could ask you for a favor. Can we discuss the details tomorrow? I'll pay you by covering all your meals. As soon as he read the last line, Shi Tian's face froze and his eyes instantly lit up. Overjoyed at the prospect of free food, Shi Tian replied without hesitation. Help! I can help right now. Let's meet up for a meal. Seeing him rush off like the wind, Zhang Li called out, Where are you going? Shi Tian replied bluntly, To find a way to survive. The scene shifts to a restaurant. The place had a traditional atmosphere. Shi Tian and the girl were already seated, and he was busy munching on food while talking incessantly. Sorry for calling you out so late, but I'm on the verge of death. The girl was startled. What? Life and death, on the verge of death? The girl straightened up as if about to reveal the most important thing in her life. Anyway, I'll get straight to the point. Hearing this, he turned to look at her seriously. Tell me who's bullying you? The girl quickly made her proposal. Shi Tian, could you come work at my place? Shi Tian was stunned by the invitation. She spoke rapidly, fearing interruption. My family runs a gym. Shi Tian, I've had this plan since you returned to school. So could you work for me for a while? We also need to take some promotional photos. Fearing Shi Tian wouldn't understand, she added more. The girl hurriedly explained, It's for a before and after weight loss comparison. I can give you anything you want. He immediately replied, No need for money, just cover my meals. She waved her hands in panic. But wouldn't that be unfair to you? Shi Tian confirmed once more, It's fine, don't worry about it. Chapter 19. The scene shifts to the Transform Yourself gym. A large poster of a chubby Shi Tian hung by the entrance with a caption emphasizing, The brave man who dares to face his weight. At the Transform Yourself gym across the street, a massive crowd surged forward as everyone scrambled to get inside, while the young girl watched the chaos in shock. There were so many people that it felt as if every girl in the world had gathered there, and she stared wide-eyed, having never witnessed such a massive turnout. Upon closer inspection, less than half were actually inquiring about memberships, as the girl noticed the rest were simply ogling and drooling over him. A shy young woman approached and asked if he could be her personal trainer, to which he mechanically replied that he wasn't qualified yet, but he would help her with boxing if she signed up. Hearing his response, she dashed toward the registration desk and slammed her payment down for a 3-year membership before the focus shifted back to Shi Tian. Another woman suddenly cut in and shyly asked if she could touch his chest to understand the results of his training, while Shi Tian looked down and observed her every move. Without hesitation, he took her hand and placed it directly against his chest, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson at his sudden boldness. Meanwhile, Shi Tian remained expressionless as a sense of familiarity washed over him. reminding him of the many times boys at school would rush up to call him their father. Tian thought to himself that aside from her touch being lighter, there was no real difference, just as the woman frantically ran over to the registration girl. She demanded a 5-year premium membership, and later at the Takua Hot Pot restaurant, the girl stood up excitedly and asked her boss what he wanted to eat. With over 300 members joined in a single morning, she joked they could afford to eat gold, while Tian carefully flipped through the menu. He calmly requested 5 servings of every dish, causing her eyes to bulge as she asked if he intended to regain all his weight by eating so much. Though it pained her to open her wallet, she decided she had to nurture this money tree of hers and agreed to pay despite the high cost. As she paid, Tian silently wished he could return to the past, then lowered his voice to explain that the extra food was meant to be taken home. Later, Tian set a condition, requesting that he be allowed to use the training grounds alone during dinner when there were the fewest people around. He explained he needed to train his body, staring down at his radiating hand and noting that his primary survival issue had finally been resolved. His next goal was to grow stronger by taking the initiative, as there were 2 legendary rumors regarding combat at Tian's high school. First, that Tian was once too massive for anyone to defeat, and second, that the school's true powerhouse was actually the dean, not a student, as a young girl stood nearby panting heavily. She desperately pleaded for forgiveness, explaining she was late because she stayed up late studying, but the dean abruptly cut her off and refused. The girl looked up in shock as he quietly told her to stay still. Then the dean knelt down to personally straighten the hem of her uniform. He adjusted his glasses and told her that her bow was crooked, insisting she look her best before he could allow her to enter the school. He reminded her that while being late was still a violation, she shouldn't stay up all night because his students were his most precious priority. Lin Potion, the 28-year-old disciplinary dean known for his measured words, watched as the girl hurried to class after receiving his forgiveness. The dean then turned to the next student and ordered him to step forward, sternly questioning why he was arriving at 10 o'clock and what had happened to his right hand. But the white-haired boy rudely told him to shut up and let him in. The boy claimed he had simply fallen and gotten hurt, but the dean's lip twitched as he immediately deduced that the injury was actually a burn. The dean glared at him and asked if he had been fighting, noting that it appeared someone had dared to injure one of his beloved students. The legend surrounding Lin Potion began 4 years ago at the school, when he was proctoring a specific semester exam. The entire room was silent as Ming Wang glanced stealthily toward the teacher's desk before looking down at his cheat sheet and writing furiously. At that moment, Potion suddenly slapped Ming Wang on the shoulder and told him in a low voice to stop cheating, without even looking in his direction. He demanded the cheat sheet be handed over, but Ming Wang reacted with arrogance, slamming his hand onto the desk as he stood up abruptly. Ming Wang angrily grabbed Po Tian by the collar and shouted at him for interfering, but the teacher coldly reminded him that as a student, he was forbidden from cheating. The boy was stunned by the man's immense physical strength and found himself unable to break free as Po Tian demanded he hand over the cheat sheet. Ming Wang abruptly declared he was quitting the exam and submitted his paper, but not before threatening Po Tian to watch his back. As the door slammed shut, Po Tian adjusted his glasses and watched him leave, noting that students who cheated so arrogantly usually had a reason for their confidence. He was known as the school's undisputed tyrant, a boy so overbearing that teachers chose to look the other way, for he was the younger brother of the region's most powerful gang leader. Ming Wang clenched his fists in fury, and as soon as school was dismissed, Po Tian walked outside only to find the boy waiting for him. A thug nearby crushed his cigarette under his boot and approached the teacher, asking if he was indeed the head of the disciplinary department. Po Tian gave a brief response, prompting the thug to grit his teeth and suggest they take a walk together to avoid a bloody scene in front of the school gates. The teacher merely met his gaze with a frigid stare as Lin Po Tian allowed himself to be led away by the group. The situation did not end quietly, as Lin Po Tian was taken hostage and driven away from the school on a motorcycle at 7:45 p.m. By 8:00 p.m., students who witnessed the event had called the police, and by 9:10 p.m., officers raided the notorious gang's frequent gathering spot. The police kicked the doors open and ordered everyone to surrender, but they froze in their tracks before they could even step inside. Inside, Po Tian appeared with blood splattered across his face, standing over dozens of bodies piled on the floor amidst a gruesome scene that left the officers paralyzed with fear. According to the report, there were 23 people in total. 18 suffered broken bones, 3 were critically injured, and only 2 remained unharmed. Amidst the sounds of wailing and agony, the blood-stained teacher sat calmly grading exam papers, his eyes fixed intently on the sheets. He told Ming Wang that he had failed another question and explained the specific formula required to solve it correctly. The student who had vowed revenge hours ago was now trembling violently, stammering his promise to study diligently while the police stood there in stunned silence. Po Tian slowly turned his head and offered a chilling smirk, asking the officers if they had arrived to help after he was forced to defend himself against the group's threats. From that day forward, Lin Po Tian became a legend, and the scene shifts back to the gym where he continues his transformation. Inside, Shi Tian was punching a sandbag with feral intensity, pausing only to catch his breath before unleashing another powerful strike. With a final blow, he sent the bag flying, leaving the silver-haired youth terrified of this man known for his extreme strictness and violent reputation. Lin Po Tian suddenly reached out and gripped the silver-haired boy's shoulder, recalling that he was a student from the 12th grade. The boy's face turned pale with fright, but in his desperation, he suddenly had a realization. Clenching his hands in excitement, he wondered if he could use the teacher's help to deal with his enemy and hesitantly began to speak. He asked the teacher if he remembered a student named Shi Tian from the 11th grade, causing Lin Po Tian to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. Adjusting his glasses, the teacher noted that while he wasn't close to the boy, he remembered him as a rather chubby student. A wicked smile crossed the silver-haired boy's face as he feigned distress, claiming his hand had been burned by a different person who shared the same name but had a completely different physique. He faked tears to make his story more convincing, claiming the individual had tricked him into a handshake and used a hidden object to burn him until he fainted. He acted traumatized and claimed he was unable to do his homework, leading Lin Po Tian to pity him and excuse him from his assignments for the time being. The silver-haired boy was delighted to have escaped punishment and began to run off, but he had only taken a few steps when something stopped him. Lin Potion's voice rang out with a dark expression as he gave a stern order, "Help me find where that brat is." Meanwhile, Shi Tian was elsewhere, panting heavily. Zhang Li watched with satisfaction and declared, "Look, this is your current physical condition. You're perfectly healthy, no back pain or numb legs. Even after throwing hundreds of punches, you aren't out of breath. My fire fate has used its flames to burn away the impurities within your body." Zhang Li then gave a thumbs up and added, "My dear, compared to others your age, your physical health is now top tier." Contrary to that excitement, Shi Tian frowned with worry, thinking to himself that he had taken a week off to prepare for work and had been using all the gym equipment. No matter how he tested himself, he eventually realized the truth. His expression darkened as he thought, "I'm doomed." He reminisced about how he used to blow people away with a single move. Shi Tian grabbed the other's shirt and yelled, "Stop joking. I used to be able to tear this punching bag apart with one hit," before pinning Zhang Li down and pummeling him. "Calm down, my dear brother. You might be weaker, but you've become much more handsome." That afternoon, Potion stood in front of a building. It was a gym called Transform Yourself. He placed his hand on the glass door and gave it a light push while Shi Tian remained unaware inside. "From now on, I can only rely on constant training to get stronger," Shi Tian thought as he struggled to place a weight back onto the rack. Slowly relaxing his palm, he reached for another weight and tried to lift it with one hand using all his strength, yet he couldn't hold it for long. He couldn't even lift the weight to his shoulder. Reaching his limit, Shi Tian felt even more despair, thinking, "I'm too thin, if this were before." He used to be able to jog while carrying weights in both hands. Despite his improved looks, he was now too light. Suddenly, Potion easily lifted the weight, shocking Shi Tian, who stared as the man turned to him with a friendly smile. "Hello there, you seem a bit weak," Potion said while performing a few movements, adding, "You don't look like one of those thugs." Maintaining his innocent smile, he asked, "You're Shi Tian, right?" Shi Tian grew wary, wondering who this man was and how he knew his name. The teacher didn't answer immediately but set the weight down. He suddenly clenched his fist with force and threw a punch without warning, catching Shi Tian off guard. However, Shi Tian managed to block it instantly. Potion's power sent him sliding back several meters. His palm turned bright red and trembled uncontrollably. A second later, his bones and flesh let out a sickening crack as if they were shattering. His opponent calmly withdrew his hand. Potion thought to himself, he blocked it. That move should have broken his nose. His reactions are fast, he's definitely experienced. Sweat poured down Shi Tian's face as he wondered, what kind of power is this, to strike like that in an instant? It feels like my palm was punched right through. His hand was so numb it wouldn't stop shaking, having lost all sensation. Shi Tian shouted, "Who are you and why are you here?" Potion calmly loosened his tie and replied, "Me, I'm the retribution for you injuring others." Realizing the situation, Shi Tian scowled and said, "I see, so you're with that group." His attitude turned serious as he said, "Then I have nothing left to say." Zhang Li suddenly appeared, intending to stop them, shouting, "Hey, wait." He cut his words short and lowered his hand, chanting a spell to channel flames into Shi Tian's hand, saying, "Never mind, let me help you." On the other side, Potion was preparing. Seeing Shi Tian's hand smoking, he lunged forward with a clenched fist. Potion blocked the strike, leading to a direct confrontation as sparks flew. The scene then shifted back 6 years to a children's training center. An aggressive kid sneered at his opponent. "Hey, newcomer, my name is Long Bashan. I'm 13 and the oldest one here, when the coach is busy." "I'll demand the newcomers train with me," he declared loudly. "Do you know why I do it? Because hitting people feels great." "I hit hard and I'll beat you until you're in tears," Bashan yelled at a large figure. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you listening? You the new guy, do you think you're tough just because you're a bit chubby?" Shi Tian, whose body was several times larger than the boy's, simply looked down in silence. "Your name is Shi Tian, right?" As it turned out, that boy couldn't even touch a single hair on him, so the kid went to tattle to his black belt older brother. Unsurprisingly, he was knocked out with a single blow. It was pathetic how weak he was. Back in the present, his body trembled as if it were about to break, yet Po Tian remained uninjured as he casually praised his opponent. "You're persistent," he said, his hands still in an offensive stance. "It's been 10 minutes, hasn't it? You're still standing." Po Tian continued, "I'm starting to admire you," but the other man grumpily told him to shut up. Shi Tian frowned in annoyance, having been chased and beaten by a complete nobody who then had the nerve to praise him. "Are you trying to provoke me?" "But I know how to stay calm. Your first strike was powerful, and though you landed a few punches before and I retaliated, I wasn't fast enough. Afterward, whenever my fist got close, you immediately retreated to dodge." Meanwhile, smoke from Zhang Li's seal began to rise from the palm of his hand. Once ignited, it erupted into a small flame, prompting an angry Shi Tian to remark, "It looks like you've been burned pretty badly, you four-eyed brat." At that moment, several thoughts crossed his mind. It was strange that despite the wind blowing everywhere, he felt a surge of excitement at finally finding a worthy opponent. Shi Tian set his resolve, saying, "Let's see which of us collapses first." He didn't hesitate to accept the challenge, replying, "Then let's find out." Just as he finished speaking, a girl burst through the door and anxiously asked those inside, "Is someone fighting? I heard a noise and ran straight here." Upon seeing Po Tian and Shi Tian, she screamed and covered her mouth in shock. "Discipline Dean, Crazy Lin." He hadn't expected this either. "That uniform, you're a student here, and what did you just call me?" Her voice faltered as she asked. "What are you doing, teacher? Shi Tian is such a handsome classmate." "Why are you hitting Shi too?" Hearing those words, Po Tian felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. "She too, a student." He finally realized the shocking truth. Half an hour later at a family restaurant, the two students sat while the teacher stood. Po Tian bowed his head solemnly and blurted out, "I'm sorry." He apologized to them directly, saying, "It's all my fault for being too trusting. This is on me." The girl grumbled back, "That's right, you need to reflect on your actions." Then Shi Tian spoke up, "Teacher," he asked seriously, "you hit me 26 times, can I hit you back now?" The girl shrieked, not expecting such a question, while Po Tian let out a sigh and nodded in agreement, saying, "Fine." His hands quickly emptied a pepper shaker into the food and stirred it thoroughly before sliding the bowl in front of his opponent. Shi Tian grinned mischievously, "Eat up, I made this special masterpiece just for you. Finish every bite. Never mind, I've lost weight recently, so it's understandable that you didn't recognize me. It was unavoidable, so I forgive you." Po Tian actually began to eat the concoction, causing the girl to cry out in a panic, "Teacher, stop." A strange emotion welled up inside him. Truthfully, this was the first time in his adult life that he had encountered an opponent who was so evenly matched. It was a surreal experience, and he wasn't sure whether to feel happy or angry, but in the moment he was struck, his heart had definitely raced. That night, Shi Tian carried his bag of food and closed his front door, waving Zhang Li away as he said, "Good night. If you dare try to sleep in here with me, I'll beat you up." He could have chosen to sleep in the kitchen, but Zhang Li suddenly grabbed Shi Tian and said with a very serious expression, "Hey, wait. I have something important to tell you." Driven by curiosity, he turned to listen as the events of the afternoon were recounted. Your hands caught fire while you were fighting earlier, didn't they? The last time I felt that was 10,000 years ago, Zhongli stated. From that, I've realized I can recover some of my powers and memories, and I've discovered two things. Holding up one finger, he said, first, I remembered how to restore a human body to its original state. It's difficult to perform, but it's better than nothing. Then he issued a warning. Second, that teacher and his girlfriend. Shi Tian's eyes widened and his jaw dropped in shock as he continued. There's something wrong with both of them. Zhang Li rubbed his temples to recall. That girl possesses something a mortal shouldn't have, and as for that teacher, I still remember his aura from when we were eating. I heard his whispers. At that time, Po Tian had indeed been muttering something very quietly, and he had accidentally noticed that suspicious behavior while standing nearby. Po Tian blamed himself, thinking, Po Tian, you are still so hot-headed and impulsive. You truly do not deserve to be called human. Based on that, Zhang Li concluded that the aura emanating from him was fundamentally inhuman, leaving Shi Tian confused while Zhang Li smirked. With a mysterious air, he asked if Shi Tian was interested, then mentioned a world-shaking secret that made the boy gasp in surprise. Zhang Li recalled his ancient past, stating that before his birth, he was dissatisfied despite being a god who governed the people. He was filled with curiosity about the unknown world until a woman approached him, whispered some advice, and pointed toward the distance. Encouraged by her words, he happily departed on a fire raft to explore the world, a journey that lasted for 3 years. Shi Tian found it hard to believe he spent 3 years away without fear of being betrayed by his villagers, but Zhang Li raised his voice, saying he eventually returned. He claimed to have discovered a secret so shocking it would terrify anyone, though Shi Tian struggled to keep up with his rapid mood swings. Gesturing a sphere, he explained that he traveled north without looking back, only to eventually end up exactly where he started. He revealed the world as a globe, leaving Shi Tian stunned into silence before the boy suddenly turned and ran into the house. Shi Tian quickly grabbed a book from the shelf and threw the geography encyclopedia straight at Zhang Li's face to make his point. Clutching his head in frustration, Zhang Li asked if he wasn't interested, but Shi Tian irritably told him to get lost before heading to bed. Zhang Li then decided to get to the point, continuing his travel story about how he had observed various tribes, flora, and fauna. After testing various herbs, he had formulated 7 medicines, including the plague god ghost nourishment, a feat that made even the insects tremble. He reasoned that as a remnant soul, crafting this medicine might help him recover more of his lost memories or teach him how to use the flame leaf. Shi Tian immediately asked for the recipe so he could write it down, and Zhang Li began to list the necessary components. As Zhang Li listed ginger, garlic, peppercorns, and chili, Shi Tian recorded them skeptically, thinking it sounded more like hot pot seasoning. Zhang Li shifted topics to a girl he saw who carried a compass-like object brimming with a mysterious, burgeoning power, perhaps a family heirloom. He noted it wasn't something an ordinary person should possess, which linked back to the abnormalities he sensed in the teacher, Po Tian. He asserted that Po Tian was definitely not human, much like himself, being only a remnant soul whose reflection appeared blood red. The aura surrounding that man was filled with a certain madness, convincing Zhang Li that he was undoubtedly something other than human. He imagined Po Tian as a monster hiding in the human world, while elsewhere in a crowded apartment, a memorial photo of Po Tian sat before a full incense burner. As the wind rustled the curtains with a harsh sound, someone carefully placed 3 sticks of incense into the burner. Surprisingly, it was Po Tian himself sitting there, confessing to the photo that he had failed by hurting a student today. Though they shared the same face, their temperaments differed. With reddened eyes, he lamented that he couldn't be as good as the man in the photo. His shadow revealed not a human form, but a sturdy stalk of bamboo, proving how difficult it was for him to act human. The next day at school, a silver-haired boy was slammed against a wall, trembling as he begged the teacher for forgiveness. Po Tian calmly dusted off his hands before the confrontation, sternly warning the boy that he dealt heavy blows to those who lied to him. He reminded the boy that he had promised to protect every student, and since the boy was one of them, he would grant him forgiveness. He was slammed against the wall again as the man growled a threat, warning him never to lie to his teacher again. The silver-haired boy was so terrified his face turned pale, stammering his obedience. Only after receiving the promise did Po Tian release his grip and let him retreat. Consider this matter settled. But if you ever dare to do it again, a terrifying smile spread across his face. I will certainly break your nose and your arms. Now get back to class. The school bell rang out after the students' exhausting lessons, and several girls began to chatter excitedly, asking if others were there to see the student Shitian, who had become so handsome after losing weight that he made people faint. That's right, he's here. He's coming out of the classroom now. At that moment, Shitian was about to open the door and enter as he usually did. His movement suddenly halted when he sensed someone nearby, as Po Tian abruptly appeared and confronted him directly. The nearby schoolgirls were confused, wondering who the man in the hallway was. It was the 12th grade supervisor, Lin Po Tian, who was known for being both handsome and strict, and they wondered why he was there. The male students whispered among themselves, noting that while Mr. Lin was known for fighting, he could be considered a legend on the same level as the former Shitian. It seemed the two most legendary fighters in the school's history were finally facing off. He calmly broke the silence by addressing the man as Mr. Lin. Po Tian smiled and mentioned he was about to finish work, so he had come specifically to ask Shitian to take a walk with him. He led Shitian to a lush bamboo grove bathed in sunlight, causing Zhang Li's previous warnings to rush back to his mind. He might be some kind of monster hiding among humans, which was why Shitian maintained a very wary gaze. Po Tian naturally noticed this and asked if he was being guarded, gently explaining that there was no need for such tension, especially compared to when they ate together a few days ago. You weren't this nervous back then, so the information about me must have come from that powerful individual standing behind you, right? Both of them were truly shocked when Po Tian suddenly mentioned Zhang Li, as Zhang Li had not expected the man to be able to sense his presence. Shitian bluntly admitted it was true, and Po Tian's demeanor remained unchanged as he noted that the flames on the boy's hands now made sense, making their conversation much easier. I have absolutely no ill intentions toward you, he said, causing the boy to frown in confusion and ask why, to which Po Tian slowly began telling a story as his answer. This land was a bamboo forest before the school was built, and now only this small patch remains, he explained as he raised his watering can to stop the flow of water. He confessed directly that he was not human and that this was his birthplace, causing Shitian's eyes to widen in complete shock. Po Tian's original form was an old bamboo tree, a mountain spirit that could take human shape after 10,000 years of cultivation. He had spent countless days here in his simple form, finally reaching the point of becoming an immortal when a bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the heavens. That night, he underwent a lightning tribulation that covered the entire forest in smoke and dust, leaving only a small portion of the scorched bamboo grove behind. Po Tian and the other trees were mostly destroyed, and while he was mortally wounded and in his true form, the real Po Tian saved him and took him home. Chapter 26. The school was situated in an open area surrounded by many trees, where Po Tian brought the broken stump to plant it in a vacant spot. Only a small, charred portion of the trunk remained when a janitor working nearby struck up a conversation, asking if he was the newly arrived Mr. Lin. He asked what was being planted among the books and things, and the man cheerfully replied it was a bamboo tree he had salvaged from the fire the day before. With a gentle gaze, he hoped the bamboo would grow strong and survive, and though it hadn't yet gained sentience, it could hear him say they were both the same. Since they had both just arrived, he declared this would be its new home, but as time passed, incidents occurred like a dog casually relieving itself at the base of the tree. Furthermore, some boys would carelessly pluck leaves to flirt with girls, and Po Tian was covered in marks left by rowdy students, which only worsened when a student delivered a powerful kick. The ball soared high into the air and hurtled forward, striking the tree trunk and infuriating him to the point where he vowed to kill them all once he could move again. On that fateful day, someone pressed a cigarette butt against his leaf, which then fell to the ground still smoldering, as Brother Long and his gang stood by with sullen expressions. A young man happened to run past and remarked that it was Brother Long from the 12th grade, asking why he looked so miserable while smoking. He suddenly glared as if he were about to devour the other person. The young man trembled violently, stammering, "W, what are you doing?" His lackey shook his head in disappointment at the scene. He threw an arm around the boy's shoulder and said, "Kid, I don't care what grade you're in if you don't want a beating, shut your mouth. The man in front of you is Brother Long Bao Long. In this year alone, he sent 52 people to the hospital." That threat was accompanied by Brother Long's scowling face as he asked, "Do you want to be number 53? The boy's face turned pale as he stammered incoherently. The other man continued to growl, I'm warning you, we're in a foul mood right now. One touch and we might just explode. The main reason was a new teacher who had recently transferred to the school. It was a simple story. This afternoon, their phones were confiscated after they were caught playing games while hiding in the restroom. Their fun was interrupted when Po Tian walked in and caught them red-handed. That teacher actually dared to inspect the restrooms, and now each of them has to submit a 5,000-word reflection paper. But that wasn't all. Yesterday at noon, Brother Long was caught summoning a lackey from class to buy him lunch, resulting in another 800-word reflection paper. Po Tian even stood by that student to protect him. That teacher insisted the boss apologize to the kid. Hearing this, the young man didn't know how to respond. His lackey growled, "Let me tell you, all of us have been driven in circles. We're extremely irritated right now." He shoved the boy aside to vent his anger. "I suggest you get lost, or would you mind if I beat you up right here?" The youth quickly complied, stammering, "Yes, yes." After a moment of silence, Brother Long finally spoke up. "Hey, all right, let's go to class. Otherwise, we'll get caught again." He grumbled irritably, "I really can't stand this." "Right, this bamboo was planted by that bastard, wasn't it?" His threat made the small bamboo stalk tremble. "Next time, I'll just give it some water then." That day, Po Tian went to check the garden as usual. He muttered to himself, "Oh, why has it grown like this? It's all withered and drooping." Hearing this, the bamboo's long-suppressed resentment flared up. Finally, unable to hold back, it shouted, "Hey, you brat! I'm seriously injured right now and shouldn't even be talking. But to avoid further damaging my cultivation, I have to speak up. Move me somewhere else immediately. Otherwise, your students will scald me to death with boiling water tomorrow." He gasped in shock. What was that sound? You're talking." It continued to yell, "Not only can I talk, but I could be your father too." Its voice rang out with a piercing tone. "Encountering a useless fellow like you is 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Are you insane? If you pick me up, you should plant me in a place surrounded by trees. I'm the only bamboo here. You clearly want me dead. I'm about to be driven bald by the people passing by," the bamboo complained incessantly. "Furthermore, most of the people tormenting me are the students you teach." It informed him of the students' behavior. "I've even been burned by cigarette butts. Some used me to practice martial arts and kicked me. Another mistook me for a bed, and someone else used me as a chair, sleeping until my body was bent out of shape." It scolded him angrily. "Just how many of those brats have you offended? You torment the students, and then they come to torment the tree you planted, me. This is truly a vicious cycle." Po Tian regained his composure slightly. "What? So that's how it is? You were treated like that by them? Wait, what exactly are you?" "I think I saw your mouth just now." The bamboo finally took the chance to introduce itself. "Me. Even though I'm just a wood spirit, a bamboo essence, I was struck by lightning and am currently recovering from my injuries." A wicked smile appeared on it. "Right, how should I put it? I should thank you for saving my life. In a few more days, I'll be able to take human form. When that time comes, why don't I help you out? Besides," it added, "let me tell you there isn't a single good thing in this school. The students have targeted you. I've been silently observing. Everyone is plotting against you. Not a single person is grateful to you. They're all waiting for a chance to take revenge. It's not just the boys, the girls are gossiping too. Even those uninvolved don't understand you. They all criticize you behind your back," the bamboo suggested excitedly, "so take me out of here first, once I've recovered. I will help you kill them one by one. How about it?" Po Tian hurriedly signaled it to stop. "Wait!" He gripped the stalk tightly and shook it. "Don't you dare harm those students!" it screamed in panic. "What are you doing? Let go of me!" Po Tian quickly used a shovel to dig up the roots. "No matter what, I must ensure you leave this place, and then you must take it and flee, as staying here is far too perilous for you. It was the same for you and everyone else." He pensively recounted the rest, explaining how I was forced to live at his home for a memorable period while the bamboo stood in the corner. Meanwhile, Po Tian sat working at his desk when it sullenly asked why he hadn't allowed it to thrash those students. That question made him pause and turn his attention toward it. Po Tian smiled gently, having once been just like them, extreme, gullible, impulsive, and lost. His words held no resentment, noting that a lack of knowledge leads to the wrong path. So he leaned back to share his desire to be the ferryman guiding them through paths that seem wide but eventually narrow. In reality, those paths become narrow, but Po Tian, as a guardian, knew that with perseverance, other paths would eventually be carpeted with flowers. The bamboo was stunned by this wisdom, so he turned to ask its opinion, mentioning that since it was also quite impulsive, perhaps he should treat it as a student. It hurriedly and shyly declined, asking if he was crazy for bringing it up, while Po Tian's voice grew increasingly faint. For about half a year after that, the teacher stayed quietly at his house, cultivating by day and conversing by night as the days passed in profound peace. It reached a point where the teacher forgot something, and as Shi Tian curiously pressed for the meaning, he gritted his teeth in loathing, stating the teacher forgot he was still alive. This was extremely dangerous for a spirit rank entity, especially one injured by lightning and currently in its most vulnerable state. It was also when cultivators lusted after him most. He covered half his face to steady himself, lamenting that the teacher should never have stayed at that house. On a beautiful morning with the sun shining down, the bamboo was placed across from the dining table, which held a plate of delicious watermelon. It pleaded with him, suggesting that if he watered it with watermelon juice, it might experience a sense of taste just like a human. It begged him to save some, and Po Tian smilingly agreed, but then someone began knocking urgently at the door. He set aside the watermelon and went to open the door, only to find Long Ji and two lackeys waiting outside as the leader smirked. He greeted the teacher, startling him, and as the noise drew the bamboo's attention, Po Tian asked what had happened to their eyes. They silently and violently shoved Po Tian into the house. In Chapter 28, the student's eyes were filled with murderous intent as a fist flew, flashing back to moments earlier. Anyone needing the restroom was locked out, while Long Ji and his lackeys occupied it to smoke, with him muttering that he was completely finished. This term, that wretched teacher had caught him in every way and reported him 3 times, making him fear he wouldn't graduate next year. He would be stuck there, and the lackey beside him felt the same, hating that he was now too afraid of being caught to let Zyro Dai take his exams. With thousands of words left to write, the other lackey cursed the teacher for making them so miserable that they only dared to smoke while he was in a meeting. The door was suddenly pushed open without hesitation, causing the 3 inside to jump as a youth in the school uniform appeared with a mysterious smile. Longji studied the unfamiliar face while his lackey shouted, demanding to know who he was, and if he knew the rule that no one enters while they are smoking, but the stranger only smirked, infuriating him further. He yelled that their boss was fuming, and asked if the kid wanted a beating before lunging forward in a fit of rage. The student used a single finger to stop him, a touch as light as a cloud that left the lackey paralyzed and drenched in sweat, his entire arm completely numb and immobile. The stranger calmly remarked that such violence and irritability showed a lack of discipline, then revealed he wasn't actually a student at the school. He claimed his age exceeded all of theirs combined, and that he only wore the uniform to infiltrate the premises more easily. Some of his words were lost, but he identified as a cultivator while grabbing the boy's collar, telling them their fists shouldn't be aimed at him since they already had someone they loathed. Infusing his words with a certain magic, he urged them to nurture that desire for hatred until it grew even larger, and then to go and unleash it. Let's give him a beating as that aura surged into the minds of those 3, which is why Po Tian is currently being assaulted by them. They stomped down hard to pin his arms as one shouted about leaving a boot print on his face, while he still tried to reason with them. The surly brat snapped back and claimed he had wanted to thrash his teacher for ages while squeezing his neck and demanding why he was interfering. They asked why he wanted to change their lifestyle, and as he struggled to say it was for their sake, they punched him with eyes full of hate. They told him to just ignore people like them so everyone could be happy and live in harmony, asking if that would not be better for everyone. Po Tian's reason for wanting to guide them caught in his throat, while the bamboo plant in the corner of the room screamed helplessly for them to stop. Warning that he might die if they continued, a trembling Po Tian tried to advise them that he had seen a much broader and more joyful path. The bamboo plant watched in a panicked daze as his eyes began to flutter shut, still determined to show them the way along with that potted plant. Before he could finish, his arm went limp, and a blinding light suddenly erupted in the room, shattering the windows and hurling the 3 students floorward. A loud crash jolted Po Tian awake from his coma as a familiar voice told him he could rest a bit longer since he was out of danger. The voice added that his students were fine despite being tossed from the 3rd floor, revealing the bamboo plant had taken human form and was sitting nearby. Claiming to have saved his life, the figure startled Po Tian into sitting up to ask who he was, only to find it was the bamboo he raised. With a smile, he expressed a desire to experience the path Po Tian always spoke of now that he had a human body, asking if the teacher would guide him. Chapter 29 concludes the tale here. but Shi Tian frowned in dissatisfaction and asked what he meant by saying there was nothing more to the story. Zhang Li paused with a piece of melon in hand, questioning why there was no grand battle since the villain had only just appeared. Adjusting his glasses, he explained that the villain never actually showed up again after the teacher had clarified the entire situation to him. The teacher continued to protect him as they reached an understanding, though he admitted that their current situation was extremely perilous. He revealed that the students who attacked were being controlled by a cultivator hiding in the school, who was after his physical form. Po Tian blushed and teased that he sounded a bit lecherous, prompting the bamboo spirit to pin him down and tell him to shut his mouth. He explained he could not flee because leaving would result in the students' souls being harvested to refine ghosts, just to force his appearance. When asked what should be done, the bamboo spirit firmly stated that they had to remain inseparable and never stray even a single step from each other. He insisted on staying by his side for protection without drawing any unwanted attention, concluding there was only one way to achieve that. He came up with a brilliant plan to protect him while experiencing the path he mentioned, asking the teacher if he wanted to try educating him. Ultimately, he became the pointer tapping on the blackboard, as the teacher explained that Ziyu meant desiring what one should not have. As Po Tian adjusted his glasses, he noted this was a key exam point while the students in the classroom watched with peculiar expressions. The students whispered about the ruler in his hand, noting it was the same bamboo he had taken from the mountain to plant at school. They recalled how he acted like a nature lover when chasing them away, while the bamboo spirit complained about the pain and told him to be gentle. Po Tian told it to shut up since rulers do not talk, concluding that for 36 years he had served as a teaching tool that effectively monitored everything. He dismissively told him to stop talking as it sounded increasingly foolish, though he suddenly grew furious and pointed out a flaw in the plan. After being used for 36 years and breaking 5 blackboards, his strict vigilance had left absolutely no room for any errors or openings. I guarded him until his retirement, yet the antagonist never even showed his face. Shi Tian mused that this person likely enjoyed being a background character, while Zhang Li stood by with a grimace. The title of this book sounds like one is preparing for a decisive battle on the eve of conflict. It suddenly feels like a total disaster and is quite irritating. A gentle breeze drifted through, carrying a few bamboo leaves along with it. In the end, everything proceeded peacefully, and then afterward. That teacher passed away from an illness several years ago, having lived a rather short life. As it was already late afternoon, the sky had turned a shimmering golden hue. He placed his final hopes in the teacher and gently removed his glasses to continue that legacy here. The real Po Tian had offered him advice from his sickbed. "Brother Zhu, you certainly possess a longer lifespan than I do. I likely cannot accompany you any further, so would you like to experience being a teacher?" He gazed nostalgically at the artifact, and thus the teacher finally entered the profession. In truth, those glasses were left behind by him, allowing the teacher to remain by his side and protect him. He also continued living out that man's life, and after finishing his story, Po Tian put the glasses back on. Having shared all his memories, the teacher remains here even now. One reason was to fulfill the final wish of the deceased, so he submitted a forged resume to the school years ago. However, he had already sat through 36 years of lectures. Consequently, he faced no issues while delivering his lessons, but the conversation soon shifted toward another matter, specifically, the culprit from all those years ago. Even after so much time, my intuition tells me that he is still watching from somewhere. Student Shi Tian, I called you here to disclose everything and to ask a favor regarding the fact that I am not human. Please do not let the other students find out, all right? Shi Tian fell silent for several minutes before suddenly breaking into a bright smile and suggesting they look at it this way. The fact that the dean is a demon or that I gained 5 kilograms this month are both quite surprising, but it is not worth mentioning. I will not tell a soul. A look of pure joy appeared on Po Tian's face, while Shi Tian kept his thoughts to himself. Truthfully, hearing the teacher's tale did not instill even a hint of fear in him. On the contrary, he felt a sense of warmth, as the teacher's experiences were no different from those of a human, filled with both tears and laughter. Thus, anything was possible. The two continued their exchange below, with Shi Tian asking the teacher for help finding medicinal ingredients since he was a plant spirit. As the teacher agreed to look, someone's gaze narrowed from afar. That cultivator from years ago was actually observing them from above, waiting for his chance, yet the following days passed peacefully. After his conversation with the teacher, his life returned to normal. Tian sat in a shop devouring bowl after bowl before heading to the gym, where he charmed the girls. While helping out there, he also drew significant attention from the boys at school. Word is that Father Tian took down another group of thugs recently. Your father truly is like a father to me as well, the young man said while eagerly offering him some water. Father, please have some bitter melon juice, but he immediately turned them down. He had no desire for the juice and instead just wanted to relax and watch some shows. When he entered the classroom, his desk was covered in colorful letters of every shade, which he opened to read in his spare time. He had certainly caught the attention of the girls. As night fell, Tian sat intently at his computer, though he had experienced a strange revelation. During their earlier conversation, Tian had appeared quite surprised. So have you only just begun your journey into cultivation? He nodded in response, prompting the teacher to jot something down and insist on sending him a specific website. Tian furrowed his brows in confusion at the mention of a website, but the teacher handed him the paper, explaining that it contained essentials and he should register when possible. Give me a call once you do. Tian was now typing in the address from the paper and clicked the button to enter that mysterious website. At first glance, Tian could not hide his astonishment as the blue light from the screen reflected in his wide eyes. The page title featured a line of bold text. It was the Media Craft Protection website, and below it was the slogan, long-term coexistence and mutual courage, mutual support, sharing both honor and disgrace. Furthermore, there were various sections like public service, alchemy research, medical treatment, housing insurance, cultivation families, social security, and transportation inquiries. Even the search bar suggested topics, welcoming him to the Chinese Cultivation Network and offering convenient inquiries regarding realm breakthroughs for the public. Tian immediately slammed the table and shouted in disbelief before quickly picking up the phone to ask, "Hello, teacher. How on earth do cultivators of this era actually live?" Tian smiled on the other end of the line and asked if he had opened the website yet, noting there were roughly 1.2 million of them, causing Tian to nearly drop his phone. The voice continued, explaining to Tian that the world's extraordinary individuals included their teacher. From hypnosis and elemental control to poison mastery, spirits, and soul possession, there were about 1.2 million people like them practicing various forms of cultivation. His narrative grew increasingly mysterious, and Tian found himself drawn in until Tian's punchline shattered his imagination. Successors of traditional crafts, Tian added calmly, explaining that these skills were now classified as intangible cultural heritage. He explained that seniors had created a specialized website to prevent these arts from going extinct, and it was even rumored that the government was involved. Tian shouted in disbelief, questioning the idea of extinction, so Tian pointed out that most cultivators couldn't dodge a sniper's bullet traveling at 1,000 meters per second. A single shot from a mortal's gun could take down rogue practitioners who used their powers for crime, and many were executed every year. Furthermore, anyone violating regulations would be reported, and even their teacher had been criticized for his teaching methods several times over the years. In this modern environment, many found that traditional cultivation was an exhausting waste of energy with no real benefits. Wang Shi spent 20 years meticulously refining goo poison, only for it to end poorly when his wife scolded him for neglecting their livelihood. The story had a harsh ending, as he only grew poorer while his neighbor left everything behind to work in the city. Before long, the neighbor had bought a large house, and eventually no one wanted to learn the old ways anymore. Even Tian had to admit that cultivation was impractical in this era. Tian continued rambling, suggesting he just look for information since there was no harm in it, and promised that someone would eventually lead him to meet other Taoist friends. He mentioned annual events organized by the Bureau of Culture to foster bonds, including trips, gatherings, matchmaking, and heart-to-heart sessions. As he listened to the talk of preaching and socializing, Tian's expression darkened at how unrealistic it all sounded, until Tian suddenly remembered something else. He mentioned that they could receive monthly supplies like cooking oil and rice, which immediately caught Tian's attention as he eagerly asked how much he could get. Under his teacher's guidance, he created a profile as a transmigrator with awakened abilities and reached a section asking him to describe his powers. The form asked him to name a literary work that best matched his current state, so he noted in the appendix that his hands emitted heat every day. He added that he was accompanied by a vengeful spirit calling himself the god of fire, who had just woken up after thousands of years, before asking Zhang Li about web novels. He asked about a story involving a punk with a ring containing an old man, needing the name for his form so he could finally claim the free food. Several days passed after he submitted the form without any response, but a major event soon occurred in another area of his life. Shitian arrived at school looking more radiant than usual and sat down, only for his hand to brush against something hidden inside his desk. When he opened the box, the object inside was so dazzling that he cried out in shock, realizing it was an incredibly valuable silver ring. Shitian stood up abruptly, wondering who could have sent it, as receiving daily letters was one thing, but an expensive gift was entirely different. It was a lavish gesture from someone clearly wealthy, leaving the rest of the class looking on with expressions of utter confusion. The silver ring was even intricately engraved with English text, and the very next day, Shitian discovered yet another new item. On the third day, he received a massive heart-shaped box of chocolates, followed by 3 trillion on the fourth, and a luxury brand gift on the fifth that left his desk overflowing. Sweat poured down his face at the sheer extravagance of it all as he wondered if some government agent was behind this chaotic mess. It seemed as though the mysterious benefactor was testing his preferences, but since they hadn't signed their name, he had no way to return the gifts. This person wanted to serve the people while remaining anonymous, so that day, he brought home a box of love letters and emptied them out, prompting Zhang Li to ask what he was doing. He rummaged through them and replied that he was searching every single letter, all of which were filled with sweet words like, "Dear Tian, when you read this letter, you already owe me a hug. If you don't throw it away, you will owe me a kiss, and if you keep it, you'll owe me a date." Shitian seriously concluded that these were all the love letters he had received since slimming down, and he had kept every single one of them. Since everyone had been so sincere, he couldn't just throw them away after reading, so he decided to categorize the motives behind these letters into 3 types. He pointed out the key points. Some wanted weight loss tips, some wanted to date him, and others simply lusted after his body. The last group was especially passionate, acting as if they could reach out from the paper to touch his face, which was so beyond Zhang Li's imagination that he nearly threw the box away in frustration. Regardless of the type, he had read them all 3 times but couldn't find the one who kept sending such precious gifts, making him wonder if there was a secret Santa. Zhang Li played along, saying he was getting jealous too, which earned him a stinging slap to the face from Shitian. Nursing his cheek, Zhang Li suggested the person stayed anonymous to avoid having the gifts returned, leaving Shitian to realize that while the items brought joy, they also felt like a burden. It was like fans supporting an idol, so he leaned back in his chair, exhausted, and loudly declared that he couldn't take it anymore. "I have my own principles. I don't need these things, so keep them in their original packaging because I'll return them sooner or later." His face was still flushed with frustration, but in the midst of his inner turmoil, his stomach let out a loud growl. He lunged at the pile of gifts like a starving tiger, and before Zhang Li could even utter a warning, Shitian completely ignored him. "I'm hungry, and I remember there was chocolate in here, so I'll just have 1 piece." As he took a nap, the sunlight streamed through the door. A few days later, things became even more complicated when his phone on the bed began vibrating incessantly from an unknown caller. Half awake, Shitian reached for it and asked tiredly who was calling so early, to which the person on the other end boldly asked if he was Mr. Shitian. They cheerfully announced that they were from the customer service department of the Media Talent Protection website. "We have received your application and will visit the address you provided this week to conduct an inspection. But before that, please join the local WeChat group for your city." Shitian snapped awake and checked his phone immediately. A QR code had already been sent to his phone as a special notification, and he furrowed his brows, thinking how surprisingly modern this all was. His phone displayed a QR code for the Shanghai Exchange Group number 7, and following the instructions, Shitian decided to join. Upon entering, he was startled by a flood of notifications as people competed to advertise perfect, sweet, and juicy oranges in the Shanghai Exchange Group number 7. For just 58 yuan, one could buy fresh, vitamin C-rich oranges straight from the orchard, alongside white lace dresses originally priced at 69 yuan. Now on sale for 39 yuan, the dress came with a free high-quality lace belt, featuring a soft, comfortable 3D tailored fit. It promised to accentuate one's curves for any occasion with free shipping, while other ads offered ways to make money quickly while lying down. Tian was speechless with shock as the chat suddenly exploded, and just as he regained his composure, his phone vibrated with a red envelope and a message wishing the fellow Taoist success and prosperity. The chat members responded enthusiastically, thanking the generous President Zhao, also known as Ancestor Zhao, who laughed and said it was a new day in a dog-eat-dog world. "Let us strive together and toast to our friendship." Others quickly flattered him, sharing experiences they had gained from Ancestor Zhao, the role model of the cultivation world. A folder titled Precious Manuals was then uploaded by that mysterious character. Tian felt a spark of curiosity toward President Zhao's celestial manual, but the first thing he noticed was a bold title: How to Make Money on WeChat. He didn't even need to scroll through the table of contents before slamming his phone onto the ground, his teeth clenched in a fit of sudden rage. Despite his anger, Tian politely messaged, "Impressive, but I'm leaving the group," just as President Zhao noticed the new arrival. Notifications continued to flood in as the mysterious President Zhao reached out, having found him through the Shanghai Supernatural Group number 7. "Hello, newcomer, are we in the same city? I'm in SH. Do you want to make money? I've already earned over 10,000 this month. I'll give you a 3% cut." Tian's face soured at the blatant advertisement, and he was about to snap back when he realized, "Wait, isn't this a cultivation group?" The mysterious figure nonchalantly confirmed it, and before Tian could even finish typing his next question, an explanation arrived. "But cultivators are so poor they can barely survive, so they've all started working for a living." Tian inwardly suspected something was very wrong. His tone softened as he asked, "So are you some kind of great ancestor?" The person replied cheerfully, "What ancestor?" "I'm just a commoner. I only have that title because I'm rich." "Listen, newcomer, the wealthier you are, the more respect you command. That's the unwritten law of the cultivation world." On the verge of losing his temper, he decided to leave the group and the cultivation world entirely, but President Zhao quickly asked what his profession was. "Stop trying to lure me in. I'm not changing careers. I'm an 11th grade student at SH High School." President Zhao's reaction to this was immediate and intense. The messages were filled with shock. "Are we classmates? Believe me, there's a student in my class named Tian. Do you know him?" President Zhao claimed to be the support leader of the Heavenly Temple, leaving Tian so stunned that his limbs went weak. The person continued to boast, "It's true, I've been watching Tian and even taking candid photos of him. Let me send you one." Tian stood there speechless as President Zhao proudly added that he had even been sending gifts to the boy recently. "I've been doing it for a week because I like him so much. Do you think we could be friends?" Tian trembled, his body frozen in shock. President Zhao shared a concern. "Lately, Tian has lost weight and isn't as cute anymore. I really hope he puts on some weight." The person who had been terrifying Tian was typing excitedly. It was Zhao Daxing, sitting on a bed surrounded by photos of him. She smiled happily and asked which class he was in, as the focus shifted toward her and the different things people find attractive. If not wealth, then perhaps beauty. But as Zhao Daxing shyly confessed her feelings, it became clear she had a preference for the stout. Thinking of Tian, she bashfully told herself she had found someone to love, a small secret hidden deep within her heart. Her story began as an ordinary young girl named Zhao Daxing, who once received a glaring 0 on her mathematics exam. Beside her lay thick test prep books, and as she wrote fervently, her father entered with a cane, shouting for her to stop. "Dad," she cried out, and he boomed back her name as she resentfully asked if he was finally going to punish her for her poor grades. Her father made a threatening gesture but replied, "How could I? You haven't managed to pass a single subject since you were little. Besides, I never passed anything either. Just give up, for being a failure is the natural talent of our bloodline," he advised as he sat down. "You simply aren't built for studying. Even the word success on your headband is misspelled," he noted, causing her to freeze before she hurriedly removed it. With a mysterious smile, her father told her that academics wasn't the only path and that he would finally reveal the family secret. The cane he carried was actually a hidden compartment, from which he pulled an ancient book titled The 15-Character Mystery of Yin-Yang Feng Shui. The staff transformed into a fluttering banner as his aura surged, and her father firmly stated that this book was a manuscript passed down from the Western Zhou period, claiming that once mastered, she could perform divinations at any time with incredible accuracy. This banner was striking and powerful, and he told her that if she memorized the contents of the book, she could set up a divination stall across the street. He proudly declared this was the trade their ancestors left behind, boasting that as Zhao de Ban Kian, he had read the fates of powerful figures and muttering that even without good grades, she could still get rich through her own efforts. He warned her not to predict lottery numbers or violate the laws of nature to avoid retribution, while Duxing stood to the side weeping, simply wishing to pass her exams. Her face fell as hope seemed lost, but a moment later, a realization struck her that if her only goal was to pass, then this might actually work. Deciding it was a viable path, Duxing asked her father to teach her divination, surprising him since he expected it would take much longer to convince her. On the day of the periodic exam, several coins fell onto Duxing's desk as she began chanting to analyze fate, life cycles, and the rise and fall of fortunes. She continued the ritual to observe life and death, the nature of spirits, the positions of the hexagram lines, liberation from constraints, and signs of sorrow. After considering external perceptions, the coins clattered repeatedly before settling, and she opened one eye to find that after 3 tosses, the blank sides indicated a yang result. Duxing focused on the question and decided on option C, later shocking the entire class by using tarot cards for other answers. The cards spun in her hands like a magical display as she concentrated and called out Kia, pleading for the tarot to reveal the answers. At that moment, Duxing snapped her eyes wide open and drew a card from the shuffled deck, holding the reversed sun card firmly between 2 fingers. Impressed with herself, Duxing quickly filled in the answer as X just as the teacher at the front announced there were only 15 minutes remaining. He told the students to review their work while the blackboard clearly displayed final exams, yet the rest of the class remained captivated by her actions. Duxing held her pen and wrote with exquisite strokes, using both hands to channel her focus and emotions into the instrument. A magic circle was soon completed, and for the final step, she pushed the pen into the center where it rolled toward her guide for deciphering the signs, making Duxing think excitedly that she had the answer. The exam paper no longer intimidated her because it felt far too easy, and she convinced herself this wasn't even cheating since she was relying on her own unique skills. A bright smile finally appeared on her face in the exam room as she finished, and after all her hard work, Duxing obtained her red certificate. She received her diploma from Nanhee City Middle School with scores of exactly 60, allowing her to graduate and enroll in the same school as Shi Tian with her mediocre grades. Inside the Grade 2 faculty office, a weary teacher sat at a desk holding several papers when Po Tian suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. He asked why the teacher looked so troubled, causing the man to jump in surprise before hesitantly sharing his concerns with Supervisor Po Tian. The teacher explained that a new student was bothering him and showed the exam papers, noting that while the multiple-choice section was almost entirely correct. However, the student failed nearly every complex question, with errors throughout the language and logic essays, and only the final answers provided for the science and math sections. He sighed and held his face, lamenting that he couldn't understand kids these days, while Po Tian listened and quietly adjusted his glasses. He smiled and remarked on how intriguing and mysterious the student was, his expression shifting into something menacing as Po Tian decided he had to take action. He suggested creating a solution and offered to design this semester's 11th grade literature exam himself, leading to a change in the school's testing regulations. On the final day of exams, 10th and 11th graders were seated together in the lecture hall as the proctor announced that the 11th grade would finish their last 3 subjects, including history and politics. Duxing accepted her exam paper normally, but she immediately noticed something was wrong, causing her world to fall into an awkward silence. The pages were packed with text, and Duxing worriedly wondered why there were only essay questions, realizing that divination would be useless against such a difficult exam. Tears began to flow as she realized that, although she had stabilized her grades this semester through divination, she was now faced with nothing but essay questions. Guessing wasn't an option. She feared she would not only fail but be forced to hand in a blank paper as tears of terror began to roll down her cheeks. Would she be labeled a freak? She recalled the teacher once berating her in front of everyone, asking if her answers were written in invisible ink. Her classmates' whispers filled the air. Her newly improved high school life felt like it was crumbling, yet she tried to steady herself, determined to copy at least something from her notes. Duxing's eyes darted nervously back and forth until the proctor's sharp gaze locked onto her, and under his intense scrutiny, the young girl finally realized the gravity of her situation. She felt utterly doomed, realizing she didn't even know how to cheat properly as her father's warnings about the consequences of straying from the path of righteousness echoed in her mind. She feared retribution was finally coming for her, and as she wept in resignation, she clenched her hands together and prayed for a miracle. She pleaded for anyone to help, willing to pay any price for a savior, while the seconds ticked away and the clock hands continued their relentless march. Suddenly, Shi Tian burst through the door, his massive frame brushing past her as he apologized to the teacher for his tardiness. While Duxing was quietly sobbing, his voice caught her attention, and her eyes widened in shock as Shi Tian appeared to her like a winged angel descending from the heavens. Duxing struggled to find the words to describe that moment when he sat down near her, making the rest of the room seem to fade into the background. His silhouette was as imposing as a mountain, leaving her dazed as she stared at his broad back, and with tears in her eyes, Duxing tentatively reached out her hand. Unable to resist the urge to reach out, her fingertips lightly brushed against Shi Tian's back, and as she pulled away, she felt a sudden surge of courage. Overwhelmed with emotion once she realized he was really there, her eyes shimmered with a sense of security that reminded her of her own father. A warm light seemed to shine upon her soul as she frantically copied her notes, marking a turning point in Duxing's life. From that day on, although her grades weren't perfect, she swore to study diligently and never cheat again. However, something else had changed. That unexpected encounter and the silhouette of the boy who shielded her remained etched in her mind, his broad back a source of lingering happiness. She began to develop feelings for him and started looking into who he was, realizing she finally had a crush, which was the story Duxing had just shared. "So it was a chance encounter between me and Blockhead," she messaged enthusiastically, confessing that her feelings for him had blossomed from that very day. "He was truly like a descending angel, a prince who came to my rescue," she wrote, while Shi Tian's expression became increasingly pained as he read. He vowed to himself that if he were ever late for an exam again, he'd be a dog, but Duxing wasn't done. She had followed him everywhere, even watching him struggle to board the bus. He often led the schools running drills, and in the cafeteria, students would swarm him, jokingly calling him father, while Duxing watched with admiration and texted these thoughts. "No matter where I am at school, I always spot him. His figure stands out from the crowd and constantly draws my gaze." Shi Tian pursed his lips, thinking it was only because he was so large, when she suddenly repeated her earlier question. "By the way, what's your name and which class are you in?" The question made him freeze in awkwardness as sweat poured down his face, and in a moment of desperation, Shi Tian began to type out, "I am that person." His whole body trembled as he struggled with the truth, but he eventually gave up, unable to go through with it, and changed the message he sent to Duxing. "I'm just an ordinary 11th grader, nobody important, but Shi Tian and I are in the same class. We're friends." Her jaw dropped in surprise as she sat up straight, and Shi Tian took the opportunity to urge her, "Listen, why don't you stop sending gifts and just go talk to him in person?" He quickly fabricated an excuse, telling her, "He told me after receiving your gifts that he's always wanted to get to know you better." "It's better to be friends than to keep hiding like this," he insisted. "Just go for it, no matter what happens, don't be afraid. Face it with a smile. The best way to conquer your fear is to confront it head-on. You can do it." Shi Tian felt relieved and put his phone down as Zhang Li asked what was wrong. "For the time being, let's just leave it at that." She had just finished reading his advice and felt enlightened, while Duxing shyly covered her face, thinking the idea was incredibly bold. It seemed the matter was settled, yet Shi Tian still couldn't find a reason to smile, especially since an even larger gift box appeared on his desk a few days after their conversation, followed by a pile of snacks in shimmering packaging the next day. On the third day, he found neatly packed grilled skewers, and by the following week, the gifts had transformed into a table full of nutritious fast food. Shi Tian silently observed the items, realizing that talking had yielded no results, and furthermore, the gifts were gradually being replaced entirely by food. He wasn't happy but ate them anyway, certain that someone was secretly watching him consume it all, though he grumbled that eating such things made it impossible to stay in shape. Shi Tian finished the food with ease until his stomach was completely full, thinking to himself that he had actually eaten it all and wishing the person would just show up, right before the classroom door was pushed open. His classmate rushed in calling for Brother Tian, quickly reporting that there was a 10th grade girl in the hallway whom no one recognized. She had been waiting for a while and said she wanted to see him, which was so unexpected that Shi Tian let out a surprised sound before the two of them finally met. In a scene filled with a romantic atmosphere in Chapter 36, Shi Tian looked at the sight before him in disbelief, wondering if it was truly her. Duxing continued to stammer hesitantly until she finally gathered her courage and asked with a smile if she could take some photos of classmate Shi Tian. Their conversation caused a stir among the crowd, with people whispering that yet another girl had come to ask Brother Tian out. Noting it was the third time this month, Duxing smiled and placed a hand on her chest, announcing to everyone that she had contacted the manager at the gym where Shi Tian worked part-time. We've decided to take photos while you're working out to use for promotional posters, which will also be convenient for me to keep as a memento. Her face was full of anticipation as she realized that by saying this, she could use the opportunity to get to know him better, even questioning her own heart. She wondered if he would agree as an image of Shi Tian training seriously appeared, where he even proudly showed off his 8-pack abs to everyone's delight. Classmate Shi Tian, show us more. The crowd erupted as the camera captured his flexed chest muscles and exaggerated expressions. Shi Tian was quite exhausted and took large gulps of water while being told to show more, then asked in surprise when he saw his friend approach. "Boss, do you know her? What's her story?" She excitedly explained that Zhao Duxing had known her for a long time, even if she was a bit mysterious. "But she's very sweet, and this time she even took the initiative to help me shoot the posters," she added. "That's right, I always carry a compass that she gave me, which has helped me attract good luck during several crucial moments." Shi Tian was a bit bewildered to hear that he was picked up because of that, and since then, the gym's business had flourished thanks to Duxing and that Doryman guy. His expression shifted as if he finally understood something, and he turned to look at Duxing, who was still seriously recording, telling her to delete the bad shots. The scene shifted to the New Century pedestrian street in the center of Dongshan City, where a master had set up a stall advertising naming, palmistry, and his status as a living demigod. The price list beside him clearly stated 5 yuan for love, 8 for health, and 20 for changing one's fate, as the master waited to see if he would have any luck today. Passers-by looked at him and laughed, calling him crazy for telling fortunes in this modern age, yet they still pointed out the stall to one another. Suddenly, a heavy set of footsteps approached, startling the crowd as a woman walked toward the calculating master and asked him a question with a very serious face. "Hey, old man, how much for a love reading?" she asked, and though surprised, the master informed her it was 2.5 yuan. The woman generously pulled out a bill, stating that she chose to believe him even if others did not. She proudly introduced herself as the leader of the Hua Zhai team, the largest square dancing troupe in the area. "I'm here for a love reading. Tell me about my situation with my rival, Li De-yi, the leader of the Yi Zhai team. This year, who could possibly pursue the recently retired Professor Wang?" Though a bit bewildered, the master slowly extended his hand forward. He gripped the woman's hand tightly to read her fortune, startling her. She quickly pulled away and shouted, "Ouch! What are you doing?" As the master tried to explain, he was performing a bone reading. However, the woman grew furious and scolded him. "Be gentle. Are you trying to crush my hand? Wait, what's the result?" Seeing the woman making a scene, the master hurriedly explained that bone reading must be done this way, insisting he was a professional and not some amateur, then shared the results. "Your love life is quite troubled this year. Things aren't looking good," he said, before adding his prediction that she would see something at the entrance of her neighborhood upon returning home. She would witness her rival kissing that professor. As soon as the master finished speaking, the woman kicked him and turned to walk away. He clutched his body in pain and slowly sat up, groaning. Thinking about what happened made him furious. While the master was still bewildered, Zui Jing slowly approached him. "No, she isn't strange. She's just a mere mortal who doesn't understand," he said, appearing suddenly before the master. This left the master deeply confused. "Who are you? Are you here for a fortune reading too?" Zui Jing simply smiled gently and replied, "Not just that. I hope to form an alliance with you, master. These mortals fail to recognize greatness, and seeing you reduced to this state is truly heartbreaking." With a somewhat wicked expression, he continued, "That woman understands nothing, but I know you are a true master. You are considered one of the top-ranked divination cultivators." Meanwhile, the master's words had left the woman feeling incredibly enraged. However, the scene before her eyes made her freeze instantly. The prediction was perfectly accurate. Professor Wang looked flustered, while Li Daxi blushed and confessed his feelings, leading the two to share a sweet kiss right in front of her. Back with Zui Jing, he smiled and praised the master. "You are a high-level ancestor who has been living in seclusion for a long time, aren't you?" The master gave a smug smile and slowly peeled off his fake beard. I never expected this. I hid so well and for so long, yet I was finally discovered. I've still been recognized. He laughed loudly while packing his things, feeling that he could no longer stay in this place. The master quickly loaded everything into his familiar truck, and while Zui Jing wasn't paying attention, hopped in and sped away. Realizing things were going wrong, Zui Jing hurriedly chased after him, his face filled with desperation as he ran behind the truck. What are you doing? Stop running, master! Zui Jing cried out, but the master ignored him and continued to drive straight ahead. Stop talking nonsense. As long as I'm fast enough, you'll never catch me. I bet you've never seen the true speed of this vehicle before. I won't let myself fall into your hands this time. The master's actions infuriated Zui Jing. Unable to take it anymore, Zui Jing used his strength to lift the truck into the air with one hand, shouting for him to stop. Panicked, the master yelled, "Damn it! My divination this morning didn't predict any accidents." To which Zui Jing replied, "I already told you." "I'm here for an alliance, master." With an annoyed expression, he added, "First of all, I'm not a city official. Secondly, I'm not from the Traditional Arts Protection Association. You can relax, because even I am currently a wanted man." Upon hearing this, the master's eyes lit up. "Really?" Zui Jing nodded firmly and said, "It's true, just look at my sincere eyes." Sometime later, the two of them were enjoying a meal at a restaurant. After hearing the story, the master nodded in agreement. "You're right about that," he said before burying his face in the food on the table. With a determined look, the master declared, "I truly was once the leader of our circle." Still feeling hungry, he quickly gulped down a large bowl of soup. His actions left Zui Jing completely stunned. "Master, that's 6 bowls already. How on earth did you end up in this state?" The master laughed and used a toothpick as he explained, "That's an old story. Even the wise make mistakes. I simply miscalculated a divination." He recounted that day sitting at the computer when he accidentally found an Australian online casino, offering licensed gambling services to players. The scene on the screen shifted, freezing the master in place as he tried to use divination to avoid risks, only to fall into despair over what happened. He lost continuously for the next month. No matter how he calculated, he couldn't win and ended up betting his entire pension. Once he reached the point of no return, he picked up his chopsticks to eat while explaining that he had become destitute, a story that serves as a warning. It truly is impossible to use divination for financial matters. Hearing this, the bamboo rat spirit thought silently that it wasn't like that at all. Remembering something, the master looked at him and asked why he believed in him, urging the young man to tell his own story. He slowly began his tale, admitting that his situation was complicated because he wasn't human, but a spirit who had cultivated into a demon. After speaking, the bamboo rat spirit transformed right before the master, returning to his original form as a simple bamboo rat. The master was stunned and asked if he wasn't afraid of being seen, but the spirit laughed and reassured him. "It is fine since I have cast an illusion spell." Just then, 2 thugs walked in from outside and shouted, "Boss, give us a plate of stir-fried bamboo rat with tomatoes." The owner nodded, making the spirit even more smug since they couldn't see him. He coughed a few times and got back on track, explaining that his current life was quite miserable because he ate bamboo. There was a mountain nearby with a massive, nutrient-rich bamboo tree that he had saved to eat for his 1000th birthday, but things turned strange. And one day, that tree suddenly gained sentience, snatching the meal from his mouth and even surviving a lightning tribulation. All the bamboo on the mountain burned down. The spirit looked at the silent master and added that he realized he couldn't defeat the tree. He explained how he posed as a student to watch the bamboo for 40 years without showing any weakness. He watched Po Tian go from an ordinary teacher to the dean, even seeing him make many friends. Angrily, he asked if it was wrong for a bamboo rat to want to eat bamboo, claiming he was the one in the right. The master tried to calm him down, telling him he understood but to stop hitting the table and drooling. The bamboo rat spirit lowered his head and stated his wish, noting that the Cultivation website said the master would help with anything for money. "I have seen it all. As long as I pay, you will help, right?" He pointed at himself, saying he would pay thousands for a meal. After a brief thought, the master named a price of 60,000, causing the spirit's attitude to shift instantly. "Why don't you just rob me?" The spirit was furious at the cost, complaining it was far too expensive since he had no time to earn money while stalking the bamboo. He recalled using weapons to intimidate weak students, only managing to save a little money through such schemes. Every single day, rain or shine, he threatened students on their way home, earning a steady 5 yuan a year as he grew up. He wept bitterly, saying he never slacked off or took a day of rest. After 40 years, he had only saved 60,000, accusing the master of robbery. But the master slammed the table and told him to stop talking nonsense, as everyone in the cultivation world was poor. There is nothing to discuss. Think carefully about whether food or a mate is more important. The spirit slammed the table, declaring he was a female rat. After a moment, he made a decision, cursing that he had no choice but to clarify the details of the task. He drew various images on paper, explaining that the bamboo tree had befriended a youth with heat-radiating hands who was being targeted by a female cultivator's divination. At this point, there are 3 cultivators in this school who might form a team, and based on his observations, he immediately handed this paper to the master. The master slowly unfolded the paper to examine it, and while he was still deep in thought, the bamboo rat spirit spoke up earnestly and loudly. "I hope you can stall those 2 students so I can be alone with that bamboo. I must eat him roasted with meat," he said, and when the master asked if he was sure, he nodded with certainty. "Yes, you'll find it interesting because of that girl from the Zhao family who is skilled in divination," the bamboo rat spirit said, having likely researched this information very thoroughly. "She is the rival you despise, the famous child of the Zhao divination clan, so won't you give me a discount now?" he asked, leaving the master utterly astonished. Oh, the master's lips curled into an expectant smile. How interesting that it's the Zhao family. Truly, karma exists. And without further thought, he quickly signaled with his hand. Seeing the signal, the bamboo rat spirit was somewhat surprised to see it was 20%. But the master's expression remained dead serious as he made his declaration. "No, it's because the information you provided pleased me, so I'll give you an 80 yuan discount," the master said, making the spirit snap since the meal didn't even cost 80. Meanwhile, at another location, things were looking up as the work was finally completed after several hours of effort. Shitian quickly waved goodbye to everyone, but as he was leaving, Duxing suddenly called out to him with a shy voice. "Let's go back together. If it's on your way, can we walk together?" she asked, and hearing Duxing's request left Shitian feeling a bit awkward. She stood there bashfully, and after summoning all her courage, Duxing shouted to tell Shitian everything. "Actually, this isn't the first time I've met you. My name is Zhao Duxing, and I first saw you during the final exams back when you were still quite heavy." Her face flushed slightly as she confessed that her heart had skipped a beat back then, and hearing this for the first time, Shitian turned around in confusion. Duxing stood before him, blushing as she explained that even though he was thin now, she could never forget him and that she had feelings for him. Her voice trembled violently as she tried to finish her confession, but Shitian's eyes suddenly widened as he realized something was wrong. He quickly turned and grabbed her shoulders to protect her, telling her they would talk later as his expression became extremely serious. "The atmosphere around here has been suspiciously quiet for a while now," Shitian noted, realizing that they were standing in what should be a bustling city. "But looking around, not a single pedestrian has been seen for several minutes," he said as he and Duxing stared toward the master standing in the distance. "Except for that person over there who keeps staring at us," he added, just as the scene shifted back to the school. The bamboo rat spirit appeared before Po Tian with great smugness, and suddenly shouted angrily about stir-frying bamboo with meat. He had become quite strange, incessantly muttering about pickling, steaming, and smoking bamboo while cursing under his breath. "For so many days and nights, I've been buying bamboo at the supermarket on sale just to practice these dishes," he cried, while Po Tian still didn't understand his talk of 30 years. 30 years east, 30 years west, do not bully the poor. I stand before you today to seek my revenge, and I will definitely cook you up." Unfortunately, 2 female students saw the bamboo rat spirit and were so panicked that they dropped their bags and screamed, making him feel quite anxious. "I'm doomed. I clearly chose a time when there were the fewest people, yet I was still discovered," the bamboo rat spirit thought as he contemplated his escape. Suddenly, a girl rushed toward him, and the 2 students began hugging and petting the bamboo rat spirit, exclaiming how cute and fluffy he was. Hearing their comments, he gave them a serious reminder. "Hey, don't touch me. You all need to be serious and stop ruining the atmosphere." Po Tian stood there, completely bewildered by the scene unfolding before his eyes. His expression shifted into deep, puzzled contemplation as he wondered what was wrong with children these days. After a brief moment, Po Tian adjusted his glasses and made an announcement. "Listen closely. Even if your goal is to attract the female student's attention, wearing a teddy bear costume to school is strictly forbidden. Follow me to the office. And take that suit off immediately. Hearing those words, Zhu Shu became incredibly irritated, thinking to himself that it certainly wasn't a teddy bear costume. He turned his head back toward the two schoolgirls, telling them not to look so disappointed. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a different location. Elsewhere, a smug smile spread across the Grandmaster's face as he slowly approached Shitian for a confrontation. Seeing Shitian's towering stature made him feel slightly uneasy, while Shitian grew impatient and demanded answers. "You've been tailing us for quite a while, haven't you? What do you want?" Shitian's intimidating presence struck fear into the Grandmaster, who cursed inwardly, sensing he might be outmatched. Summoning his courage, he quickly spread his arms and shouted, "Wait! You two esteemed masters possess such heroic and majestic auras. I truly admire you both. Therefore, I have a request to make." The Grandmaster sheepishly approached Shitian and explained that he had been commissioned by someone. His task was to delay the two of them for about an hour, and he apologized for interrupting their romantic time. Shitian was left utterly confused by the statement. He continued, bowing before them and pleading. He explained that the commission fee was 60,000 yuan, and he was willing to give 59,000 of it to them. "I'll only keep 1,000 as a finder's fee. Why don't you two spend 2 hours at the mall? Use the money to buy clothes, and I'll even carry your bags for you." The Grandmaster then brandished a stack of cash, declaring that peace was the most valuable thing and that all the money belonged to them. Shitian and Duxing were baffled by the strange old man's words. He even suggested they could find a place to play a 2-hour Yasuo 1v1, promising to reveal his employer afterward. "Once the time is up, you can go and deal with him yourselves." Time passed, and back in the school hallway, Po Tian walked forward with a calm demeanor. Zhu Shu followed closely behind, determined not to lose him. Suddenly, he remembered something, and his face was instantly filled with shock and confusion. He realized the man had left his back completely exposed while no one else was around. He slowly reached out with his large, chubby hands. Sensing an opening, he unleashed his frenzied scratching technique. Zhu Shu tore through the surrounding stone and earth, throwing everything into a state of total chaos. After a while, the thick clouds of dust finally began to dissipate. Zhu Shu was stunned to find the space empty, only for Po Tian to suddenly appear right beside him. He looked down at him coldly and remarked, "As I suspected, you've been plotting this for a long time. I was prepared for you, the one lurking in the shadows." "You were planning to harm me, weren't you?" Seeing Po Tian completely unscathed, Zhu Shu grew furious and spat out, "You certainly are quick to hide. Indeed, not only will I capture you, but I'll also crush every plant you've grown. I spent 500 years painstakingly fertilizing you, yet you run away just as the meal is served." Without another word, he lunged straight at Po Tian to attack, screaming for him to die. Po Tian's expression finally began to lose its composure. "I don't understand what you're saying, but this works out. There's no one else in the hallway right now." He immediately launched a palm strike to counter Zhu Shu. It was the perfect chance to deal with him. Chapter 40. While Duxing remained confused, Shitian spoke coldly. "I refuse. Why are you trying to stop me? You'd better tell me your true intentions right now." He was slightly surprised to see the Grandmaster flash a bizarre smile. The old man curled his lips into a terrifying grin and sighed. "Well, I suppose there's no other way." "Then you've chosen the hard way over the easy one." Feeling disrespected by Shitian, the Grandmaster lost his temper and shouted, "Don't look down on me. I enrolled in martial arts classes after I retired. I still remember every move I learned at that university." He recalled his days of grueling training, where he performed 50 push-ups every single day. On his most dedicated days, he would push himself through 30 sit-ups and a 5-kilometer run. He had even trained until he could climb 6 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat or gasping for air. The Grandmaster added a final warning. "I'd rather not get physical, as I fear that once I do, this comedy will turn into a gruesome tale of bloodshed." He prepares to strip off his shirt and reveal his physique. "Young man, do not be so arrogant." Shitian and Duxing wait to see what happens next. "Looking at me, you likely assume I am merely an elderly man." The master swiftly discards his tattered garments. "In truth, I am." His ripped, muscular 8-pack physique suddenly manifests before their eyes. That is quite a robust physique. Witnessing this sight, Shitian is utterly stunned, and even Zhang Li, standing nearby, finds it hard to believe. His eyes are visibly filled with confusion. This sight brings back such memories. Seeing Zhang Li's perverted expression leaves Duxing feeling somewhat startled. Who exactly are you? He chuckles while glancing at Duxing, his karmic burden from a previous life. Meanwhile, the master continues to display to the three of them his magnificent musculature. Fearing they might not believe him, he repeatedly strikes the air. The master demonstrates his level of power by shattering the stone wall before him. After concluding his performance, the master does not forget to snap his fingers as a signal. Witnessing this series of bizarre actions leaves Shitian feeling somewhat bewildered. How did this man suddenly become such a powerhouse? Zhongli, standing beside him, explains it is due to his training. Hearing this, he turns back irritably and retorts, "Training my foot. His muscles are now thicker than a utility pole." Zhongli remains firm in his stance. No, it truly is training, but he has specifically trained his muscular capacity. Zhang Li's expression turns serious as he explains the details of how spiritual energy is concentrated into the muscles. This allows one to achieve their desired physique in a short amount of time. This method existed back in my era as one of the cultivation techniques used by practitioners. However, when mastered to its limit, it is known as the Dharma idol golden body. The master approaches the two with his muscular frame, warning them, "You two, stop resisting." His face has become truly terrifying as he continues to intimidate them. "I never intended to harm you both. I only wish to detain you for a few hours. However, if you continue to struggle, I will be unable to control my strength and might accidentally break your bones, which would be quite unfortunate." Having finished speaking, he does not hesitate to charge directly at them. "I still wish to have a private conversation with the two of you," he says, focusing on the youngsters. The master's hand slowly reaches forward. Overwhelmed by fear, Duxing tightly shuts her eyes, not daring to confront him. Seeing the situation turn dire, Shitian rushes forward to intervene. Simultaneously, a plume of smoke begins to drift out, and the master senses that something is amiss. He clutches his hand in agony and screams, "It's too hot. What kind of hellish temperature is this?" Shitian quickly turns to warn Duxing. "Hey, Duxing, get back. I might not be able to hold him off." She does not seem to fully grasp the situation and repeatedly calls out, "Wait, Shitian. Do not let yourself be distracted because of me. Be careful." Just as Duxing finishes her sentence, the master punches Shitian, sending him reeling backward. With a look of extreme irritation, the man begins to lecture him. "Young man, your strike was far too excessive. You should respect your elders, do you understand?" Recalling the previous moment, Shitian looks at the injury on his hand in shock, realizing he had been sent flying. He realizes the situation is becoming problematic. This is bad. He seems even more skilled in combat than Teacher Lin was. "Flame Spitter, do you have a plan?" While he is still deep in thought, Zhang Li quickly steps forward and speaks. "It will not be easy, as the opponent has used spiritual energy to manifest the Dharma idol golden body. In that case, we shall simply do the same." Hearing this, Shitian remains confused. Zhang Li reaches out and declares, "Listen well. Achieving the Dharma idol golden body is actually quite simple when spiritual energy floods your entire body. You must visualize the most powerful physique you desire. Since you have not yet begun your cultivation, you currently lack spiritual energy. However, I still have a small amount that I can lend you." Zhang Li seems to place great hope in Shitian, believing he can succeed. The master, with his muscular 8-pack physique, slowly charges forward. "Boy, just you wait. This time I will make sure to break both of your arms first." Shitian's eyes widen as he asks himself, "What is the most powerful form I wish to become?" Suddenly, a thick, dense smoke begins to fill the area. This leaves the master bewildered as a pair of massive hands easily intercept his punch. Shitian has returned to his colossal, stout form, causing the man to freeze in shock, while Duxing watches with her mouth agape. Suddenly, the master falters, his face etched with pure astonishment. He attempts to pull away, but his fist is held firmly in Shitian's grasp. Within his heart, a sense of dread begins to rise. "My fist! It has actually been restrained," he thinks, his mind filled with growing confusion. The grandmaster was tossed aside by Shitian, and his small frame began to tremble uncontrollably on the ground. He screamed in confusion while his weak body struggled to crawl up, wondering what kind of strength and physique he was facing. Zhang Li smirked at his pathetic state, noting that this was merely the normal appearance the boy used to possess. He briefly showed a worried face and asked how he felt, while a wave of hot steam emanated from Shitian's mouth. He lowered his head and replied that he felt excellent, then looked up with cold eyes flashing a terrifying light. Shitian stared at the grandmaster and said that his youth and body had returned. Then he grabbed the man's leg and spun his muscular frame around repeatedly. After a few spins, he mercilessly hurled the grandmaster into the sky, leaving Duxing wide-eyed with her cheeks flushing slightly. She slowly closed her eyes as tears of emotion rolled down her cheeks, grateful to have finally met him again. Imagining Shi Tian's massive physique, she felt a flutter of security from his broad silhouette while lost in her daydream. Zhang Li interrupted her thoughts, saying he was glad to see her looking well, but their current appearance couldn't last. Shi Tian glared at him, as Zhang Li shouted that his flames were frantically consuming his spiritual energy. Being a remnant soul acting as a substitute for fat burning, he couldn't endure the torment, so he seriously held up 3 fingers in warning. He warned that he could only last 3 minutes, to which Shi Tian simply acknowledged while the bruised grandmaster lay on the ground. He struggled to speak, wondering how the strength gap could be so vast, lamenting that the man before him was like an immovable mountain. He scrambled up, telling himself that such a terrifying golden body surely couldn't be maintained for long. He planned to stall for time, then his gaze shifted to the small Duxing, thinking that the massive boy wouldn't be fast. Believing he was faster, he lunged forward to seize the daughter of the Zhao family and break through. He failed to notice Shi Tian's dark expression as the latter smirked and criticized him, noting they only had a few minutes left. As the grandmaster charged, Shi Tian quickly turned around just as the man's hand almost reached Duxing's face. A powerful force suddenly halted him as Shi Tian dragged him back, making the terrified grandmaster realize he had miscalculated. He realized speed was unnecessary as he was lifted high, struggling in vain against the man who only needed to turn to catch him. The grandmaster screamed in pain about his herniated disc, while Shi Tian looked up at him with a gaze of pure disgust. Shi Tian told him to stop whining since he'd controlled his strength, while Zhang Li sighed in relief that they finished in time. Under the blazing sun, Shi Tian held the grandmaster high, rendering all resistance futile and thoroughly securing the victory. Chapter 42. After being miserably defeated, the grandmaster was tied to a pillar and wept continuously in his disheveled state. Shi Tian calmly dusted his hands and looked at him coldly, while all 3 of them stared at the grandmaster mockingly. Hearing Zhang Li's laughter, Shi Tian curiously asked what was wrong, but he only kept his head down and chuckled in response. He replied that seeing his current form reminded him of his past life, making him feel a bit sentimental after some thought. Zhang Li frankly remarked that although he was kind in his past life, he was very ugly, and he never expected him to be so handsome now. Facing his menacing expression, Zhang Li shouted that it was truly touching, leaving Shi Tian staring at him in shocked amazement. Your taste is truly unique. Seeing that reaction, Zhang Li grew slightly irritated and shouted, "Indeed, what kind of expression is that?" Being well-fed meant beauty, and being very well-fed meant even more beauty. That was our aesthetic in the old days. He then added praise, saying that in the tribe before his birth, Shi Tian would have been considered a peerless, handsome man. Shi Tian found those words hard to believe, thinking to himself that everyone's tastes back then must have been truly peculiar. At that point, Zhang Li suddenly turned serious, clearing his throat to say that Shi Tian's beauty was only temporary. Maintaining this golden form requires a massive amount of spiritual energy, and as a mere remnant soul, I cannot replenish it. Shi Tian was dazed once more and asked what he meant, to which Zhang Li replied that he needed to enter a deep slumber. Before leaving, Zhang Li gave clear instructions, explaining that he could not wake up on his own and needed Shi Tian to rouse him using a simple method. He placed the instructions in Shi Tian's study, on the 3rd shelf of the 5th book, just as scorching flames began to envelop his body while he spoke sternly. He emphasized that Shi Tian must wake him quickly, and before vanishing, he urged him not to make him wait too long in this lifetime. In an instant, the flames faded within Shi Tian's palm, and his body immediately reverted to its original state amidst his bewilderment. As wisps of golden smoke drifted in his hand, Shi Tian realized he had changed back and that the other man had vanished, prompting him to suddenly shout, "Fine." Clenching his fist with determination, he exclaimed that he finally had some peace and would enjoy it for a few days before considering waking him up. While he was lost in thought, Duxing gathered her courage and spoke up to get his attention, asking classmate Shi Tian to listen to her. Raising her blushing face, she stammered that she was almost captured earlier and thanked him for saving her, to which a surprised Shi Tian softly replied it was nothing. Duxing then lowered her head with wavering eyes, telling classmate Shi Tian that she had something else she wanted to say to him. Her hands instinctively brushed against each other, as Duxiang confusedly confessed that this was what she had wanted to say all along after seeing him earlier. His safe and stout figure made her unable to hold back any longer, and after some hesitation, she closed her eyes and shouted his name, saying that she actually. Seeing his bewildered look, Duxiang emphasized her feelings for him, gathering all her courage to pour her heart out in the tense atmosphere. She admitted she had always longed for a man like him, and as soon as the words left her mouth, her face brightened with relief as she cheered internally. She celebrated finally saying it, but before Tian could respond, she awkwardly explained that her father at home had always been lazy. Because of that, she had always wanted to experience the sense of security that came with having a strong father figure since she was a child. She recalled her heart racing during literature class while reading the story, the sight of father's back from her textbook. It was during the scene where the stout father climbed over a wall to buy tangerines. Remembering the large figure standing before her, her voice filled with admiration. Her heart raced again when she met him during the exam, and fearing he might misunderstand, she repeatedly emphasized her point. He was truly the ideal father figure who provided a sense of security, and seeing his past appearance earlier made her unable to contain her emotions as she shouted. She asked if she could be included since he was already the father of all the boys in school, leaving Tian speechless at the sudden influx of information. After careful thought, Tian took a deep breath and replied that he had been worried it was something serious, but it seemed he had overthought it. As long as it wasn't about romance, he was fine with it, as he had long since accepted the idea of providing a sense of security. Without hesitation, he gestured toward her and mentioned the 3,807 people who had called him father since childhood, comforting her with a cheerful expression. He asked if she really thought he would mind one more person, leaving Duxiang stunned and unable to believe her ears as she covered her mouth. Her eyes welled up with emotion as she confirmed, "So that means you've agreed, classmate Tian." Seeing her excitement, Tian gave a gentle reminder. "And why are you still calling me classmate?" Duxiang's eyes flickered with surprise before immediately filling with tears as she threw herself into his arms and sobbed. "Daddy," Tian played along perfectly, stroking her head and comforting her softly. "Good girl, Daddy loves you. Daddy loves all of you," after their touching embrace. Tian turned back to the main issue. "Anyway, let's take this guy back to school first and ask Teacher Lin how to deal with this cultivator." Duxiang readily agreed. "All right, Daddy Tian." Their performance left the evil master thinking to himself that young people nowadays were far too strange for him to understand. Chapter 43. Scene change. Elsewhere, the battle had been raging for 39 minutes and 27 seconds as the bamboo rat spirit panted heavily with his head bowed. Utter shock was written all over his face as thoughts raced through the bamboo rat spirit's mind. "No, this shouldn't be happening. My attacks seem to be completely ineffective. If this continues, I'll lose." In his desperation, he began to curse himself. "Damn it, this is so embarrassing. I'm just a rat." At that thought, a spark of passion ignited in his eyes as the bamboo rat spirit muttered to himself. "How can I give up? Is there any bamboo rat in this world that can't eat bamboo?" Immediately after, he charged forward with burning determination. Tian gently pushed up his glasses, his voice dripping with contempt. "Coming at me again? It seems you haven't learned your lesson yet," for his first move. He unleashed entangling vines, which instantly wrapped around the bamboo rat spirit's body. And while the rat was distracted, Tian seized the chance to use fluttering leaves, causing the spirit to spit out a mouthful of bright red blood as the technique ended. Immediately after, he collapsed onto the ground lifelessly with hollow eyes and a trembling body that could no longer move, despairingly groaning that he was finished. "It turns out he has been secretly improving himself all these years. I can't beat him at all." A moment of utter hopelessness washed over him. Two streaks of tears rolled down his chubby face as he thought, "I'm covered in injuries and can't even move. I've lost completely." Meanwhile, Tian pushed up his glasses once more, as fresh sprouts began to grow from his body while he slowly approached. The bamboo rat spirit jerked his head up and screamed in a panic. "Holy crap, don't come any closer. Pull those branches back. What are you doing? Get away from me." When his screams proved futile, the bamboo rat spirit began to accept his fate, thinking, "I'm dead meat. The grudges from the past have built up for too long. With this aura, he probably wants to drain my power. That's right, I'm technically a spirit beast, a highly nutritious prize." In this dilemma, the bamboo rat spirit thought tearfully. "I'm a rat, and now I'm going to be eaten by bamboo." But suddenly, Po Tian held out a handful of bamboo in front of him, startling the bamboo rat spirit. He asked in shock, What are you doing?" Without a word, Po Tian decisively stuffed the bamboo into his mouth. In a frenzy, he forcefully kept stuffing bamboo into the bamboo rat spirit's mouth, saying, "Didn't you want to eat? Then I'll give you plenty." With cold, sharp eyes, Po Tian stared at him and revealed, "Although I hate to admit it. When I think about it, I was cultivated by you just to be eaten, so after 1,000 years of care, letting you have a bite isn't an issue. I just didn't expect you to hurt those close to me, so apologize to me." Inside the bamboo rat spirit's mind, two conflicting emotions were merging as he thought, This is, damn it, even though I'm being stuffed so roughly. I'm still satisfied by this feeling I've waited years for. I'm finally eating. The leaves are crunching in my mouth. I can't think anymore." After filling his belly, he knelt at Po Tian's feet and declared loudly, "I'm sorry, the past was my fault. Please give me more to eat." His eyes darkened as he spoke with hidden meaning, "Then follow me." A while later, Po Tian led the bamboo rat spirit to a room, looking at the scene before him. He stared in wide-eyed amazement at the room as Po Tian explained with a hint of embarrassment that it was the teacher's dormitory where he usually ate alone during lunch. As soon as he finished speaking, fresh leaves sprouted from Po Tian's body, which he plucked off before immediately showcasing his culinary skills. While tossing the food, Po Tian explained to the bamboo rat spirit that his leaves grew back quickly, and taking a few didn't hurt his body, much like hair. He admitted that when he was too lazy to shop, he would often eat parts of himself, and a mouth-watering aroma filled the air as soon as the dish was plated. The ingredients were pickled bamboo, chili, garlic, wine, salt, meat, and ginger. He minced the meat and bamboo, prepped the aromatics, and then stir-fried the meat with ginger and garlic. He then added the bamboo shoots to the pan before placing the dish in front of the rat spirit and shouting that he was making an exception by cooking for him today. He told him this was a one-time treat that tasted even better than before, and the rat spirit began to salivate at the sight of the fragrant meal. Stunned by the revelation, the rat spirit asked with a trembling voice how many such meals he was able to eat in a single year. Po Tian paused for a moment before answering 50, leaving the rat spirit moved to tears as he marveled at the thought of having 50 such feasts a year. He realized that Po Tian treated such delicacies as daily meals, while he hadn't tasted a single bite in years, acknowledging that he was no match for him. Thinking of this, the rat spirit felt a wave of disappointment, fearing that he might never get to eat like this again in the future. Ultimately, the rat spirit succumbed to the irresistible scent, snatching the plate from his hands and weeping as he stuffed the food into his mouth. He declared his surrender to the master, promising to help whenever a fight broke out as long as he was provided with a little bit of food like this. The conflict finally came to an end just as Shi Tian and Duxing entered with the master, prompting a surprised Po Tian to call out Shi Tian's name. Shi Tian was also shocked to see teacher Lin and explained that he had caught a malicious cultivator and wanted to ask how the cultivation world handled such people. His gaze froze when he noticed the round creature behind the teacher, but Po Tian simply explained that it was his new pet. The rat spirit approached the master and asked if he had lost, to which the man looked down and replied that the rat had also lost and was just as weak. Those words infuriated the rat spirit, who screamed at the man to shut up and questioned how such a useless person could be called an ancestor. He berated him for failing to stop even a high school student and demanded his life savings back, but the master stubbornly argued back. The master told him to stop bragging, claiming his expertise was in divination rather than combat, and mocked the rat for becoming a pet to a bamboo stalk. He flatly refused to return a single cent, causing the rat spirit's rage to explode as he cursed the man for being a scoundrel. A cold hand suddenly interrupted his outburst, and the rat spirit flinched as Po Tian asked in a dark, chilling tone if he was the one who hired the man. Trembling with fear, the rat spirit tried to deny it, but Po Tian adjusted his glasses and told him to be quiet, noting that he had already deduced the whole story. He then turned to the two students with a gentle expression, addressing Shi Tian and Duxing from grade 10, class 3. He invited them to join him for a meal so he could explain the day's events, describing the invitation as a gesture of gratitude from a teacher. In the end, the large rat spirit paid the bill of 5,100 yuan, and Shi Tian later recounted how the old man had initially caused him trouble. After a phone call from the teacher, he was released, and the rat mastermind was taken away by several men wearing long robes. On a night with a full moon, Shi Tian returned home exhausted and appreciated the rare silence before remembering he needed to awaken that person. He walked over to the bookshelf and pulled out a volume, but he froze in shock the moment he opened the book. Inside, a chocolate bar had been neatly tucked away, and seeing it caused a surge of anger to rise within Shi Tian. That bastard! What is this Snickers bar doing inside my modern Chinese dictionary? He wondered as a small slip of paper fell out while he flipped the pages. The paper contained a cheesy message from Zhang Li, telling his darling to eat the chocolate if he ever fell into a deep sleep due to depleted spiritual energy. This represents the price tag, but it isn't actually that. Returning to that night when he wrote the note, Zhang Li shouted furiously that it was an elixir. He slowly detailed the meticulous process of refining pills, which involves using the energy from raw materials and tempering them with fire. Then it is placed into a suitable container. At this point, his voice rose sharply as he claimed he created it that way. That night, while Shi Tian was sound asleep, Zhang Li carefully scanned the phone using his eyes. I scanned the code to buy 10 items, then used the heat of the fire to craft a bar like this, he recounted. Afterward, I hid it in the stack of papers and cast a special array to convert the Snickers into spiritual energy. Upon reading the final line, Shi Tian's face darkened. Essentially, this was now an elixir infused with spiritual energy. By consuming it, I can recover. He screamed internally about his money, but Shi Tian ultimately had no choice but to take a large, regretful bite of the Snickers with a pained and resentful expression. Forget it, I will wake him up first and deal with him later. As soon as the flavor spread through his mouth, his eyes instantly widened in shock. Shi Tian's body began to burn hot as wisps of smoke swirled around him. What is this sensation? Originally, I felt a bit hungry before eating. But now he felt completely full in just an instant. Shi Tian hurriedly touched his waist and quickly realized that it didn't seem to be digesting. His body continued to heat up as steam was continuously released. This substance was dispersing inside him, with the heat moving in every direction throughout his body. Immediately after, his body began to transform as something surged up from his esophagus, forcing Shi Tian to cover his mouth. He rushed to fling the window open and aimed his bulging cheeks outside. A massive flame was instantly unleashed, startling the neighbor upstairs. The powerful fire surged out into the silent night. As darkness blanketed the sky, the fire from his mouth glowed more brilliantly than ever, and from within it, Zhang Li's form gradually began to appear. After a moment, his face was fully revealed. Standing by the window, Shi Tian remained in a state of shock, with a trail of white smoke still lingering around his mouth. Once fully awakened, Zhang Li stretched refreshingly and let out a long yawn, finally awake at last. Zhang Li quickly flew to the window, crossing his arms with an excited look as he watched Shi Tian. Still human, it seems it won't be long. My little darling kept his word. You woke me up so quickly. Why is your expression so serious? Is something bothering you? Tell me about it. His anger finally spiraled out of control as Shi Tian grabbed Zhang Li by the collar and interrogated him. What do you take me for? Some kind of fire-breathing dinosaur? Hearing this, he could only offer an embarrassed explanation, saying the fire was a bit larger than he had imagined. I didn't expect you to actually breathe fire. My apologies. But in all seriousness, do you want to learn this fire-controlling alchemy technique? Zhang Li's face turned solemn as he lowered his voice. This is the cultivation technique I am most proud of in my life. If you master the basics, you can secure a place in the cultivation world and won't be helpless against other cultivators. Not even 5 seconds passed. Zhang Li's playful expression returned, as he added that he could also control the temperature of his hands to look cool. Hearing that, Shi Tian's pupils constricted. He leaned in close to Zhang Li's face and demanded more details. He was more than willing to explain to Shi Tian, saying that normally, when cultivators refine spiritual energy, they must rely on the elixir field. A process for refining spiritual energy appeared according to his words, involving seeking the right time and place while sensing the world's spiritual energy. Absorbing it into the body for use, he then emphasized loudly that his method was much more direct, as he relied on the stomach. Shi Tian cried out in astonishment upon hearing this. Holy crap, seeing his interest, Zhang Li explained in even greater detail. Yes, to put it simply, we have a special tool, which is the flame inside your body. Move it to the stomach to replace gastric acid so it can digest the food consumed. This way, the heat can be directly converted into spiritual energy. Shi Tian imagined his own stomach glowing red. Beside him, Zhang Li exclaimed about how miraculous it sounded, but Shi Tian soon began to sense a strange sensation. He quickly questioned him, asking why he was touching his stomach and what he was doing. Zhang Li looked at his hand and replied that it was just a minor spell. To make it easier to observe, I have made your stomach transparent. All right, let go, as his body began to glow. Zhang Li continued to explain, telling him to look at the flame he had spent his entire life refining, which could harmonize everything. It is currently thrashing about within you, entirely out of your control, causing your meridians to glow. This is the root cause. This explains why your hands frequently emit heat and why you are always hungry. He carried over a crate and firmly advised that you must learn to restrain it. Upon seeing it, Shi Tian cried out in surprise, "How do you still have more?" Zhang Li smiled, produced a bar, and spoke softly. "I simply purchased a few more cultivation resources. Look!" The moment he finished his sentence, he placed it into the boy's body without hesitation. Curiously, wherever the bar traveled, that light followed its movement, demonstrating the phenomenon to him. Zhang Li carefully explained that this flame possessed a consciousness, much like a pet that is drawn to its owner when it senses that mealtime is approaching. He noted that once you finish eating, you must immediately concentrate all your focus on your stomach and use your will to stir the contents within. Gradually, you will gain control over the flame, and by following its circular motion repeatedly, you can digest the food and refine it into spiritual energy. With a look of surprise on his face, Zhang Li loudly proclaimed that this was the essence of cultivating immortality, concluding after several practical tests that this method was far superior to eating recklessly. Utilizing food this efficiently would greatly increase one's strength, as while ordinary people merely produce waste, a cultivator transforms what they consume into power. Zhang Li took great pride in this research, asserting that it was the simplest cultivation method he had specially developed during his previous life. He explained that by constantly eating and converting food into energy, one could defeat any enemy, and then he reached toward a box with high hopes. Calling it the digestion art, he urged him to try a few buckets while a pair of binoculars watched them from a nearby building under the cover of night. Qi Lin peered through the binoculars and frowned slightly as he asked for confirmation, to which Xiao Zai replied with a smug look that it was indeed Shi Tian. Upon confirming the information, Qi Lin instructed him to observe for a few days before making contact, though he couldn't help but feel a surge of bitter envy over the man's achievements. He wondered if this was truly the man who had defeated such a famous diviner and the recently manifested rat spirit, finding the sight of him quite irritating. This caused Xiao Zai to tremble in fear at the intense killing intent, and despite his shaking body, he couldn't help but think to himself. He realized that this man had captured the senior's full attention, but suddenly, tears began to stream down Qi Lin's face, leaving Xiao Zai staring in bewilderment. With a face drenched in tears, Qi Lin complained that it was unfair for someone so handsome to live in such a large room with so much food in front of him. Standing by a bathroom window, he lamented that the young man's future path in life was so predictable and bright that it was enough to make anyone die of jealousy. He grumbled that unlike himself, who was 30 with no girlfriend and lived on instant noodles while working overtime, this boy had everything. In Chapter 46, he found himself forced to track his target from a nearby men's room, while Shi Tian reluctantly took a bite of the item in his hand. A moment later, his face twisted in agony as he tried to cover his mouth to keep from vomiting, but the sensation became too much to bear. As Shi Tian rushed forward, Zhang Li noticed and urgently pressured him to quickly utilize the fire-breathing technique. Shi Tian cooperated and blew a massive plume of fire into the sky, but Zhang Li immediately began to criticize his performance. He told him that he had failed again because he didn't properly digest the food in his stomach, causing the flame to only burn slightly before releasing the energy. Shi Tian looked extremely frustrated by the situation, yet Zhang Li did not give up and pulled out another item for him to try. He encouraged him to try once more, suggesting that even if he couldn't convert it into spiritual energy, he should at least give it another attempt. Just as he was about to tell him to blow a ring of love fire, Shi Tian suddenly lashed out with a punch and began pummeling Zhang Li before he could react. Watching this scene unfold left Xiao Zai completely bewildered as he wondered about the fire and why this newcomer was receiving so much attention. He cursed him as a fool, reflecting on how the vast world always contains a few practitioners of the dark arts, much like when he was a child charging forward with a sword. Fei Hu did not back down and quickly countered with his own blade, soon disarming Xiao Zai and sending him crashing to the ground. With a mocking sneer, Fei Hu called him a weakling and proudly placed a hand on his chest, declaring that his sword was no match for his own weapon. He boasted that his dragon saber was superior because it had 3 light effects and could vibrate, leaving the young Xiao Zai to weep over his own helpless blade before running away. He cried out for his father, fueled by the resentment of being unable to defeat the other children and his desperate desire to own a dragon saber of his own. The toy store seems to be having a sale for only 39.8 yuan for a toy that glows and vibrates, so please buy it for me. However, the sight of Father Yang wiping a blood-stained sword made him freeze instantly, and Father Yang remained perfectly calm even after realizing Xiao Zai had witnessed the scene. Xiao Zai stood there speechless, and once Father Yang realized his son had found out the truth, his expression shifted into one of sheer terror. Father Yang thrust the sword into the ground and announced tremulously that since he had been discovered, he had no choice but to let him use this blade if he wanted one. Before he could finish, Xiao Zai shouted in a panic, asking if he was joking because he had actually been referring to a plastic toy sword. He wondered where his father got this abnormal meter-long blade instead of the glowing, inflatable kind, then noticed the red liquid splattered across the room and asked why there was so much blood. When asked what he had done, Father Yang's eyes lit up with surprise as he praised Xiao Zai for noticing so many unusual details and admitted he could no longer keep the secret. He decided to reveal the truth while placing his hand back into the pool of blood, explaining that the story began a very long time ago. Xiao Zai screamed in terror for him not to touch it, but Father Yang ignored him and brought his blood-stained fingers to his lips. He claimed their family was actually a lineage of demonic cultivators who wielded bloodthirsty blades, while Xiao Zai begged him to stop tasting the liquid in horror. He looked just like a vampire as he reminisced about their ancestor who combined fire with saber techniques and was known as the Flame Blade Demon Venerable. 700 years ago, his power reached its peak and terrified the world, but eventually he was hunted down by the 7 great righteous sects. The Taoist masters joined forces to demand the demon's death, which filled Xiao Zai's ancestor with immense rage. He told them to take their righteousness and get lost, but as Father Yang continued the tale, the battle raged on for 3 days and nights. After roasting 6 opponents, he tragically died from holding in his urine for too long, and Father Yang placed his hand on the bloody sword to make a declaration. He announced that the weapon was named Too Hot, and it was said that the ancestor's soul remained sealed inside, howling every single night. With a proud face, he asked if it was cool and told him to take it to play with his friends, but Xiao Zai screamed that he would do no such thing. Father Yang sat with crossed arms and explained that he was also practicing demonic arts to preserve their heritage, suggesting that Xiao Zai would eventually follow this path. Xiao Zai began to feel that something was wrong as he realized his family were villains, but then his eyes suddenly lit up with a new thought. He reconsidered and realized it might not be so bad as he remembered Fei Hu, the boy who had bullied him earlier that day. Fei Hu was entering 2nd grade and getting bigger, so he realized he needed to become stronger to seize the power necessary to fight back. He told himself that power meant everything, and it didn't matter if it was demonic, as he imagined himself repeatedly striking Fei Hu. He realized he could defeat all his bullies and even expand his reach to take over the surrounding neighborhoods. The thought of reaching the pinnacle of fame excited him, as he could become the boss of the entire elementary school until the 6th grade. A smile of anticipation appeared on his face at the thought of being everyone's king, and without further hesitation, Xiao Zai made a loud declaration. He accepted this destiny and decided to practice demonic arts, asking how many people he needed to kill or sacrifice to succeed. As soon as he finished speaking, Father Yang slapped him across the face and began scolding him in a panic for saying such terrifying things. He demanded to know who taught him to talk about killing, and declared that his TV time would be cut by 2 hours to avoid violent movies. Xiao Zai was left speechless by his father's sudden change in behavior, and hurriedly asked what the blood around him was if that were the case. Father Yang pointed at the red liquid on the floor and explained it was just ketchup from the supermarket before standing up to explain the difference between them and other cultivators. Ordinary cultivators gather the world's natural essence and convert it into spiritual energy, a process my father, Yang, described with gruesome detail. However, we demonic cultivators transform the world's malevolence into our own energy, he explained with a profoundly solemn expression. Theoretically, the more carnage and wickedness one commits, the better, In ancient, barbaric times, many demonic cultivators truly lived that way. After finishing his explanation, Yang's tone turned severe. But if you dare try that, I'll shoot you myself, regardless of whether the law punishes you. Search your own soul and see if your conscience would ever permit such atrocities against humanity. Hearing this, little Xiao Zai felt like crying, knowing he could never do such things. Yang nodded in approval and announced loudly, "That is why demonic cultivators of the modern era have developed a different path, the art of pretending." Gripping a massive blade, he explicitly told Xiao Zai, "You must feign a truly villainous and wicked persona. Your speech and conduct must scream villain. Every moment must be filled with irritability, erratic movements, and aggression. Make others want to shun you at first glance so they believe you are evil. The malice you project will then be drawn back to you. Ultimately, that energy is absorbed into your body." His face grew grim. "I am doing exactly that today. For now, I will show you." Xiao Zai watched with wide, bewildered eyes as Yang swung his sword forward in a sudden strike, startling the boy. He tumbled down as Yang roared for all to hear, his eyes burning with rage. "O gods of the underworld! After all these years of hidden grievances, I have had enough. 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West. Now I, the demonic one, have finally returned." Despite the lack of actual blood, Yang remained dead serious. "Open your eyes and witness the carnage," he bellowed to the ancestors in hell. "This is me proving my path through blood." Then Yang looked down at his son, Xiao Zai, and declared, "I shall make this world bleed even more, for evil is eternal." Immediately after those words, his expression shifted back to gravity, and a moment later, he looked at Xiao Zai with eager anticipation. "Did you see? In that instant, I attracted the world's malevolence and absorbed a portion of it. This is the art of deception. This is how modern demonic cultivators train. You must act so villainous that you even convince yourself. Do you want to try?" Xiao Zai was so mortified by the display that he couldn't even look up. "Good grief, this is painfully embarrassing. I don't want to learn this." Nevertheless, the story proceeded, and I eventually gave in and learned it. After all, it would be a pity to let an ancient technique vanish. As time passed, Yang Xiao Zai, grew stronger and my hair became more unruly. The once adorable boy had transformed into a total hoodlum. The scene shifts to a shop in the city where Xiao Zai arrives to cause a scene, glaring at President Mao with an annoyed expression. "Hey, your director Wang right. I am Yang Xiao Zai, a demonic cultivator. I've been jobless since graduation. Doesn't your Traditional Arts Protection Bureau cooperate with the authorities to find work for cultivators? Give me a hand here." Seeing the man remain silent, his patient snapped. "Hey, you bastard, answer me." President Mao chuckled softly and placed a hand on Xiao Zai's shoulder. "A demonic cultivator, I see. I understand. You must always be practicing. You have to act like a villain to absorb the world's malevolence, don't you? I get it now." Though surprised, Xiao Zai felt a wave of gratitude. He actually understands. What a decent man. President Mao smiled and sipped his tea while chatting pleasantly. "I have no bias against demonic cultivators, though your methods make it hard to live among ordinary people. You rarely join the workforce, but I understand. We are all one family of cultivators under heaven, whether demonic or immortal. As long as we serve the people, we are all good cultivators. The higher-ups just instructed us to provide more support to our demonic comrades struggling to find employment." Xiao Zai was deeply moved, nearly moved to tears by the help. That was his true feeling, but outwardly he barked, "Shut your mouth. Who needs your pity? Did you expect a noble demonic cultivator like me to cry in gratitude?" Boss Mao simply smiled and explained that since he was a recent graduate starting here, the application was approved without issue, though the salary was a bit low. Xiao Zai shouted that he could endure any hardship, while the boss gently instructed him to fill out the form for a 3-month internship starting tomorrow in room 301. He looked delighted by the news, but as evening approached and he followed the directions, Xiao Zai grew uneasy at the sight before him. Stepping inside, he was baffled by the skeletons hacked apart by blades, and wondered what kind of cursed place this was as he gazed at the eerie surroundings. Xiao Zai became increasingly anxious, sensing a heavy malevolent energy emanating from within the room. It looked less like an office and more like a slaughterhouse. He questioned if this was truly the headquarters of the Traditional Arts Protection website where he was to work. Summoning his courage, he hurried inside and greeted the seniors, apologizing for the intrusion. As he introduced himself as the new hire for the Traditional Arts Protection website, Everyone in the darkened room slowly turned their heads toward Xiao Zai. A man in a terrifying mask stared back, accompanied by a gaunt figure clutching a human skull. Xiao Zai saw a man with long scars over his eyes, and a woman who was nothing but a pair of eyes glaring intensely at him. Terrified by the scene, he began to scream until a strange man suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. Bald Kirin looked coldly at Xiao Zai and announced that he was assigned to mentor the newcomer, fiercely introducing himself by his alias. He told the boy to come to him with any future problems, leaving Xiao Zai too frightened to utter a single word. His voice trembled as he wondered what kind of monsters these people were, prompting Bald Kirin to speak up again. He explained there was no need for shock since everyone in room 301 was a demonic cultivator just like him. Xiao Zai's life changed completely from that day as he found his own kind. One morning, he was hurriedly eating his meal. Suddenly, the masked man appeared and aggressively questioned why the newcomer was leaving vegetables in his bowl, acting as if he were being insulted. He grabbed Xiao Zai by the collar, demanding to know if he wanted to die from a nutritional imbalance and ordering him to finish every bite. On another occasion, Xiao Zai fell asleep at his desk out of exhaustion, only to be awakened by a voice in his ear. The scarred man angrily scolded him for sleeping there, claiming it was an eyesore that bothered him. He shoved a bowl of porridge toward the boy, telling him to eat it and then get lost over to the sofa to rest. Though confused, he took the porridge to the clean sofa while the man told him to go rot in that corner. Xiao Zai was surprised to realize this was their way of showing concern for his sleep after overtime. Eventually, more time passed. The one-eyed senior woman pinned Xiao Zai against the wall, excitedly brandishing a knife and demanding a tribute now that he was officially hired and about to get rich. She insisted he treat her tonight, though she would actually be the one paying, and he understood the true meaning behind her words. This was a celebration for his 3-month work anniversary organized by his colleagues. A year later, the scene returned to the Traditional Arts Protection website. Standing outside, Xiao Zai sighed wearily, feeling touched yet incredibly awkward when reflecting on everyone's actions. They were all wonderful people, but their behavior was embarrassing, especially since they all practiced demonic arts more diligently than he did. They constantly acted tough as if they were performing in a play every day, making him realize his own cultivation was still lacking until he noticed something was off. Xiao Zai was startled, his expression turning grim as he called out to his seniors to wait. "Everyone, why are you offering congratulations? Besides, you all seem so happy." The one-eyed female boss quickly removed her eye patch and greeted him with a smile. "How is it, Xiao Zai? Are you happy? Are you moved? As of today, you have officially been on the job for 1 year." Xiao Zai hurriedly turned his head away. The skinny man chimed in. "We discussed it, and celebrating your first anniversary on the job is extremely important. We have always felt that we demonic cultivators are different from others." The masked man slowly took off his mask, adding that skipping a day of cultivation was no issue. Scarface happily approached with a gift box, saying it didn't matter even if their power decreased slightly. "We absolutely had to give you a surprise." The 4 of them looked at Xiao Zai joyfully with a cake before them. "That is why we all paused our cultivation today. We are being completely sincere." All these actions deeply moved Xiao Zai. Tears suddenly welled up in his eyes as he looked at everyone. Unable to hold back any longer, he shed tears of happiness. I. Immediately after, Xiao Zai lunged forward, making everyone burst into joyful laughter. The story continues from that day. Having served for a year, the youth had completely integrated into the demonic cultivator community of this era. Furthermore, regarding his work, even though the youth had joined the Traditional Arts Protection website, there were always supervisors managing and assisting the network's cultivators. Things were becoming more complicated, as every day when he logged into his cultivator account, he would be quietly monitored and subjected to a period of interrogation. The various assigned departments were extremely focused on surveillance. Regarding the recording teams, everyone was very proactive. If a person did not use their special abilities for evil and maintained a clean character for several days to months, they would pass the interrogation and officially become a member of the website. They would then receive support and protection from the website, with room 301 being one of the offices responsible for observation and interrogation. Xiao Zai quietly looked through the binoculars in his hands. Thus, this month, the youth received a new assignment, to observe and review one of the latest applicants. He quickly began monitoring Shi Tian and Zhang Li. On this side, Shi Tian was still trying to breathe out fire bit by bit. Seeing him nearing success, Zhang Li became very excited. Very good, no problems, keep it up. Just like that, you have begun to gain control. Now gradually release the fire and then draw it back. He tried to pull it all back into his mouth bit by bit. Watching their actions, Xiao Zai diligently took notes, having observed them for several days already. The target seemed to constantly consume something and repeat the process of breathing fire. At the same time, there appeared to be an ancient remnant soul guiding him. The more he thought about it, the more bewildered he became, nearly moved to tears. What kind of cultivation method was this, even though they both used the fire element? His own cultivation method was so difficult it felt heart-wrenching. After a while, Zhang Li spoke up again to check on him. "How do you feel?" Shi Tian sighed in response. "I still feel like there is some kind of flavor jumping around inside my body," he added. "Furthermore, I suddenly seem to be able to sense your emotions and aura." Shi Tian's face then turned furious as he began to scold him. "It is the feeling of gloating over my suffering. I can clearly sense it. Look at me. I have been breathing fire for 2 days now, and you find it quite amusing, don't you?" This series of reproaches made Zhang Li feel a bit awkward. He suddenly gave a gentle smile. "Your cultivation is progressing very fast. Being able to sense these things is enough to say you have entered the sect." Standing before Shi Tian, he seriously explained the cultivation technique again, saying that the crackling sound in his body was not a hiccup but the gathering of flames. "They are at the cultivator's disposal, allowing you to control them at will. Move them to your mouth to breathe fire, or move them to your hands to emit heat. In the future, the more you consume and practice, the more they will form your golden core. Furthermore, you will be able to sense even greater power. That is also thanks to the fire's assistance." Zhang Li's expression became very serious. "So, besides my aura, do you sense anything else?" Finding things more difficult than he had imagined, Shi Tian was somewhat surprised. His attitude became more determined as he nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I can sense it." Hearing him say that, Zhang Li slowly turned his head back. "Good, I can also clearly sense a malicious gaze staring at us since a few days ago." Regarding that mysterious and cold aura, his face showed deep thought as he calculated the distance. "The position is likely 500 meters away. There is a trace of a demonic cultivator's aura. It has been staring at us constantly, but now that one person has left, this is our chance." Zhang Li turned to look at Shi Tian with a hopeful gaze. "Let the flames reach their limit and give me your hand," he said as Zhang Li appeared before Xiao Zai while carrying Shi Tian. Xiao Zai stood frozen and speechless at the sight, while Zhang Li's face twisted in rage over the violation of his privacy. Seeing his fury left Xiao Zai stammering in confusion as Zhang Li raised a hand to lecture him, noting that such a violent aura only comes from someone who has slaughtered thousands. Without a second thought, he unleashed a blast of fire toward Xiao Zai while continuing his stern reprimand. In his era, anyone with this aura was a target for the entire world. Yet it seems that even after all this time, demonic cultivators have not been fully eradicated. Facing two such terrifying figures left Xiao Zai in a panic as he pleaded that it was all a misunderstanding, which momentarily surprised Zhang Li. "I have captured countless demonic cultivators in my life, and they all say the same thing," he remarked before launching another direct attack. He decided to knock the boy unconscious first and settle the explanation later, while Xiao Zai watched the flames approach, certain his life was over. At the final moment, he suddenly remembered something and refused to die quietly, drawing his greatsword as a surge of power rose to counter Zhang Li's strike. Xiao Zai was stunned when the bald Qilin suddenly appeared to protect him, calmly addressing Shi Tian and Zhang Li to insist that this was indeed a misunderstanding. Explaining that the situation was too complex to clarify now, the bald Qilin placed a hand on Xiao Zai's shoulder, swore they meant no harm, and promptly vanished with him. As they made their exit, Zhang Li grew irritated by their escape before suddenly realizing that something about the encounter felt off. His expression shifted to one of surprise as he realized there were only two of them, leaving Shi Tian confused by his reaction. Zhang Li landed slowly with a serious look, noting it was strange because he had clearly sensed 3 distinct auras, one of which felt particularly familiar. Meanwhile, as the bald Qilin led him away, Xiao Zai trembled with terror at the memory of the encounter and turned to his companion while weeping uncontrollably. "Senior, I was almost roasted alive," he wailed, prompting the bald Qilin to quickly reprimand him for his exaggerated behavior. "Calm down," he was holding back anyway, Besides, you practice fire magic, so you cannot be roasted that easily, he said to soothe him. He continued to encourage the anxious Xiao Zai, telling him to pull himself together and stay positive. You are strong and incredibly capable, he insisted, though his demeanor began to shift strangely as if he were becoming someone else entirely. Remember who you are. You are a demonic cultivator and a public servant tasked with maintaining peace in the cultivation world, he reminded him. He raised his voice to snap Xiao Zai out of it, telling him to act like a proper demonic cultivator and be fierce instead of weak. Your character archetype is not meant to be some charming or adorable youth, he barked, his sudden change in attitude leaving Xiao Zai bewildered. Realizing he had been too harsh, the bald Killin sighed and quickly tried to comfort the dazed boy, telling him it was all right. There now, cry if you must, but stop looking at me with such terrified eyes, he said, prompting the boy to cling to him while sobbing. A sign on Xiao Zai's desk clearly read, "On vacation," which prompted a colleague to walk over and ask what was happening. When asked what was wrong, the bald Killin explained that the boy had been frightened out of his wits, so he granted him a 2-day leave. He looked back at the man and recounted how the boy's failure to hide his aura led to a misunderstanding and an attack by a cultivator, calling him far too inexperienced. A single fireball was enough to scare the life out of him, he noted, prompting the other man to chuckle and chime in. It is understandable since Xiao Zai has only been on the job for a year. It reminds me of when I first started and was constantly misunderstood and beaten. With a pensive look, he recalled being poisoned, drowned, burned, trapped in formations, and even hung for days, once even getting struck by a heavenly tribulation while evaluating a potential successor. The bald Killin nodded in agreement with those points, noting that he had also been buried alive, slashed by blades, and had his head bitten by a bear spirit. He had even been taken by a gorilla to be its bandit wife, and during a festival at Shunshin, he was secretly inspecting their fire safety standards when dozens of flying swords chased him down. After the matter was resolved, they gave him a commendation flag. Hearing the bald Killin's words, the skinny man quickly learned his lesson and smiled as he announced that the world misunderstood them because they didn't understand modern demonic cultivators. It was also because they possessed righteous hearts, just as we do. He looked toward the skinny man with a look of utter confusion. Hey, you seem so happy. Aren't you afraid of chi deviation? That man was a bit bewildered, not understanding why he had been interrupted. His attitude shifted completely, becoming incredibly menacing as he barked. You dare question your father? Do you have a death wish? Not to be outdone, the bald Killin prepared for a fight, asking if he was being provoked and threatening to cut out his tongue. The two then burst into laughter as if they understood each other's intent. Meanwhile, Xiao Zai sat huddled in a corner, weeping uncontrollably. Time passed, and on a beautiful day, Zhang Li pulled back the curtains to look outside, sighing as he speculated that the surrounding demonic aura had likely vanished. Or perhaps it was just well hidden. Remembering something important, Shi Tian asked in surprise what exactly a demonic cultivator was. He turned his head and slowly explained that he had been too hasty before and forgot to mention they were people who relied on absorbing the world's malevolent energy to cultivate. Fundamentally, every one of them is evil to the core. Furthermore, because their cultivation methods are so wicked, they are always able to master various unusual divine abilities. His face grew pensive as he noted that in his era, demonic cultivators used soul summoning, sacrifices, and yin fire soul refining, making them incredibly cruel. Shi Tian listened in awe. Zhang Li continued, stating that in his memory, the most terrifying thing was their heart-bewitching technique. His expression turned grave as he explained that if a cultivator's will was not firm enough, they would invade the subconscious. They would then enchant the victim until they became a controlled heart slave. On the other side, Xiao Zai was still focused on writing his self-reflection. He paid no attention to his surroundings until a voice suddenly echoed in the room, asking the boy why he was so dejected. Xiao Zai became terrified upon hearing the voice and asked who was there. Laughter rang out as the Yan Dao slowly appeared to speak with him. Who am I? He quickly flew into the air and declared that he was the boy's blade. Xiao Zai was utterly confused by the Yan Dao's cryptic words. He claimed they were both demonic cultivators and that the boy had just awakened his ancestors' legacy. These words left Xiao Zai somewhat dazed and unable to comprehend the situation. Recalling his father's stories, the boy suddenly realized something and asked if he was the senior who held in his pea. Hearing this, the Yan Dao grew furious and cursed loudly about the pea. He explained that while he slept, he had overheard the stories passed down through the generations for 1,000 years. He demanded they stop, as it wasn't about holding in pee at all. The humiliation of that day made him not want to face it. Back then, when only a few enemies remained, they had agreed to continue the fight after a bathroom break. However, they took advantage of him while he was pulling up his pants and struck him down. Xiao Zai listened, surprised by the revelation. It turned out that dying in such a way was quite embarrassing. The Yan Dao's voice sounded desperate as he gradually manifested into a human silhouette, declaring his hatred for the world after everything that happened. He aimed his words directly at Xiao Zai, calling him weak and soft, noting that a mere fireball had turned his face pale with fear. He asked if the boy wanted to gain power. Though a bit bewildered by the Yan Dao's question, Xiao Zai nodded and admitted that he certainly did. This made the man extremely happy, and he smilingly suggested that the boy go on a slaughter and declare war on the world, abandoning his previous cultivation methods. He reached out toward the boy, explaining that his technique was created because of him, but there was actually a second half that required a blood sacrifice. This is the price you must pay if you wish to grow stronger, and Xiao Zai felt a wave of panic as he listened to Yan Dao's words, who told him not to embarrass him as his successor. First, go and kill someone at random, he commanded, but the boy shouted back in anger, asking if he was joking and what he was talking about. If that is the case, I would rather not be strong at all, and this defiance caused the man to lose his patience and take action. How pathetic if you refuse to do it, then surrender your body to me, for it was clear that Xiao Zai was no match for Yan Dao. He suddenly felt an agonizing pain coursing through his entire body as his face turned pale, and he struggled to breathe, while his hands and limbs trembled uncontrollably during his brief struggle. Eventually, Xiao Zai stopped moving, and when he opened his eyes again, his body had been completely taken over by Yan Dao. This is a possession, so stay quiet inside my body and watch, for this story has gone on long enough and finally needs a true villain. The scene shifts to a grocery store in the city where a shopkeeper smiles and welcomes a customer, but she is immediately struck by the sight before her. Terrified and confused, she stammered about the fire on the swordsman's hand as Yan Dao walked in with a menacing look and made his demand. I want a map of this city, he said with a strange and wicked smile as the flames on his hand flared up brightly. It seemed Yan Dao was about to commit another evil act, and as expected, he instantly caused the grocery store to explode. Fire trucks rushed to the scene upon hearing news of the blaze, while Zhang Li watched from above and let out a sigh. There is a fire in the distance along with a very bothersome aura nearby, he remarked with a look of annoyance, sensing the presence of a demonic cultivator. Yan Dao felt immensely satisfied after torching the store, and used his wind-like speed to dash off in another direction. Using his current power, Yan Dao continued to set everything ablaze and felt pure joy as he watched the world around him turn into a sea of fire. Various voices called out for him to stop and wait to be captured, calling him a monster, which caught Yan Dao slightly by surprise. He turned around expectantly, asking if the meddlers had finally arrived, only to see two Taoist priests waiting for him. Han Shuang laughed proudly and introduced himself as the swordsman from beneath Chengcheng Mountain, advising his opponent to surrender immediately if he knew of his reputation. To avoid losing any limbs, surrender now, shouted Jin Guan, who identified himself as the deputy director of the Jiating branch of the Traditional Arts Protection Bureau. Known as Master Jin Guan, he claimed to have captured thousands of monsters like him and told him to kneel, drop his weapon, and put on handcuffs. After their introductions, the two charged at Yan Dao without another word, causing him to sigh in annoyance at their excessive chatter. With just a few basic moves, he easily defeated them both before the scene shifted to the noisy and chaotic Traditional Arts Protection Bureau building. A thin young man stepped outside to investigate the situation as the masked figure approached in a state of confusion, asking what was happening. The one-eyed leader was puzzled by the sudden alarm, but the man calmly informed everyone that something major had likely occurred, leaving them all shocked. The thin man's expression grew serious as he recounted how he had been observing the conversations of the people downstairs. It appeared that a dangerous entity had set an entire street on fire and injured two colleagues who were on duty nearby. As the combat division, it was time for them to provide backup, and a team had already gathered below the building to prepare for departure. They were about to leave, which left the one-eyed leader wondering why they had been kept completely in the dark. He continued to explain to the three of them that it wasn't their turn, since they were not part of the direct combat unit. Furthermore, the culprit seemed to be a demonic cultivator, and they wanted to avoid any suspicion, which caused her to laugh in surprise at the mention of such a being. Just then, the bald Killen burst through the door, startling the three of them as he announced with a grim expression that the situation was dire. He explained that the matter was far more complex than they thought, having just returned from the headquarters office as the scene shifted back to the meeting room. Having eavesdropped from outside, the bald Killen had gathered some information while watching them replay the footage of the incident. As the events caused by Yan Dao were recounted, his eyes widened in shock upon seeing Zyro Kai's face, realizing the demonic cultivator was none other than him. The three of them were stunned into disbelief upon hearing it was Zyro Kai before the scene transitioned to a vast area elsewhere in the city. The people on the street were thrown into a state of confusion and began whispering as they watched the amateurish poser carrying a large blade. They wondered if he had come to the school gate seeking a vendetta, though with the great Shitian around, local thugs were usually cleared out, but he was currently on leave. Yan Dao calmly observed the students and consulted his map, noting that the school was the final destination in his plan. Without a second thought, he unleashed his flames toward the school, intending to incinerate the building and everything within it. The fire surged toward the school as if to consume it entirely, followed by a massive explosion that plunged the area into chaos. Fortunately, the Rui spirit managed to block the attack just in time as Po Tian approached and asked with clear irritation. He questioned why the man was burning the plants he had personally grown, noting that it had not been easy to make them flourish. With a stern expression, he reprimanded the intruder, stating that he had painstakingly educated every generation of students in the school. He asked why the man would try to burn the children, while Yan Dao realized he had finally encountered a formidable and interesting opponent. Po Tian immediately ordered the Rui spirit to charge, and Yan Dao met the attack without hesitation, raising his blade to parry the strike. Suddenly, strange vines erupted from the ground and bound his legs, catching Yan Dao by surprise and leaving him unable to move. Seizing the opening, Po Tian lunged forward and landed a decisive punch on Yan Dao's face that he was unable to block. Po Tian coldly told him to stop resisting and to wait quietly for the police to arrive and take him into custody. He explained that since he had planted everything in the area himself, he could control it all, making the entire place his domain. Yan Dao showed no fear and instead found the situation amusing, his smile twisting into a bizarre grin as he challenged Po Tian's claim. Po Tian suddenly sensed something was wrong just before a massive explosion occurred, making the battle even more intense. The force of the blast sent the Rui spirit flying backward in pain, as the intense flames began to incinerate the vines Po Tian had created. Despite his clothes being reduced to rags, Yan Dao remained indifferent, mocking that fire would always consume wood. Po Tian watched in disbelief, shocked that the man was willing to inflict such severe damage upon his own physical body. Yan Dao slowly looked down at his damaged form, yet a distorted smile remained on his face as he made a chilling declaration. He claimed it was merely a host, and that he would simply find a better body once this one could no longer endure the strain. Yan Dao lunged forward with his blade to attack, deciding to test his opponent's body as a potential new vessel, just as Shi Tian appeared while tasting something. Seizing the opportunity, he exhaled a blast of fire to counter the flames created by Yan Dao, leaving Po Tian standing nearby in total shock. Recognizing the familiar figure, he stammered Shi Tian's name while Zhang Li appeared in midair to offer a serious critique. Zhang Li praised his fire-breathing technique and posture, to which a weary Shi Tian replied that the remnant soul within him sensed a heavy, malevolent energy. He was so concerned that he forced his way here to see, and so he arrived. His expression turned extremely grim as he stared intently at Yan Dao before him. "So what is your background? What do you want?" he sighed, realizing his enemies were multiplying. The trouble was mounting, but he also saw it as a golden opportunity. "This place is indeed under my control. I set fires along the way, but that was merely to vent my anger," he declared right in front of everyone. Yan Dao thrust his blade deep into the ground, leaving the onlookers bewildered, realizing the situation was rapidly deteriorating. Zhang Li spoke up anxiously, "An array! I recognize this formation." Beside him, Po Tian watched the scene unfold, his mind racing in shock. Amidst the red light, their bodies grew heavy. Yan Dao laughed maniacally, pointing his sword at Shi Tian as he made his declaration. "This is an array I drew using fire. I followed the map, setting blazes all along the path. That final fire was the very last stroke of my brush. This is a long-lost magic from ancient demonic cultivators, designed to manipulate and sacrifice the blood of everyone on this land. I will use it to augment my own power. Nearby, the surrounding crowd grew frantic as they witnessed the unfolding horror. What are those people doing over there? Before they could comprehend the situation, the crimson light surged toward them instantly. Before the other man could react, the red light left them both in a daze. Nearby, the one-eyed female boss sensed the danger and rushed to her vehicle. She climbed in and urgently shouted to the others, "Hurry, we must get there before the others to save him. Otherwise, he'll end up being shot dead on the spot." The car carrying the group sped forward as voices echoed inside. "Should I run the red light? We're demonic cultivators, the bad guys, but if I do, I'll lose points on my license." Meanwhile, those trapped in the red light began walking like the living dead. Yan Dao gloated as he gathered the unfortunate victims. "Now, the gap between our strengths will be insurmountable." His arrogant voice rang out, "You are restricted by my array, and even more so by your own morality. Your morals will prevent you from attacking ordinary people." Po Tian and Shi Tian listened with rising anger as he added, "But I have no such qualms." These words only fueled Yan Dao's excitement. "Everyone here is under my control now. They have all become my human shields." He slowly placed his hand on a young beauty's head. "And of course, they will serve to provide me with spiritual energy." Right before their eyes, he drained the girl's energy. "My sustenance." As the wounds on Yan Dao's face healed, he tossed the girl aside. Just then, the group of demonic cultivators arrived. The one-eyed boss was horrified by the sight and rushed toward Yan Dao, screaming, "Zio Zai." Hearing that familiar voice, Zio Zai slowly opened his eyes within the vast void. "Who's calling me?" Still unaware his body had been possessed, he drifted in the darkness. "What's wrong? Wait, where am I? That's right, I." Nearby, vines tightly bound the unconscious crowd. Seizing the moment, Yan Dao gripped his sword and lunged straight at Shi Tian. Though he had no desire to fight, Zio Zai had no choice. He was being controlled. He cursed angrily, "You old man, let me go this instant." Yan Dao was slightly surprised to see Zio Zai awake. "Oh, you've regained consciousness. Do you still intend to resist me?" While they argued, Shi Tian took the chance to stab him in the abdomen. He was taken aback when the man didn't even try to dodge. His movements had grown sluggish. Shi Tian quickly turned to Po Tian. He shouted, "Master Lin, quickly restrain the bystanders. I can handle things on this end." Meanwhile, Yan Dao grew irritated by Zio Zai's interference. "Brat, stop causing trouble." Zio Zai watched helplessly as Yan Dao occupied his body. "Stop struggling, at least not right now. Resisting your own ancestor is a grave sin." Yan Dao's hand suddenly manifested within the terrifyingly dark void. He grabbed the boy by the collar and scolded him. "You understand nothing of the soul-snatching technique. You cannot hope to resist me. If you behave, I might still give you a chance since you are my descendant. Do you hear me?" The thought of Zio Zai ruining his plans made him lose his temper and curse incessantly. "I want to show this world the meaning of terror, for fear can be converted into my energy. This is the path of a demonic cultivator, so I must slaughter everyone here, though I will choose a superior vessel. I will seize a body, flee, and hide to prepare for a new massacre. I have set my sights on that fire wielder. I intend to take over his body." Yan Dao's voice rang out, saying that he would return the body then, mocking the weak Zio Zai for being so pitifully bullied. Seeing that he remained silent, the man grew even more arrogant and laughed loudly, asking the boy if he craved a complete demonic cultivation technique. "It doesn't matter, for I wrote it myself and can pass it to you. Tell me, boy, is there anyone among these newcomers that you care about? If you agree, I might even spare them. It is not impossible." Suddenly, Yan Dao began speaking cryptic words. "To be honest, I do not wish to lose you." He slowly released Zio Zai, his face full of pride as he declared that after sleeping for 1,000 years, he felt a bit lonely with no one to rely on so he could look after him. Although his voice was filled with contempt, he noted that even if the boy was useless, he was his only living blood relative. The memory of those words made Zio Zai grit his teeth in rage. He lowered his head and shouted a single word, "Scram," which left the man momentarily stunned and surprised. Zio Zai's demeanor shifted completely as he yelled for the man to shut up and stay away, calling him a wretched heretic. Seeing Zio Zai so emotional, Yan Dao laughed in surprise and warned the boy not to be so disrespectful to his own ancestor. Zio Zai utterly dismissed his words. his voice rising as he questioned what kind of ancestor the man thought he was. He slowly stood up, stating that the people around him were all good, that he was raised by a good person, and that the friends he knew were also good. The thought of Yan Dao destroying everything filled him with intense hatred, and he declared that his life had nothing to do with the man. Xiao Zai slowly extended 2 fingers, adding that he loathed him, and as he opened his eyes again, he successfully reclaimed control of his body. This action left Yan Dao stunned and in disbelief, wondering how and when the boy had managed to do such a thing. He had reclaimed his physical control in such a short time, prompting the man to angrily demand to know what he intended to do. He calmly announced that if the man was indeed his ancestor, his next move would be absolute and final. He pointed the sword directly at his own body, declaring he would no longer be weak and would betray his lineage. Seeing such a reckless act, Yan Dao panicked, realizing the boy intended to harm himself. Unable to remain inside any longer, Yan Dao hurriedly fled the body, causing Xiao Zai to collapse onto the ground. Thinking of the boy's actions made him even more furious, and he cursed wildly, admitting that using self-harm to force him out was quite a bold move. Unfortunately for them, there were many others present for him to possess, and he decided to inhabit a different body, after successfully taking over his new host. Yan Dao's face was filled with triumph, but at that moment, a group of demonic cultivators rushed him from behind, cursing him for his excessive bullying. The 3 of them fought together, forcing Yan Dao back in pain, while the bald Kilin arrived just in time to catch Xiao Zai. He quickly supported Xiao Zai's frail body, noting his extreme weakness as a side effect of the possession. Looking at the crowd, Shi Tian was confused, wondering who these people were and why he hadn't sensed their presence earlier, while Po Tian suddenly remembered something. He slowly revealed their identities, noting they seemed to be government workers he had met before, and assured the others they were good people. They had even helped plant trees at the school, so their arrival meant they could finally rest easy. Meanwhile, the relentless attacks left Yan Dao in pain as he was repeatedly knocked backward. All the demonic cultivators cooperated to surround Yan Dao, causing everything to seemingly come to a halt and leaving him somewhat surprised. Suddenly, he realized it was a formation filled with hatred, and their strength was quite impressive. In that single moment, he actually used a formation to restrain me. Yan Dao's expression darkened as he realized his plan had been thwarted once more. I've truly stirred up a hornet's nest, and this uncultivated body is becoming impossible to control. I have no other choice. Yan Dao could only focus on escaping by creating enough chaos to slip away, as the red glow began to fade. As everyone regained consciousness, the crowd fell into a panic, clutching their heads and crying out in confusion about what had just happened. We blacked out. Is this a massive brawl? Look at those movie-like effects. Bystanders outside began filming the scene frantically with their phones. Mayan Ju watched the scene in confusion, while the thin young man beside him seemed to realize what was happening. He released the civilians. Damn him, is he trying to cause a scene? Yan Dao thought, feeling smug as his plan unfolded perfectly. Get distracted, let the formation falter. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, startling him. Don't lose your focus. Despite his weakened state, Xiao Zai shouted a warning to everyone. Stay focused. Use all your strength to hold him down. Don't let him escape, the bald Kilin urged. He looked at Xiao Zai with concern, but the boy stubbornly insisted he could endure until the end. I won't collapse yet, Xiao Zai said, his body trembling as he stood up with his sword. I understand my family's techniques better than anyone. During cultivation, the soul grows powerful and elusive, making it hard to harm, but it can be restrained by fire. Realizing the situation had turned against him, Yan Dao's expression soured as Xiao Zai's fighting spirit began to blaze. Staggering forward with his sword, he muttered, The flames from this blade conceal him. Let me deliver the final blow. Xiao Zai's resolve inspired the crowd to cheer. His sword is glowing. Those effects are so cool. That's not an effect. Is it a stunt? I don't know, but this is a rare sight. I have to film this. Hey kid, look over here and smile. Yan Dao was so terrified he could barely speak. You, stay back. Xiao Zai slowly approached him with a faint smile. Ancestor, I should thank you for making me who I am today, but goodbye. Xiao Zai struck Yan Dao with all his might. I will protect this world. Our paths differ, so there is nothing left to say. The spectators were frozen in shock as time seemed to stand still. Phones slipped from their hands as the crowd began to scream in terror. Run, he's insane. He just killed someone. Chapter 56. After delivering that fatal blow, Xiao Zai was completely drained of energy. He stood there muttering to himself, "It's okay. This move only kills demons," before his body finally collapsed to the ground. "Won't harm humans." Just then, police sirens wailed as several vehicles arrived from all directions, surrounding Xiao Zai. A weary Director Mao stepped out of his car. Seeing him, the purple-haired man and one-eye gasped in shock. "Director Mao, you're the one leading this operation." Director Mao ordered the civilians to gather so their memories could be erased, while his team began dismantling the barrier and clearing the scene. He approached the fallen Xiao Zai and whispered a few words. Director Mao then drained his cup and used his powers to make it expand as it took flight. The massive cup sucked the Yandao Demon Lord's remains inside. Zhang Li watched in awe of his power, staring at the white porcelain artifact. "That artifact is only a few decades old, isn't it? How is that possible?" Once the blade was secured, the cup returned to its original size. Director Mao bowed deeply toward the floating cup. "I am truly grateful for your assistance, Senior. This junior cannot thank you enough." Holding the cup, he ordered his team to assemble. Director Mao then gave Zhang Li's group a stern reminder that made Zhang Li's face darken. "As for you lot from the demonic cultivator unit, come to my office for tea later." Shortly after, the bald Killin and his crew arrived at the station. Chief Mao calmly took a sip of water from his cup before slamming it onto the table and berating them for their pathetic lack of danger perception. He asked what the most vital part of their work was, emphasizing that it was acting in secrecy, and told them to reflect on their incompetence. The group didn't hold back their frustration, shouting back at him, asking who he thought he was to lecture them and if he wanted to be skinned alive. One threatened to drag him behind a motorcycle, while the purple-haired man simply vowed to kill him, causing Chief Mao to fall silent for a moment. He then spoke softly, advising them to stop practicing their demonic arts for now so he could actually sense their genuine emotions. Upon hearing this, they broke down in tears, admitting that their failures had led to all the recent violent altercations. They confessed they were too ashamed to face anyone and begged Chief Mao to fire them, prompting the chief to let out a long sigh. Chief Mao tapped the table as he listened to their sobbing, noting that many of these issues could have been prevented since Xiao Yi was just a novice. He explained that as his mentors, they should have repeatedly reminded him to report every single change to the organization instead of acting on his own. He told them to trust the organization more, as they had both medical and magical means to safely remove the evil soul, but they had chosen to act independently. As a result, over 100 videos were now circulating online, completely exposing the world of cultivation to the general public. The group huddled in a corner, weeping and admitting they had been far too impulsive, until Chief Mao suddenly walked over to the window. He quietly told them to let it go since the threat was neutralized, but ordered them to write reflections and forfeit 3 months of bonuses, leaving them stunned. Chief Mao sternly commanded them to stop monitoring other cultivators and instead clean up their mess by reporting every video of the battle they could find online. He told them to use fake accounts and even resort to seduction to find the uploaders' addresses so they could be hypnotized into forgetting everything. The group of demonic cultivators was baffled by his plan, wondering if they were now supposed to become righteous keyboard warriors. Suddenly, the bald Qi Lin brought up an important point, asking Chief Mao about the status of their surveillance on the boy who used fire. Chief Mao put his hands behind his back and feigned surprise before smiling craftily and stating he would send someone the boy knew to protect him. The scene shifted to a room filled with computers, the secret fan club for Shitian, which boasted over 1 billion members and a balanced gender ratio. New notifications popped up from a user named Shitian's eldest daughter, who was looking to buy photos of him from back when he was fat. Zhao Duxing, the leader of the fan club, stared at the screen with longing while typing away, starting another busy day of moderation. A user named Father Tian's caller commented about a recent dangerous explosion that had caused the school to close for 3 days, which others quickly confirmed. Another user claimed a fight broke out near the school gates an hour after class ended, and posted a short clip showing that Tian was present. Reading this, Duxing felt a wave of regret for having skipped class that day and missing the chance to see it all in person. She quickly reached for her phone, worried about Tian's safety and feeling the urgent need to check on him. Suddenly, she received a strange message from an account named A Friend, claiming to have many photos related to Tian. The message asked if she wanted them, leaving Duxing stunned as she processed the offer of numerous photos of her idol. She shook her head to clear her thoughts, replying that they could talk later since she was preoccupied, but the sender simply gave a short response. To grab her attention, the account sent photos of a chubby Shitian eating snacks and images documenting his grueling weight loss journey as a child. Duxing stared at the screen in confusion, demanding to know who the person was, only for them to reply that it was a secret and offer 1,000 more photos for her help. As for Zhao Daheng, returning to Maozong, he helplessly pushed the door open with a click and spoke to the cup. The management staff were all busy erasing the incident's impact on social media. The cup nodded in understanding. Maozong then said softly, "Let us begin as well." With those words, the cup released the imprisoned flame blade demon lord. He was tightly bound by the chains of the 5-star soul-locking grand array. Maozong began his interrogation. With a cold, grim face, he spoke of the blood array formed by explosions in the midst of the populace. Given the power of cultivators in this era, even a 1,000-year-old fox like you should know better than to cause such a scene right after awakening, even if you don't fully understand the situation, right? Suddenly, he shouted at the demon lord, "What is your true objective? Tell me, what drove you to do this at any cost?" The man shouted back defiantly, "Why should you care, you bastard? I won't say a single word to you." Not getting the answer he wanted, Maozong lowered his head. "Then I have no choice but to refine your soul." The demon lord didn't understand and stammered, What do you mean?" Maozong's expression shifted, his pupils shrinking. "I will filter your consciousness until it dissolves, then delve into your memories to see what unspeakable secrets you are hiding. Does this feel familiar? It is a divine ability commonly used by demonic cultivators, fighting fire with fire. However, I shouldn't forget to mention that, although I hide it well, the techniques I practice are actually those of a demonic cultivator." He then waved his hand forward and growled, "Furthermore, I will dispatch personnel to protect every cultivator who is present at the scene. Whatever you're planning, you'd better give up now." Meanwhile, over at Shitian's side, he was gorging himself on a table full of greasy food. He looked at the hamburger in his hand and muttered, "This sudden turn of events has left me feeling completely helpless." A sudden fight, a sudden middle-aged man, and a sudden conclusion. They fought right in front of me and then cleaned everything up. He frowned and held up 2 fingers, saying, "I've realized that hidden masters exist in this world, and they even belong to an entire organization. That feeling of being just a grain of sand, unable to help at all, I've only felt it twice in my life." Finally, Shitian lowered his head and whispered, "I want to become strong quickly." But Zhang Li wasn't concerned about strength. He asked with wide eyes, "Wait, twice? You felt this helpless before?" Hearing this, Shitian was a bit surprised and began to recount the story. "Yes, it was when I was still a child." Memories of his childhood flooded back. 13 years ago at the Little Sun Kindergarten, Class A. A child ran in and excitedly announced, "The teacher said this afternoon is free time. Our class can play house." A curly-haired child happily volunteered, "Then I want to be the mother." Other children also stepped up for family roles, saying, "I'll be the big sister, and I'll be the big brother." "I want to be the younger brother. I'll be the younger sister." Then a boy with a bowl cut raised his hand. "I want to be the father." Suddenly, the room went silent. 2 other children immediately protested. "What did you say? How could you be the father? Didn't we already agree? The father of this class can only be that person." The other 2 girls blushed, surrounded by floating hearts. "That's right, it can only be him. He's taller than the teacher, sturdy, and makes us feel so safe. He can protect everyone." Young Shitian, who was playing with blocks, trembled when he heard them calling for Dad. The entire kindergarten class rushed over to hug him, shouting, "Dad Shitian, play house with us like you used to. Dad Shitian, we are your children." Shitian could only resign himself to his fate back then. This was him at 3 years old, weighing 45 kilograms. The children would run to him with open arms, crying, "Dad, Dad, I want to fly. Dad, Dad, I want to spin." There was even a time a classmate was bullied and ran to him for help, crying, "Dad, Dad, some jerk from the other class stole my spot on the slide. Dad, help me beat him up." To understand what happened, we must go back 30 minutes earlier to the school's shared slide. "It's Class A's turn to use the slide today." "You can't use it. Liar, it's clearly our class's turn today." 2 children clashed, unable to decide who got to play. "We said Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays are for our class. Yours are Tuesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays." "That's not right. Why does it feel like your class gets to play more than us every week?" Children argue so easily. After a fierce scuffle, they both burst into tears. The long-haired girl ran back to her class, threatening, "Just you wait, I'm going to get our class's dad, stay right there." "Who's afraid of you?" "I'm going to get our class's mom, too." By then, the long-haired girl had already run over to hug Shitian, crying out, "Dad, Shitian." Afterward, he and a classmate headed over to the slide to investigate. "Come on, lead the way, let's go see." "All right." The other children panicked at the sight and called out to one another. "Wait, is his father going there all by himself? Is that for real?" "But that person is the queen mother of their entire class. Do you think his father can actually win?" The child with the ponytail looked worried. "I am unsure. Even as the smartest student here, I cannot tell whether Shitian's father or that person is stronger." The boy's gaze was filled with intense resolve. He confidently concluded that it would surely be a brutal battle. Meanwhile, the other boy led Big Daddy toward the kid with the buzz cut. "Dad, it's them. Their class bullied me." Shitian's pupils constricted in a surprising reaction, as the buzz-cut kid was equally massive. A direct counter to Shitian. "Mom, it's them. They bullied me." Two powerful forces locked eyes, Big Daddy and Big Emily, also known as Zio Hua. Without a word, the two exchanged blows. That day, the youth first experienced true despair and helplessness as the children were sent flying by the impact. Zio Hua hoisted Shitian by the neck like a punching bag. He finally realized the vastness of the world and that there is always someone stronger. For every large person, there is someone even larger. Chapter 58. Despite facing a powerful foe, Shitian refused to yield, leading to a year of chaos at Little Sun Preschool. Zio Hua and Shitian constantly dueled with the mighty punches of toddlers, and naturally, Zio Hua sent Shitian flying several meters every single time. He tumbled to the ground from the shocking impact. Zio Hua approached him and grandly declared, "You lose," while thumping her chest. "This marks my 31st victory. Now call me Big Sister." Refusing to submit, Shitian shouted back that he was actually half a month older than her. "You ought to call me Big Brother Shitian." Zio Hua stared in surprise before bursting into laughter. "Fine, how interesting, you certainly have spirit." "It is fine if you refuse." Zio Hua pointed at him and declared that no one in the world could withstand her techniques. "Yet you managed to endure 3 strikes, making you a sturdy young man. Very well, we are friends." She then turned and walked away. Leaving Shitian helpless on the ground, she added, "Sooner or later, I will make you call me Big Sister and win your heart." In contrast, Shitian was furious, realizing he could not win and needed to grow even larger. Meanwhile, the boy with the sprout-like hair watched the struggle and lamented how tragic it was that Shitian had not won a single fight in 6 months. "Our class is finished." Suddenly, a young girl approached and remarked that despite the tragedy, the two of them actually seemed like a perfect match. She firmly doubled down on her observation, noting that with one being a father figure and the other a mother figure, they both provided a sense of security. She suggested they must have developed feelings through their fighting and would eventually form a family to protect the children of both classes. The other two children vehemently protested the idea, yet no one realized that Shitian had already made a firm resolution. He began devouring everything in sight, his belly growing larger by the day. As usual, Shitian called out to his mother for another bowl, determined to outgrow his rival. Everything changed one day when the doctor reviewed his x-rays. The physician warned that if his weight continued to spiral out of control. His parents and Shitian listened intently as the doctor suggested his future might be limited to just attending school. These words made him drop his snacks, fearing he would be bullied and friendless. Following that day, Shitian held a private meeting with Zio Hua. The two children resembled characters in a martial arts film, lifelong rivals facing off in a final showdown. Zio Hua teased him, remarking on what a headache he was before noting his weight gain and asking if he was ready for his 32nd defeat. Shitian's expression darkened as he bluntly stated he was not there to fight, but to say goodbye, causing the 3-year-old Zio Hua to feel panic for the first time. "Wait, why?" she cried out. With tears welling in his eyes, Shitian explained that after his medical checkup he had decided to lose weight, his mood sinking further as he spoke. "The doctor warned that I will fall ill and have no friends. Besides, we are in the senior class now and will soon graduate from preschool. In short, we'll be heading to different places in the future." Summoning all his courage, Shitian spoke the words weighing on his heart. I can't keep being fat with you anymore." Zio Hua suddenly cut him off. "Wait!" She trembled as she beat her chest. She spoke clearly. "Why don't you have any friends?" Shitian was stunned. Am I not your friend?" Then Zio Hua burst into tears, her face drenched. He watched her, feeling a lump in his throat as she said, "In this entire world." Zio Hua wailed through her tears, "In this whole world, only you can withstand my blows." Then she ran off like a heroine in a romance novel. Tian chased after her, shouting for her to wait, but Zio Hua only ran faster. His voice faded into the distance as he stood there, reflecting on his thoughts. "I shouldn't have said that. I actually consider you a friend too." Returning to the present, Tian's expression darkened as he finished his story. "That was the last time we ever saw each other." Zhongli jumped in frustration, hooked on the story. "That's it, so soon." Tian sat on the floor and continued. "She was too strong and ran incredibly fast. In the end, I couldn't catch up." Hearing this, Zhongli was left speechless. Chapter 59. After recounting his 3-year-old self's story, Tian reflected. "A few weeks later, I graduated from kindergarten, and I haven't seen her since. My mother mentioned she was a distant relative, so this obesity gene was already present in our family." Zhang Li's jaw dropped. "No wonder," Tian continued. "After that, she moved abroad with her family to attend elementary school." He poked his cheek thoughtfully and muttered, "However, even though we haven't met, we've stayed in constant contact. We often talk about losing weight." Upon hearing those words, Zhang Li whipped his head around to look at Tian. "Weight loss. Wait, she's losing weight too." Instead of answering immediately, he rummaged through a box and showed Zhang Li a photo he found. "Yes, this is what she looks like now. Her name is—" Meanwhile, elsewhere, 3 thugs were harassing a girl. "Hey, look at that girl over there. Let's go check her out." The bald one in the middle smirked. "She's a real beauty." The 3 of them approached the girl with pigtails who was humming happily. "Hey, little sister, just arrived in the city with all that luggage. What's your name? Come hang out with us. I'll call a car and show you around." She didn't say a word, just took a deep breath and roared with power. "How annoying. Why are you threatening me just to introduce yourselves?" This young girl was Zio Hua, who had lost weight but kept her immense strength. She lunged forward, grabbed the bald man's arm, and slammed him to the ground. She glared at the other 2 with fiery eyes, making them scream in panic. Zio Hua's face darkened as she said coldly, "I've lived in this city since I was a child." In her rage, she punched the wall hard. "I know this place far better than you do." The thugs who had surrounded her were now running for their lives. Only screams remained. "WH, what are you doing? Oh my God, can the wall-grinding fist really crush a wall like that? She's chasing us with a steel bar, help. Monster, stay away, mommy." Back to Tian, who was showing Zio Hua's photo to Zhang Li, though Zhang Li was trembling uncontrollably. "Yes, you're not mistaken. She's my cousin, she's Zio." Tian proudly beat his chest and declared, "We share the same obesity gene. I've been exercising persistently since I was 6, yet I still ended up fat." His enthusiastic rant was interrupted by the sound of the doorbell. As Tian went to open the door, he added, "But she trained 10 times harder than me every day. That's how she managed to lose the weight." The door opened to reveal a smiling Zio Hua. Tian froze for a moment in shock. Zio Hua beamed and called out, "Brother Tian." Behind her, the 3 thugs lay unconscious. Tian was stunned to see her. "Oh my God, why are you here?" Meanwhile, the TV showed a scene of a mother reuniting with her son. "My child, you've grown so thin. Why are you like this?" "Was it hard in the army?" The son replied firmly. "Mother, I'm not afraid of hardship. I serve the people." At that moment, Tian was also moved to tears. "You're teasing me again. Besides, you've started calling me brother." "Don't be like that. In my heart, you will always be my elder sister, Sister Hua." Zio Hua brought some gifts for Tian and said playfully, "Saying that makes me so embarrassed, Brother Tian." Seeing this, Zhang Li stood nearby with his mouth agape. The atmosphere felt strange. Was this person even stronger than Tian? He quickly opened the gifts with Zhang Li, but they still couldn't tell what they were. Then Zio Hua accidentally let it slip. "While I was training abroad, I killed 7 bears with my bare hands and skinned them." Tian jumped in shock and shouted, "Holy crap." It turned out the red stains were blood. She then explained the purpose of her visit, adding, "Actually, I came here this time specifically to protect you." Tian was a bit surprised. "Protect me?" she calmly replied. "Yes, you and the senior behind you have already crossed the threshold into the cultivation world." Hearing this, both Tian and Zhang Li were stunned. Seeing her cousin's dazed expression, Zio Hua laughed loudly and said, "There's no need to hide it. I've been a cultivator for a long time. The footage of your fight at the school gate went viral online. My colleagues at the Traditional Arts Protection Agency have been frantically deleting the videos, which is why I was reassigned from abroad to watch over you. The veteran official who appeared last time is my mentor." His eyes widened as he asked urgently, "Wait, Zio Hua, am I going to be in some kind of danger?" She put on a serious expression and said, "It's hard to say, but that demonic cultivator who suddenly awakened last time was likely targeting you on purpose." Zio Hua's demeanor then shifted to one of extreme gravity. He isn't the first ancient demonic cultivator to awaken. Recently, they have been appearing everywhere. Most of them follow the same pattern. They cause chaos and then steal souls. Her next words carried even more shocking news. The victims of these soul thefts were all cultivators weighing over 200 pounds. He gasped, "Soul theft. If they can steal souls, then those with poor physiques will be brutally murdered." Zio Hua slammed her glass onto the table, her voice tinged with irritation. "The one you fought last time was just a weakling who had recently awakened. The most ruthless demonic cultivator currently active prefers to strike on rainy days and has already killed 20 overweight people." Her eyes turned chilling as she gave a sinister smile. "He is currently hiding in this city. We call him the Rainy Night Serial Killer." In Chapter 60, Zio Hua began recounting the cases committed by the Rainy Night Serial Killer. Looking at the drawings, one might think they were just sketches, but in reality, the person who created a truly obese character was this artist. He was trying to draw an incredibly fat protagonist, making him a bit more rugged to increase his popularity. Once finished, he slammed his pen down and cheered with joy, feeling as though he might burst like his own rotund character. "It's done. This chapter is finally finished. I need to order some fried chicken for myself. I really want to eat. I earn money just so I can enjoy a magnificent meal." 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. The artist, who was already snacking, slid over to check. The person outside shouted, "Your food is here." He hurried to open the door, thinking, "Coming, that was fast." However, the deliveryman gave off an incredibly dangerous vibe. The artist turned pale, wondering if the man's gloomy aura was due to the rain. Furthermore, his helmet completely obscured his face. He stammered, "Excuse me, are you really here to deliver food?" The man bowed his head and smirked. "Yes, how much do you weigh?" Confused and trembling involuntarily, the artist replied, 202 pounds. The man seemed amused as he removed his gloves. "Not bad, 202 pounds and still ordering fried chicken at midnight." "You are excellent. This is your meal for today." Before he could finish, the killer grabbed the artist's head and began draining his spiritual energy. "You are my meal for today." He drained the artist until even his excess body fat vanished. Only the man's desperate screams echoed in the room until nothing remained but a shriveled corpse. Finishing her story, Zio Hua looked seriously at Shi Tian and said, "That's how it happened." He cried out in terror, "Why are you suddenly telling me this? What kind of ghost story is this?" Seizing the moment, Zio Hua made an even scarier face to intimidate him. "These are a series of recent cases involving overweight people. In just a few minutes, the victims are drained dry. After someone managed to call the police, he was immediately rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment." Shi Tian was bewildered. "That's truly tragic." Zio Hua then spoke in a tone that piqued his curiosity. "Actually, it's not all bad." When the artist was taken to the hospital, he opened his eyes and looked around, prompting a nurse to shout, "Sir, you're awake. He's awake. Doctor, come quickly." At that moment, the artist frowned, revealing a handsome face. "Am I in the hospital?" He looked at his hands and body, wondering to himself, "I remember being drained dry." Suddenly, Zio Hua slammed her fists onto the table in anger. Later, he survived and realized he was incredibly handsome after losing weight, so he quit drawing. Now he has debuted as a top idol and is extremely popular, even holding a concert recently. His income is much higher than when he was an artist, making me, someone who forces herself to work out 5 hours a day to lose weight, so jealous. Suddenly, she veered off topic, causing Shi Tian to shout, "What are you saying? Is he the culprit?" Hearing this, Zio Hua quickly held her head. However, he isn't exactly the culprit, and the victims weren't severely injured overall. Most of the obese people in this city were targeted. I saw them hanging there after being drained, with fat dripping everywhere. Aside from that ancient demonic cultivator who tried to steal your soul last time, we haven't been able to catch the others. Those bloated bodies were just piled on top of each other. Zio Hua was extremely worried, her brow furrowed as she spoke to Shi Tian. "That's why I've been so concerned about you, but seeing how thin you've become, I can finally relax a bit." "Brother Shi Tian, how did you lose so much weight anyway? You've even started cultivating." Shi Tian was taken aback, stammering, "Me? Well," suddenly. A voice from outside startled Shi Tian. "Delivery, your spicy Korean fried chicken is here." Shi Tian slammed the table and shouted, "Food, did you order this?" My financial situation doesn't allow me to order anything. Zhang Li immediately defended himself. No, I don't need to eat. Even Xiao Hua joined in the denial. No, I haven't touched meat in 10 years. If Shi Tian and Zhang Li didn't order it, and Xiao Hua didn't either, then who did? The three of them were stunned as if struck by lightning. Shi Tian, this is your house. Go open the door, I'll stay behind you for protection. What was going on? Sister Hua had just finished telling a terrifying story, and now a delivery man had supposedly come to the wrong address. The atmosphere turned chilling. A moment later, Shi Tian went to open the door, clutching something behind his back. Sweating profusely, he mustered his courage to reject the order. You have the wrong place. No one ordered anything. The delivery man, who was actually the killer, lowered his head and whispered, Actually, according to my investigation, only fat people live here, not someone like you. How much do you weigh? Shi Tian was surprised. Me, the killer clicked his tongue. Forget it, you still have a bit of meat on your bones. Then he reached out to drain his spiritual energy, his eyes gleaming. Become my food. Shi Tian quickly took a bite of chocolate, and his entire body instantly became obese. He punched the killer's hand and shouted, Don't you dare call me food. The killer seemed amused and sneered. A cultivator? Fine, your body belongs to me now. He glared at the man, thinking to himself, Is this guy a fire element cultivator too? He's not as weak as the demonic cultivator I met before. But I can't just stand by like last time. I have to protect the people behind me. Suddenly, Xiao Hua shouted, holding an entire table in her hands. Shi Tian, get out of the way. She quickly hurled it straight at the killer. He was knocked back, screaming in terror as his helmet flew off. Because of that, the killer's face was revealed. He cursed, Who threw that table? What kind of strength is this? He didn't have to wait long for an answer. Xiao Hua was already prepared to strike. Showing no mercy, she unleashed a barrage of punches onto the killer's face, his shrill screams echoing through the air. Once everything was settled, Xiao Hua cracked her knuckles and said, After over 200 punches, he finally passed out. Cleanup complete. This scene left Shi Tian completely shocked. The serial killer suddenly snapped his eyes open and looked ahead, his face full of malice now that he was tightly bound. Shi Tian crossed his arms and shouted, Sister Hua, he's awake. Zhang Li sat beside Xiao Hua, continuously massaging her shoulders. Boss, does this massage feel good? Xiao Hua was so annoyed that her eyebrows were tightly furrowed. Speak, what is the ultimate goal of you demonic cultivators who go around draining people and stealing souls? The serial killer exploded with rage, glaring ahead. I spit on you. Why should I talk? Do you think I'll talk just because you caught me? Immediately, Shi Tian and Zhang Li rushed toward the serial killer. How bold! A drop of sweat rolled down Shi Tian's cheek. He grabbed the serial killer's collar and shook him. What kind of tone are you using with Sister Hua? Do you have any idea how powerful she is? Do you realize that if you keep talking like that and she gets angry, she'll tear my whole house down? Meanwhile, Zhang Li knelt beside Xiao Hua. He panicked when he saw her stand up. Boss, please calm down. Don't lower yourself to their level. Let me pour you some juice. With her hands on her hips, Xiao Hua gave a thumbs up and laughed joyfully. Excellent, that's the spirit. Having some backbone makes me feel much better. Suddenly, Xiao Hua leaned down and slammed her forehead against the serial killer's. I figured you'd keep your mouth shut, so I'll stop asking questions. The serial killer took the blow in a daze. What? What are you doing? While attacking, Xiao Hua didn't forget to explain, Qin Ying for 3 days and 3 nights. Time passed as thoughts drifted. It didn't even take 3 days for us to learn everything. Now the killer's face was covered in lumps. You still don't know how terrifying your opponent is, he rasped. His voice echoed as a massive soul emerged from the formation. There are 10 of us from an ancient sect that worships a primordial demon god. The serial killer's face looked manic as he grinned from ear to ear. That being holds one of the most supreme positions in this world. He is an ancient god. His power can move mountains. He is the son of the earth, born amidst millions of fireballs, and he never ceases to change his form. Next, the serial killer pulled a pill from a porcelain jar. Anyone who dares to look him in the eye will be incinerated by his wrathful flames and turned to ash. He slowly raised his arm toward the dark soul. Ever since I found faith in him, I often take medicine to dream of his image. Zhang Li, Shi Tian, and Xiao Hua all stared with their mouths agape in utter shock. Sweat beaded on Shi Tian's face, while Zhang Li forgot to close his mouth, stunned that such a thing existed. The killer imagined their leader opening a mysterious scroll. After a long search, our leader finally discovered his tomb one day, he shouted. So we began excavating it. Then people riding clouds and swords flew toward the mountain peak. At that time, elite demonic cultivators from across the land appeared. Two strangers secretly opened a massive chest containing a language no one could decipher. However, it recorded the high god's cultivation methods. One person grabbed a unique wooden book detailing how to convert yang energy into spiritual energy. The serial killer's voice trembled with excitement. The human body contains yang energy, and those prone to obesity possess even more of it. With this method, one can increase their cultivation by either burning their own body or draining others. That is why we target the obese and seize their souls. But it's not just for cultivation. We use their fat to resurrect the ancient god we worship. With bloodshot eyes, he screamed, "He is the king of fire, the light, the world's first cultivator, the symbol of flame." You're scared, aren't you? But the plan is in its final stage. He is coming. Suddenly, Zhang Li lunged forward and delivered a heavy punch to the killer's eye. "He's almost here," the man cried in pain. Zhang Li grabbed the killer's collar and shook him violently. "Converting fat to spiritual energy, burning calories. Isn't this my own cultivation technique?" Shi Tian and Zhao Hua stared in disbelief. The serial killer's face was now covered in bruises as he looked up, bewildered. Zhang Li exploded in rage, furrowing his brows as he barked, "Isn't it me that you're worshipping after I died? I intentionally left a copy in my tomb, and you lot actually dug it up." The serial killer's brows knitted together in total disbelief. "Wait, you are." Zhang Li slammed a fist into the killer's cheek. "Did I give you permission to rob my grave, you animal? Did I tell you to have these delusions and ruin my reputation?" He then unleashed a barrage of kicks onto the man's back, cursing as he struck. "Are you insane, you bunch of lunatics who said you could be my followers? Did I ever give you my consent?" Flames erupted from his hands as Zhang Li hoisted the killer into the air. "Did I say you could use my technique to drain people dry? Tell me, how many obese people have you harmed and where are they?" The flames flickered and roared with increasing intensity, reflecting in the killer's pupils. You're... Tears suddenly streamed down his face as he muttered in a daze. "Could you really be?" He fell to his knees before Zhang Li, his body trembling as he sobbed. "No, was the god I dreamed of every night just a figment of my imagination?" Someone thought to themselves that at that moment, it was the scream of a collapsing faith. In that instant, a man's entire worldview was shattered into pieces. His lifelong belief had shattered into pieces, and the serial killer's face seemed to age several years as he smiled through his agony. "I've told you everything. The obese victims are still alive, locked inside the city center stadium," he confessed as Zhang Li closed his eyes. He flicked his finger to extinguish the flames, warning, "It's good that you're cooperating, or I would have killed you," before the killer suddenly spoke up. Tears streamed into his mouth as the serial killer wailed, "If my faith doesn't exist, if this world truly has no such ancient god, then what should I do? What can I believe in now?" Zhang Li turned his back with a furious expression and shouted, "Believe in science, let's go save them." Chapter 62. A building emerged from the desolate ruins of an abandoned gymnasium somewhere in the city, serving as the cultists' lair. Someone held a pole with a piece of raw red meat dangling like bait, while a portly young man ran until his entire body was drenched in sweat. The heavy-set youth struggled on a treadmill to reach the bait as a robed man laughed, lashing him with a whip and shouting, "Run! Keep running and burn that fat." His face was filled with excitement as his eyes gleamed, yelling, "Convert that fat into energy and offer it to our god." From a distance, Lao Wu's voice suddenly rang out, "Keep your voice down," prompting the man to turn his head toward him. Lao Wu approached with his hands behind his back, muttering, "This is too much. We're being far too flamboyant while committing these deeds. Things haven't been peaceful lately. It seems the law enforcement of this world has noticed us," Lao Wu said, his brow furrowed with irritation. "There are 10 of us who suffered to awaken that being into this world, but now Lao who was hidden in the blade, has been captured. Lao Chi, who posed as a delivery man to kidnap the targets last night, has also vanished. It would be better if we exercised some restraint." Meanwhile, the blond man laughed hysterically and retorted, "Restraint? Have you become a coward from staying by the leader's side, Lao Wu? Restraint is impossible. I am protected by the ancient god," he exclaimed, pulling out a bright red undergarment as red threads flickered in his eyes. Clutching the red garment tightly, the blond man asked, "Do you know what this is? I retrieved this personal artifact from the ruins of the ancient god. This is a divine relic, the ancient god's own underwear." He then closed his eyes and brought the garment to his nose, savoring its scent. "I've carried it with me ever since. It always emits a unique fragrance and has been silently protecting me this whole time. With this, I no longer feel fear. Lao Wu stood stunned with wide eyes before slowly closing them to inhale the lingering aroma. Indeed, it is different. I truly smell a unique fragrance. With a divine treasure protecting you, it's no wonder you've become so reckless. Meanwhile, Xiao Hua was on her phone up above while Zhang Li crouched beside Shi Tian. She held the device close to her ear to make contact. "Hey, you two, hurry up. I've located the cultist's hideout," she urged, while Zhang Li struggled to contain his mounting fury. Excitedly holding the red garment, the blond man boasted to Lao Wu, "Since I started sleeping with this, I've dreamed of the ancient god's face every day. I have a feeling I'll meet him soon." Suddenly, Zhang Li charged from a distance and kicked the man squarely in the stomach, shouting, "Meet him!" as the blond man was sent flying backward. The man struggled to regain his balance and barked, Who are you?" as Zhang Li slowly raised his head to look at him. With flushed cheeks, Zhang Li felt both embarrassed and enraged as he yelled, "You animal, give me back my underwear, you people are absolutely perverted." Xiao Ta was glued to his computer screen, typing away incessantly, while over in room 301 of the Media Arts Security Building. CEO Mao suddenly walked through the door with a smile and asked, "Are you still working overtime to delete those videos?" causing Xiao Ta to stand up immediately. "Yes, I'm serving the people by suppressing public outcry," he replied, as CEO Mao held a cup of water and comforted him, saying, "All right, that's enough. Go get some rest." He then surveyed the people in the room and declared it was time for them to atone for their sins, especially you, so gear up and head out immediately to make an arrest. His eyes suddenly darkened as a murderous grin spread across his face, and he promised to bring reinforcements later since these demonic cultivators had been causing him nothing but grief lately. It was time to end this, so Old Five immediately gestured toward Zhang Li and ordered his men to surround the intruders and sacrifice them to their god. Zhang Li shouted back in a rage that he was the very deity they worshipped, prompting Old Five to lean in and scrutinize him more closely. Upon closer inspection, he realized the intruder was merely a spirit, but before he could finish his sentence, he was struck by a punch and a kick, which he found quite amusing. Shi Tian pulled his knees up while Xiao Hua cracked her knuckles to warm up, and then Shi Tian turned his head with a deep frown to ask why he had suddenly jumped down. He complained that they were forced to follow him down and told him to endure it, mentioning that his own belongings had been kept as mementos by many boys before. Zhang Li widened his eyes in anger and explained that he wasn't joking because his wife had given him those undergarments, and he was determined to reclaim them. His devotion to his wife was clearly ingrained in his soul as Zhang Li pointed toward the opposite side, then corrected himself and gestured toward a corner where his coffin lay. He realized they were trying to resurrect him, but since his soul was right there, he felt none of their offerings, causing a fiery rage to erupt around him. With his brows furrowed tightly, he wondered if they merely intended to reanimate a mindless walking corpse, realizing that something was definitely wrong. He felt compelled to check the contents of the coffin since his body had clearly been tampered with, just as a group of black-robed figures silently emerged, wielding blue flames as they approached in Chapter 63. Fireball manifested between Zhang Li's palms, while the robed figures simultaneously unleashed their power to create a blinding light. The flames collided with the purple light and filled the air with tension, leaving Zhang Li frustrated as he realized there were too many enemies for them to defeat. He frowned deeply, noting that their flames resembled Moha gens from the past and suspecting they had modified his own cultivation techniques. Since the flames shared the same origin, he held no advantage at all, which prompted Shi Tian to wear a mocking smirk on his face. He joked that the cultists would weep if they knew how pathetic their worshipped deity actually was, causing Zhang Li to turn and snap at him to be quiet. Xiao Hua lowered her head to hide her eyes and suggested they flee while she distracted the enemies. Then she crouched down low. She took a starting stance in front of Zhang Li before darting forward with incredible speed, weaving through the robed crowd and leaving two mysterious men breaking out in a cold sweat. They wondered what kind of speed that woman possessed as Xiao Hua suddenly came to a halt in front of a group of overweight men who were huffing and puffing. A sweet smile bloomed on her face as she asked if they were tired, but a second later, her expression turned resolute as she asked if they were hungry. She asked if they wanted to give up on losing weight and go home to eat, and as soon as a green-haired man shouted his agreement, she tensely snapped the iron bars of their cage. She immediately instructed them to scatter and flee the area, telling them that every person who escaped was one more soul who could go home and feast. One of the robed men cried out in disbelief, asking if this was a joke, while his companion shrieked in terror that she was a monster with a voice loud enough to reach the treetops. They were stunned that a woman could bend iron bars with her bare hands, as the overweight man quickly scrambled out of the cage. The other men followed suit, while the robed figures gave chase, cursing as they tried to round up the escapees, while the green-haired man sprinted ahead and urged his comrades to charge forward. Meanwhile, Xiao Hua rushed back to Zhongli and Shitian, telling them to head for the back exit and barricade themselves inside the gymnasium. She informed them that she had already called for backup and that help would arrive soon, while ahead of them, the robed men were shouting for the green-haired man to stop running. Zhongli and Shitian were left dazed as Xiao Hua dragged them away, while Xiao Ta sat in the car watching the opposite side and wondering if they had finally arrived. Their jaws dropped in shock as they watched the overweight man sprint past, and the bald Qilin suddenly spoke up to ask what on earth was going on. It forced me to suddenly slam on the brakes, followed by Xiao Zai asking what had just dashed past and what kind of fat animal it could be. Xiao Zai was stunned as he peered out of the car, realizing they were humans, while the bald Qilin stepped out in shock at the sight of obese people everywhere. Wondering if these were the missing people, I watched as the cloaked man barked with a heavy frown, ordering the bastards to stop while his companion shouted that the sacrificial ritual required them. Xiao Zai glared at the cloaked demonic cultivators, causing them to panic as he identified them, while the trembling group realized their situation was dire. Xiao Zai and the bald Qilin led the charge against the demonic cultivators, urging everyone to protect the people and redeem themselves by defeating the enemy. Xiao Hua touched the wall and looked back, stating they were in the gym's office area and should wait there for reinforcements to arrive. Suddenly, Zhongli's eyes widened, and he began walking away quickly in deep thought, leaving both Xiao Hua and Shitian behind. A familiar aura lingered at the end of the hallway, and as Zhongli approached the door, he narrowed his eyes and shouted that this was undoubtedly the office. With a serious expression and furrowed brows, Zhongli cried out upon seeing the room covered in his photos as Shitian approached him hesitantly. Zhongli's body shook violently as he tried to suppress a horrific sensation, realizing that every single picture by the door was of him. There were even items he had used while alive that looked like burial offerings, causing the cult leader to turn around and demand to know who was there. She stepped out to confront Zhongli with sweat pouring down her face, demanding to know who they were and how outsiders had entered. She declared this the sacred ground of their religion where the ancient gods' relics were kept, noting that even as the leader, she didn't know them. Xiao Hua ordered them to seize the man, identifying him as their leader and demanding they take control of him immediately. Flames flared from the cult leader's hands as she gnashed her teeth, but Zhongli suddenly charged forward and struck her hard in the chest. He ordered her to stop her twisted worship and to quit using his techniques, while Xiao Hua couldn't help but wonder how he had become so powerful. Shitian stood by with his arms crossed and remarked that his pent-up resentment had become a headache, while the woman lay silently as her fallen hat revealed soft white hair in Chapter 64, leaving Zhongli stunned. His arm stopped in midair when he realized she was a girl, while the cult leader gritted her teeth and told him to stop joking after hurting her. She accused him of masquerading as the ancient god before looking up and screaming that they had come to ruin everything at the most critical moment. As she prepared to revive the ancient god, she claimed they couldn't understand his importance to her, as he meant everything to her. The scene shifted back thousands of years to a village between two mountains, where the gaunt cult leader was seen dragging a small cart. A woman in blue opened her door to find the ragged cult leader and irritably asked where this beggar had come from to beg for food again. The woman shoved the cult leader backward, shouting that there was no food in these chaotic times and that she hadn't eaten in days herself. The woman in blue pointed at the cult leader and told her not to linger, saying that even showing her a family member's corpse wouldn't change anything. She complained about the smell of death so early in the morning and told her there was a mountain in the village where she could bury the body. Her voice echoed through the mountains as she told her to go bury the person there and warned her never to return. She mentioned that while there were beasts in the mountains, there was also wild fruit, and that night the cult leader survived by eating berries. She eventually vomited all the food back up and knelt in pain to wipe her mouth as a voice like crackling fire echoed from afar. The voice warned her that she would die of hunger within a day if she continued, causing the cult leader to break into a cold sweat from fear. She looked around and asked who was speaking as the strange voice told her that the way to survive was right beside her. The cult leader trembled at the sight of a red light and recoiled as the voice beckoned her toward its stomach, while two beams of light coiled around her legs. She was knocked backward and lost her hat while Zhang Li watched silently, his soul hovering just above a crimson box. Her eyes widened in shock and fear as she wondered who had been whispering to her inside this ancient tomb. She knelt with a trembling body in the terrifying gloom, wondering if that voice had been the whisper of a ghost from the ancient grave. She soon changed her mind with a look of determination, realizing that the items inside the coffin could be traded for money to help her survive. She rushed toward the box and pushed the lid open, telling herself that the voice was the one that had guided her there. As the lid slid open, she repeatedly whispered that she wasn't afraid and promised to repay the favor once she made it out alive. Within his sight, Zhang Li lay amidst rare treasures, light illuminating his pale body next to a jade-green incense burner, when the cult leader suddenly noticed an open wooden book. Time drifted away like the wind, and half a month later, the woman in green suddenly heard a knock at the door. Fuming with rage, she threw it open and demanded to know who was there. Clutching a porcelain jar, the cult leader looked up and asked to trade for food, leaving the sweat-drenched woman shocked to see that he was still alive. That shouldn't be possible, but there is no food. Didn't I already tell you that trading these scraps won't do any good since no household has any food this year? The cult leader suddenly smirked and muttered that it wasn't necessarily so, telling the woman she likely never expected him to return. Then the cult leader lunged forward, striking the woman in green with the jar, accusing her of lying about the bitter, poisonous wild berries to lure him into the mountains. It was all just to help a starving child, intending for me to perish in the mountains without the strength to ever make it back. His voice dripping with hatred, he asked if she had intended to harm him then, and while the woman flusteredly snapped back for him to say whatever he liked, the cult leader only gave a mysterious smile. "And even now, you are still lying to me," he stated while staring at her panicked face, noting her rosy complexion and active digestion as proof she had just eaten breakfast. Flames suddenly enveloped the cult leader's hand as he explained it was an observation technique he had just learned, refusing to believe there was no food while the woman stared in horror, realizing he was a cultivator. The cult leader calmly confirmed it before lunging forward with blazing flames and a face full of hatred, declaring he had come to take revenge for her deception. The fire consumed the entire house while the woman lay motionless, and as the cult leader gnawed on a piece of hard bread, he looked up and thought that this world was truly a cruel place. He ate and pondered in front of the burning house, realizing he had found a way to survive, and in Chapter 65, the cult leader stopped before a crude tombstone. Standing before the memorial tablet of his fire god-master, he vowed with absolute determination to become a cultivator worthy of the flames, and to make his master's name revered by the world. The cult leader then clasped his hands and bowed his head, his posture reflecting his profound gratitude as he thanked the master for saving his life. Time marched on, and when a horse whinnied, the soldiers tightened their grip on their weapons, angrily demanding why their carriage was being blocked and warning that this was tribute silver. The cult leader lowered his head to hide his eyes and manifested flames in his hand, then swung his arm to send the fire flying as he embarked on a new journey. Later, a man with his hair in a bun fled while clutching a porcelain jar, shouting for others to run from the rumored fire cultivator because no one survived being caught by him. After the cult leader extracted the soul of the man in brown, hundreds of people looked up in unison at him standing atop the mountain peak. With an eerie, wide-eyed gaze, he told the gathered outcasts that since they had come for his fame, he would now teach them how to master his flames. The crowd below immediately erupted in excitement upon hearing this, while the cult leader arrogantly pointed to the sky, declaring that with this fire, they could roam the world as they pleased. He stated he didn't care if they did good or evil as long as they made a name for themselves, laughing gleefully as he envisioned his fame attracting even more followers. He declared his intent to establish a sect to worship the world's first fire cultivator as a god, and with that, the memory of their meeting concluded. Afterward, the demonic cultivator trembled all over at the sight of the blade, before the young man plunged his sword into the villain's body, shouting for him to die. The man with his hair in a bun raised his sword high with a righteous air, calling to exterminate the demonic cultivators and attack their lair while the young man beside him shouted. "Kill these cultists," the man condemned, claiming their fire arts were created by absorbing blood, while several blades were aimed at the cult leader as he struggled to control the flames. Ultimately, the cult leader lay still with swords piercing through his body, his face covered in grime and unsightly lumps. A thought suddenly flashed through the cult leader's mind about his pursuits and the meaning of his life, all of which had vanished, yet he wondered what he would do if given a second chance. Returning to the present, the cult leader struggled to his feet, his eyes wide with fury as he vowed that if he had another chance, he would certainly succeed. He vowed to make the entire world fear his flames, leaving Zhongli shocked and sweating as he wondered how the man could still stand. Furthermore, his chi is incredibly powerful. Is he opening a formation? Suddenly, the cult leader gritted his teeth and fled, leaving Zhongli in total shock. Meanwhile, at the athletic field, a blue light from Xiao Zai's hand clashed with the demon cultivator's power as the blonde one grinned with excitement. He called it a fair fight, but a punch immediately distorted his face as the bald Qilin grabbed him by the collar. At the same time, he glanced at Xiao Zai and told him to stop fighting since their fire techniques were nearly identical. It would be difficult to determine a winner quickly, so he tasked him with calming the hostages and finding the overweight men who had fled. The overweight men rushed forward from a distance, their bodies engulfed in flames, causing the bald Qilin's eyes to widen as he cursed seeing them all take flight. They were congregating, causing Xiao Zai to break into a panic sweat as energy began to radiate from their bodies and coalesce into a bright light. Piercing screams erupted from the men as they hovered in midair, suddenly transforming into lean, slender figures. A golden beam descended from above and enveloped the crimson coffin, and as the lid slid open, Zhang Li's physical form was revealed. The cult leader rushed over with tears on her face, smiling as she declared that the ritual could finally be completed by sacrificing those men to his body. She then directed the golden radiance into herself, remarking that the bodies of those mere mortals were no longer of any use. After speaking, she merged with Zhang Li's body to become one in Chapter 66, while Shi Tian and Xiao Hua rushed toward the dazed Zhang Li and screamed as the leader emerged from the coffin. Shi Tian stammered that they looked identical before turning around in shock to ask if the figure rising from the coffin they protected was a zombie or his own body. Zhang Li snapped back in anger, explaining that any body from his era would have long since rotted into ash after thousands of years, making such a thing impossible. Xiao Hua watched him with a weary expression, while Zhang Li broke into a sweat as he realized his soul remnant felt no connection to that physical form. Zhang Li stared intently at his double, noting that aside from their identical appearances, there was absolutely no other link between them. Zhang Li then manifested a blazing fire in his palm, theorizing that the cultist had likely used various parts to stitch that thing together. He claimed it was just a trashy puppet modeled after his statue using absorbed energy, then charged at the cult leader to end the disrespect by destroying it. The cult leader simply gave a disdainful smile and raised her hand, sending Zhang Li crashing face first into the floor with a single flick. She followed up with a direct punch to his cheek, laughing as she continued her assault until Zhang Li was completely overwhelmed. Her final strike sent him flying backward, and a furious Zhang Li looked up with a scowl, shouting out in anger at the insult. He acknowledged her impressive movement, but declared it wouldn't be enough, raising his arm as he prepared to incinerate her with his flames. With a look of grim determination, he channeled his remaining soul energy to manifest a massive fireball directly above the cult leader's head. He told her she had forced him to expend his full power just before a massive explosion erupted, leaving Shi Tian and Xiao Hua speechless with shock. Their eyes went wide as Shi Tian turned to Xiao Hua to ask if they should intervene, but she simply shouted back at him. She insisted he was winning, while Shi Tian patiently noted that the fire god was indeed using his flames to suppress his opponent. He certainly possessed the mastery of fire needed to seize the advantage, but suddenly, Zhang Li was sent flying right toward them. With a swollen cheek and a tear in his eye, Zhang Li cursed the idea of having an advantage, admitting he was no match for the enemy. He begged for help to block the path, leaving a sweating Shi Tian stunned to realize Zhang Li was the one being suppressed, while Xiao Zai noted the presence of two others and a girl. The bald Qilin calmly deduced that it was indeed her, a confident smile spreading across his face. The most elusive and rarely seen person in our company, President Mao's personal disciple, Xiao Hua, likely informed the firm about the situation here, and her presence brings a sense of relief. Zhang Li stood up, his body covered in burns and scratches, feeling both ashamed and furious as he realized the fire element this body used was far too powerful, confirming it was indeed his own. Zhongli then turned to face the cult leader and asked where he had found it, but the leader coldly replied that he was not obligated to tell him everything. With white hair fluttering, the cult leader smiled arrogantly at his opponent, stating she did not care who he was or why they shared the same appearance. She did not care even if the man was truly a remnant soul of this body, as she screamed out in a fit of madness. Her furrowed brows betrayed her rage, as she declared that a deity only existed to fulfill the expectations of its followers, and if it exceeded those bounds, it was no longer her god. She claimed that this world should be filled with fire element believers, and that every household ought to worship it. Her voice grew louder as she warned that if he stopped her, he would no longer be the fire god she revered, while Ziohua silently observed the surroundings. She suddenly cupped her hands to her mouth and shouted to her colleagues that negotiations had failed, and they should attack since they had 3 people on each side. Zhongli suddenly extended his arm to stop Ziohua, telling her it was unnecessary as his hair veiled half his face while he looked upward. He remarked that the leader spoke too righteously, and that such an ambitious attitude had truly provoked him, asking if the boy even knew the truth. Zhongli suddenly pulled a candy bar from his sleeve and crunched down on it, his body erupting in flames as his voice rang out. He stated that if the leader had robbed his grave, he should know his mastery of fire was incomplete, as the smoke cleared to reveal Zhongli's now plump physique. He reached forward and took flight, declaring his responsibility to personally demonstrate the perfected form for him in Chapter 67. Tian was suddenly struck with shock, realizing he also used this technique, while Zhongli lowered his head to hide his eyes in the shadows. A flash of light passed over him as Zhongli smiled confidently, explaining that he had gained weight from binge eating because his wife did not love him. He remarked on how nostalgic this physique felt as smoke billowed from his fists, while he knit his brows with absolute determination. He told him to watch closely and remember that this was not yet the final form of fire refinement, but rather the result of his heartbreak and rage merging with the flames in his fist. Zhongli then forcefully tore his robes aside to reveal his stout body, activating bursting fire raiment as he charged toward the cult leader with his fist raised high. With the cry of soaring fire pounce, his attack struck the cult leader directly in the face with a fire fist, leaving Tian drenched in a cold sweat. He wondered what any of this had to do with fire, as it seemed like his old fighting style, while the cult leader smiled calmly at the smoke and mocked his soft punches. She shouted that it hadn't caused her any harm and told him to use more strength, her eyes wide as her body began to tremble uncontrollably. She gritted her teeth and wondered how he could have become so weak after just one punch, especially when he appeared to be exerting his full power. She immediately looked down at her clenched fists and realized something was wrong with her own body. Glowing red liquid erupted from the cult leader's wounds, and seeing this, Zhongli could not help but burst into a delighted laugh. He told her that the soul within her body had been completely incinerated and offered to explain the technique, recalling the familiar pain of his wife not loving him. A vision appeared of Zhongli being slapped so hard his face turned as he was told to get out, leaving him to sit outside and gnaw on a piece of hard, dry bread. Because his wife did not love him, he spent every night eating and drinking alone to drown his sorrows, with tears streaming down his face as he sat near a forest. Amidst the lush greenery, Zhongli walked toward a solitary house deep in the woods, where he could overhear the sounds of her inside the room. Every time she was in that room laughing and talking with other men, Zhongli would lower his head and punch a tree trunk in agonizing pain. He was in agony watching his wife being intimate with a stranger in her room. To vent his rage, Zhongli repeatedly struck the trees, and I followed suit by punching the trunks. He witnessed his wife drinking wine served by another man while I continued to strike the trees outside. In his memories, Zhongli was frantically punching the sturdy wood. Ultimately, whenever she sought pleasure with others inside, I would take out my frustrations on the trees. With a final roar, he delivered a blow that snapped a trunk clean in half. Zhongli stood solitary amidst a grove of ruined trees. Every trunk behind the house had been broken in 2. Determination flickered in Zhongli's eyes as he frowned slightly, and I finally understood. As he spoke, the image of a tree with a circular hole through its center appeared. Through constant repetition, I eventually mastered the art of concealing flames within my fists, channeling all my pent-up resentment into them. Striking the tree directly, this became my finishing move. Back in the present, Zhang Li wore a proud expression with an excited smirk on his lips. This is a form of internal energy, where I inject fire into a person's body to incinerate their techniques. I used to practice this on trees daily to soothe my emotions and find peace. Because the origin of this technique was so humiliating, I never recorded it. You realize how foolish you've been now, don't you? He then turned to Shitian and Xiao Hua, shouting that he had burnt away the man's internal power, rendering him unable to use fire for the time being. Now is the time to strike. Suddenly, Xiao Hua placed a hand on Zhang Li's shoulder, startling him as he turned to look at her. "What are you doing?" he asked. Xiao Hua lowered her head, trying to comfort him by saying she simply felt pity and wanted to offer some solace. Zhang Li shifted his gaze to Shitian and gave a thumbs up, asking if the boy wanted to learn the move. Shitian, both panicked and annoyed, refused after hearing the backstory, while the cult leader ground her teeth in a fit of tremors. Enduring the pain, she cursed them in hatred. She raised her hand as fury erupted around her, wondering how her invincible fire technique, forged through burning fat, could be countered. The cult leader charged forward, refusing to accept defeat or understand how he could suppress her flames. However, Xiao Hua quickly grabbed her wrist to silence her. The bald Kirin gripped the cult leader's shoulder, while Xiao Hua pressed a blade against her throat, pinning her firmly to the floor. Overwhelmed by bitterness, the cult leader recalled the humiliating sight of herself groveling before Zhang Li. As tears streamed down her face, she closed her eyes, suspecting that the whispers she heard in the tomb were nothing more than a delusion. She realized she hadn't heard the ancient god's voice for a long time, thinking that if he truly existed, her flames would never have been extinguished. Trembling on the floor and gnashing her teeth in defiance, she suddenly had a realization. The one who defeated her fire was its very creator, meaning he was the true ancient god. Zhang Li then crouched beside her, laughing mockingly and telling her to keep up her act. He demanded they settle the score for her robbing his grave. Defeated, the cult leader slumped her head, no longer viewing him as a deity to be worshipped. Her mind felt like it was caught in a vortex, consumed by the desire to destroy everything. Admitting she was now an atheist with no faith left, she screamed as her soul was forcibly extracted from Zhang Li's body. As her soul drifted, Xiao Hua lunged forward to trap it inside a box, sealing the lid with a yellow talisman. Xiao Hua glared at the fat men in yellow robes, ordering them to form a single line and stay in order. A purple-haired youth gasped in shock, demanding to know who they were and what they were doing. Clenching his fists, he began to protest angrily. He claimed he would call the police, explaining he was just eating hot pot and singing at home when he was kidnapped and turned into this state. He cried out in grief, but Xiao Hua clasped her hands and struck him on the head when he demanded his fat and meat back. Smoke rose from the spot where she hit him. She threatened him to be quiet, pointing out that he had finally achieved the weight loss he had struggled with for years. "Are you still dissatisfied with your current state? Do you really want to force me to use physical violence?" Shitian, Xiao Hua, and the others had emerged victorious. Just like that, the culprit was apprehended, and the victims had their memories wiped. The matter was settled, and the incident gradually faded into the past. We returned home the following morning. As Zhang Li reached out to touch the door, his fingers passed right through the solid object. Zhang Li looked utterly stunned, his body freezing in place. Standing beside him, Shitian urged him to open the door, but Zhang Li's hand trembled as sweat beaded on his face, realizing he could no longer grasp the handle. As this day finally arrived, Zhang Li stared fixedly at his translucent arm, cursing the fact that it had happened much sooner than he had anticipated. "I can no longer maintain control over my own soul." Shitian, sitting in a chair, looked up at Zhang Li and asked what he meant by that. Zhang Li spoke slowly, explaining that his lamp had run out of oil. A flicker of regret crossed his eyes as he smiled faintly, noting that his soul would soon scatter and they would have to say goodbye. Shitian was struck with panic, his eyes widening in shock. Zhang Li then extended his hand toward him and began to give Shitian his final instructions. "Listen closely. I am merely a remnant soul. This spirit of mine has been sustained almost entirely by magical power, especially since I lack a physical body. I seem to have lost the ability to generate my own magical energy." Shitian watched in horror as Zhang Li's hand passed through his face, hearing that survival required consuming power he could no longer grasp, especially after last night's exertion. "I can no longer maintain a physical form." A bead of sweat rolled down Shitian's cheek as he cried out, telling him to wait. What about that artifact? The one that can replenish your magical power? Zhang Li replied calmly that it was no use, as the power within it was beyond his reach. I can only command that power now, not absorb it. Zhang Li smiled as he explained, though he could not hide the profound sadness etched upon his face. This is the fate of a remnant soul. At this rate, I have a few weeks at most before I must reincarnate, yet I find myself filled with regret. This time has been far more joyful than my long slumber. Zhang Li smiled tenderly and closed his eyes, saying his only worry was leaving him behind and telling his beloved not to be too lonely once he was gone. Shi Tian seemed too shocked to speak, his brow furrowed in distress. Suddenly, a car pulled up with expert precision, and President Mao stepped out of the vehicle. Is this the residence of the fire god? He clasped his hands and bowed before the door, announcing that he represented the Traditional Arts Protection Agency and had come specifically to meet Senior Zhu Rong. Shi Tian turned abruptly while Zhang Li started in surprise. Zhang Li's spirit then drifted through the door to face President Mao, who looked up at him with delight. I am but a humble servant of the people, not worth mentioning. It is a pity to see that you have been reduced to a soul, Senior. President Mao spoke calmly, mentioning the trouble caused by the demonic cultivators earlier. They caused you a great deal of trouble, and for that, I am truly sorry. With a friendly smile, he explained that he had come to make amends and invite the senior to visit their company. We wish to discuss certain techniques, specifically how we might assist in your rebirth. Hearing the word rebirth caused Zhang Li to knit his brows in surprise. Later, Shi Tian and Zhang Li stood beside President Mao, looking up at an apartment complex. Shi Tian tilted his head toward him, and Mao happily pointed out that the entire building was a gathering place for modern cultivators. As they walked, he explained that this was the Agriculture Department, which was currently researching insect cultivation to produce genetically modified vegetables. He spoke as the cultivators worked, noting that those on duty were using star arts to enhance the accuracy of their forecasting abilities. When the main team is overwhelmed, they also handle rainmaking for the surrounding areas. President Mao clenched his fist with determination, reciting their slogans of industrial prosperity, effective management, and ecological development. Two cultivators floating in midair appeared before Shi Tian. Seeing the bald one with his eyes closed, President Mao remarked that this was one of their most essential departments. These members are experts in the light element, performing tasks similar to lithography machines. By utilizing their observation and spell-casting abilities, they have synthesized a level 3 CPU for scientific research. Raising his fist again, he declared that they prioritized science and technology as the primary productive forces. Everyone was working hard to lead the world in this field as President Mao continued his lengthy explanation. We are merely one branch of the Traditional Arts Protection Network, and our headquarters employs even more workers. In the hallway, the staff bowed respectfully as they passed. They greeted the boss and thanked him for his hard work, to which President Mao immediately waved them off, repeating his familiar refrain about serving the people. During the Song dynasty, cultivation reached a pinnacle that has long since faded. In the modern era, we prioritize using magic to enhance technology and recruit talent to serve the public. The three of them came to a halt before a massive blue gate. Chief Mao began his introduction, noting that their final destination was actually the most vital department, the History Research Division. The sudden opening of the door startled Shi Tian and Zhang Li. Zhang Li stared intently at his own body encased in glass. My remains! So this is it. You actually managed to retrieve my body. In Chapter 69, Chief Mao looked at the naked Zhang Li inside the large test tube and spoke. Following the Great Battle, we recovered it and confirmed through carbon dating that it originated over 5,000 years ago. With his hands behind his back, he continued to the person beside him. This is indeed your physical form. Zhang Li turned sharply toward Chief Mao and shouted. But I cannot feel even the slightest connection between this vessel and my soul. His eyes remained steady as he calmly explained. That is because it is still incomplete. Several figures in monk robes stood in a circle around the casket of the deceased. After your passing, those who buried you performed anti-decomposition treatments. The funeral was likely quite grand. However, the crucial point is that your organs and brain were removed and mummified, much like the ancient Egyptian practices. This is precisely why your corpse has remained perfectly preserved until this very day. Chief Mao closely observed Zhang Li's digestive system within the tube as he elaborated. A human possesses 3 souls and 7 spirits. This remnant soul of yours currently only contains the 3 souls. The organs kept within that coffin hold the 7 spirits. The one who presided over the ceremony thought of preservation, but lacked a profound understanding of the process. In short, the body lacks those 7 spirits, which is why you cannot sense a link to your soul. He narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly detailed the situation. The demonic cultivators we interrogated last night. They were merely gathering energy to force control over the organs of this body. It is a pity that even with modern technology, we can only use our organization's techniques to repair physical damage. We have no way to manifest your 7 spirits. Zhang Li's voice grew heavy with a sense of helplessness. Is that so? Then it truly is a shame. In the end, I must. Chief Mao suddenly raised his voice. No, his face was filled with determination as he gave a thumbs up. Just last night, we managed to extract the location of your burial site from those demonic cultivators. Along with other intel, it is highly likely that clues regarding your brain and internal organs remain deep within that mausoleum. Zhang Li and Shi Tian gaped in shock at his words. If we find them, my specialty is soul summoning, once the soul is fully reunited. You will be able to return to your original body. He couldn't help but exclaim, does this mean, as long as we find my tomb? And retrieve the brain and organs from it then? Chief Mao agreed. Exactly. He bowed sincerely before the two of them. Regrettably, only you two can go. My company is a state-owned enterprise, so I cannot officially authorize a tomb raiding mission. My apologies, but you must personally go and dig up your own grave. Shi Tian's eyes flashed with excitement. As long as there was a chance for revival, he was satisfied. A bewildered voice rang out. Even so, the words from the room drifted through the door. I thought you had invited an expert who was a disciple of ancient Feng Shui. Dixing ran toward Shi Tian with a bright smile. Brother Shi Tian. Time passed quietly, and a few hours later, Zhao Hua sat with her arms crossed, looking serious. If you encounter any danger within the tomb, Dixing can foresee it in advance. Shi Tian waved his hand in confusion. Sister Hua, since you aren't a government official, can't you go? Dixing raised one hand high while leaning on the table. Let me go. She then listed her own merits. True, but I can handle the peripheral support. A 500-year-old relic is of immense importance to the government. At the critical moment, I will protect everyone. I'll blow up the mountain to create a diversion so you can all escape. Zhang Li leaned on his chair and shouted in shock. Blow up the mountain? Shi Tian was startled by her idea of protection. Zhao Hua's eyes brimmed with hope as she listened. Then she pursed her lips and raised a photo of the tomb everyone had imagined. Zhao Hua tossed the photo aside and turned to rummage around, revealing a hidden door behind it to everyone's shock before presenting a map. It was a massive, chaotic map, causing Shi Tian to cover his mouth and shout in disbelief about it being a maze, while Dixing wondered who would build such a tomb. This is only the first floor. The fire god's body lies outside it, while other burial offerings are scattered from the 2nd to the 18th floor. You must find the other parts yourselves, as half the demonic cultivators who raided the tomb died, leaving behind skeletons or survivors who went insane. Zhao Hua's expression tightened into a terrifying look as she recounted how they begged the fire god for mercy before eventually coughing up blood and dying. This is what the demonic cultivator revealed last night when I forced her to draw the map, Shi Tian said while grabbing Zhang Li's shoulders and shouting. Good heavens, who helped you build this tomb by excavating an entire mountain to create such terrifying secret passages? Do you have any memory of it? With veins bulging in his eyes, he snapped back, asking how he could possibly know since he had already passed away and been buried by then. Zhang Li trembled as tears streamed from his eyes, and he raised his clenched fist while his face became a mess of tears and snot. It is so incredibly lavish. Zhang Li sobbed emotionally, explaining that he was very insecure in life and thought his tribe only saw him as a fire user. He felt so loved and worshipped to have such a grand tomb built for him that he felt ready to ascend, while Shi Tian watched his outburst with a frown. You really are about to pass on, yet you still feel grateful toward the scoundrel who designed this maze, he sighed while helplessly face-palming. Good grief, this guy. Shi Tian turned around to see Zhao Hua's body glowing as 3 coins floated in the air, while she decisively chanted an incantation. Heavenly coin observes the world, earthly coin manages the terrain, Zhao Hua chanted as she leaned down and placed her hand on the Bagua circle. Humanly coin wanders the soul, she finished, and as the middle coin snapped in two, she asked if their journey together would be auspicious or ill-fated. Shi Tian and Dixing were stunned, while a panicked Zhao Hua wondered what to do now that the copper coin had snapped right in half. She clenched her fist and looked at Shi Tian and Dixing, insisting that it was far too dangerous because they didn't have enough people. You must summon everyone you know and every capable cultivator to help us. Meanwhile, an old man was leisurely walking his dog on the street. The old man and his dog were so terrified they screamed, asking if it was a bear, while Po Tian led a large white bamboo rat spirit and explained. "No, it's a rat," Shi Tian said as he happily welcomed Master Zia inside, excitedly asking the teacher to give them more lessons in Chapter 70. As the car drove up a mountain slope, Shi Tian stood with his hand on his hip, looking into the distance with a slight, grateful frown. "The road ends here. Master, thank you for traveling so far to assist us," Shi Tian said, while Po Tian calmly gestured with his fingers. He replied that he couldn't just stand by and watch them walk into danger, noting that the area hadn't seen human activity for a very long time. Duxing looked through his binoculars from the cliffside and reported a long-abandoned village below, suggesting they stay there tonight since demonic cultivators once gathered there. The large bamboo rat spirit played cards with Duxing and Zio Hua, who confidently challenged him before shouting airplane and asking for a cappuccino. Zhongli gazed into the distance and sighed nostalgically, a faint smile appearing as he wondered if this was where he had lived during his lifetime. He mused that his tomb was on the other side, feeling glad that although he was respected but unloved in life, things changed after his passing. He felt touched that his tomb was so grand, prompting Shi Tian to curiously ask what he actually did for a living since he kept acting so sentimental. His eyes sparkled as he gestured with his fingers and claimed he taught humans how to make fire, leaving Shi Tian speechless and questioning him in disbelief. "What, teaching humans fire magic?" Zhongli looked him in the eye and explained clearly, "My era back then was quite primitive. There were still many who lived like savages, eating raw meat because they didn't know how to start a fire. They could only wait for a forest fire to occur. Only then would they use torches to sustain the flames, passing it from one branch to another to keep it from dying out, for if the fire ever died, the tribe was finished." He pointed at himself and spoke with conviction. "As a fire cultivator and the one who understood flames best, my mission was to return to my homeland. To popularize the use of fire," Zhongli continued his story, "I usually brought along some followers to act as translators. That was essentially the nature of my work." Images showed a crowd of primitive people surrounding him with fierce glares, as Zhongli struggled to rub wood against a large branch until smoke finally rose, leaving them in awe. He held up the flame alongside the others, raising both hands in celebration, then wiped his sweat-drenched face and asked with a forced smile, "Have you learned it yet?" "Did you get it? This is called making fire with wood, which is 100 times better than waiting for a wildfire." The four primitive men cheered but then begged. "Making fire is awesome. Do it for us again tomorrow," he grumbled in frustration. "Learn it yourselves?" Lahui gave a thumbs up and praised him in an ancient tongue while the translator smiled and pointed at him, introducing the chief of the Zhanji clan. "His name is Ji Lahui, and he says you are the finest fire." Zhongli roared in anger. "Enough! I don't want to just be a fire starter." The translator excitedly relayed Lahui's words. "He says he wants you to settle down here and is willing to give you 15 of his daughters in marriage." He raised an arm and shouted furiously, "I don't need them, I already have a wife." Radiating an intense aura, Zhongli demanded, "Tell him to bring me his 10 smartest people. I will teach them how to use fire and return in 6 months to check their progress." However, the reality was that not every tribe was so cooperative. Sometimes things became even more difficult. The burly Long Zhan began chanting incomprehensible ancient syllables. Sitting by the fire, Zhongli pointed at the man and asked the translator, "What is he babbling about?" The translator gestured and said, "This is the Zulan clan. Their chief is Tu Longshen. He says you are the greatest at striking flint and respects you deeply. They look forward to your arrival every year to help them make fire." He roared in frustration, "Don't count on me. Learn to use fire yourselves. Why are you like this?" The translator then whispered his words to Long Zhan, who responded by spitting on the ground. Breaking into a cold sweat at Long Zhan's presence, the translator explained, "He has many warriors here, and none of them want to learn such a lowly, menial task as making fire. This is their tribal culture." Zhongli frowned, his face dripping with sweat. "He doesn't actually respect me at all, does he?" "I even saw him spit." The translator trembled, gesturing toward the man with a forced smile as he added, "He also said that he does respect you. But you must also respect their customs. These are human hands taken from their enemies, a delicacy offered to the most honored guest." He fearfully placed his hand on the large arm, hoping he would eat them all. If you don't eat, you're no longer a guest. If you refuse, your own hands will be dinner for the next visitor. Zhang Li's face darkened with disgust, remembering how those times were harder than hell. Two primitives walked ahead carrying a large log on their shoulders. This was Chief Zudu of the He-Yan clan, a people who loathed and detested fire. Yet they were experts at roasting. Zhang Li and the translator were tied to the log and carried toward a nearby volcano to be cooked. "Wait, save me, my lord," he cried out in terror. "Save you? Like hell. How do I say spare my life? Teach me quickly." "We're doomed. Just beg them for mercy." Later, as Zhang Li sat quietly on the lush green grass gazing at the night sky, the translator made a cheerful suggestion from behind. "We have 3 more clans to visit tomorrow, my lord. You should get some sleep." He turned back with a smile and asked, "By the way, you've been with me for so long now." "What is your name?" The man chuckled and scratched his head, explaining, "I'm a mix of 18 different tribal bloodlines, so my name is quite difficult to pronounce." Zhang Li rested his forehead in his hand, sighing in frustration. "Never mind. It's my fault for trying to bond with you, only to find I can't even pronounce your name." "Your translation skills aren't bad. You've done well several times. I'll reward you when we return." The translator then called out, "Lord Zhurong." He looked at him in confusion and asked for an explanation. "Tell me, why do you go around teaching these tribes how to start fires with flint?" "Let them be. Let them fend for themselves. It doesn't matter." Zhang Li froze upon hearing that question, his expression turning somber. His voice echoed through the silence. "Resting on this mountain tonight is a good choice. We can see everything from here. In the places I've traveled, the glow of fire is already visible. Yet the lands we haven't reached remain shrouded in darkness." In Chapter 71, Zhang Li conjured a flame in his palm and spoke solemnly. "Fire is truly a mesmerizing thing. I can never forget the very first moment a flame flickered to life within my hand." Images of primitive people roasting food and carrying torches through the night appeared. As long as there is fuel, it can cook food, provide warmth, and even serve as a weapon. Even those who aren't cultivators can use it. Once mastered, survival rates skyrocket. Zhang Li smiled faintly, moving the flame closer to the translator as he continued. "And by surviving, they can multiply and build a more complex world." He closed his eyes slightly, a sincere smile spreading across his face. "I am not just teaching them to control fire. I am nurturing the seeds of civilization." Standing at the mountain's edge beside the translator, Zhang Li gazed into the distance and spoke. "This mountain offers a perfect vantage point. Where I have walked, the light may still be dim, but where we haven't set foot, it remains pitch black." He turned his head slightly and gave a soft instruction. "If I die, bury me here. You can build a large, sturdy tomb, one strong enough to withstand the storms for thousands of years." Expressing his deepest wish, he said, "I want to see the world flourish because of fire." Zhang Li raised his hand before Shi Tian's stunned face and shouted, "Wait, I just remembered something." He exclaimed, "I've recalled who helped me build this tomb. I played my part for so long back then that they probably started believing it was real." Zhang Li hovered in the air while Shi Tian hung from a rope looking down. Standing behind him, Xiao Hua asked curiously, "Do you recognize this place at all?" His voice trembled as he shouted, "This place, this place!" Zhang Li slammed his hands against a basin and yelled, "These are all the things I used when I was alive. This is the basin I used for bathing." He frowned in indignation as he rummaged through his old belongings. "This pot was for my soup, and this is my favorite tea set. Why did they bury these with me? This is too much. Who did this?" Xiao Hua reached out, focusing on finding the door. "In short, this is the fire god's sarcophagus, and this is the sealed entrance to the burial chamber. It seems to be right here, opposite the statue." She swung the door open, and darkness rushed out. Before Xiao Hua's eyes were numerous skeletons leaning against the wall. Her face darkened as she threw her hands up in frustration. "What on earth are these corpses?" Shi Tian, standing beside her, also cried out in alarm. "And what the hell are all these weapons on the ground? With so many decoys that aren't even human, how are we supposed to tell which is which?" "Which ones are the actual bodies? I have no idea," she snapped. "This is my first time opening this," Zhang Li frowned, deducing, "this is just their style of arrangement. My tomb was definitely built with the help of an uncivilized tribe. Killing grave robbers is their specialty." His face was full of emotion as he rambled. "It really was them. I feel like a teacher whose students all got into top universities, and now they've gifted me a house and a car. It was an indescribable joy." Xiao Hua snapped irritably, "Shut up!" She carefully surveyed the surroundings. It truly matched what was said during the interrogation. The demonic cultivator's words were true. Zio Hua closed her eyes and brushed back her hair, speaking confidently. I originally planned to go in with you all. But because of my unique status, I can't enter. I'll be your guardian star from out here. Make sure to use the radios you're carrying. Contact me immediately if anything goes wrong. With tears welling in his eyes, Duxing clenched his fists and cried, Don't say it so casually. The bamboo rat spirit fearfully grabbed Po Tian's shoulder as he led the way with a flame. Duxing didn't dare open his eyes, his voice trembling. Brother Shi Tian, I'm scared. Shi Tian cursed under his breath. Damn it, Po Tian remarked calmly. It's too crowded like this. The bamboo rat spirit lowered its head and barked, Woof, woof, woof. Zhang Li stood there with a wry expression. He suddenly appeared behind Duxing and Shi Tian, raising a finger to share. Did you know? Since coming to this world, I've been so bored that I've read through several grave-robbing novels. Zhang Li rushed to her side and excitedly explained that in situations like this, a boulder usually rolls in to block the exit and trap the tomb raiders inside. He added that the secret passage would then shift, causing them to lose their way, but she raised a fist and threatened him to shut up since they were currently the ones raiding the tomb. Suddenly, the door slammed shut with a loud bang, and Zhang Li broke into a cold sweat as he felt a massive stone slab drop right behind him. At that moment, the skeletons began to move and close in on them, leaving everyone agape with terror while Zio Hua stood before the door, wondering in a panic if it was truly sealed. She froze upon hearing footsteps echoing behind her and desperately pounded on the door, her heart filled with anxiety as she shouted to see if anyone could hear her. Cursing her luck, she resolved to save them, but a cracked statue suddenly appeared behind her, and as she turned around, the massive figure toppled over and crushed her. Dust and debris billowed into the air as a mysterious figure emerged, hand outstretched as he coldly declared that no one would leave this tomb alive, including them. In Chapter 72, a horde of skeletons rose and advanced while chanting in a strange tongue, prompting a panicked Shi Tian to breathe fire as he and Duxing dodged so Zhang Li could unleash his flames. Shi Tian flailed about in confusion, questioning how these creatures could be so powerful after they had already been suppressed, and what kind of demons they actually were. She pulled one arm back and raised the other in fear, noting that something was wrong with those beings before decisively throwing 3 coins at the skeletons. She realized they weren't even vengeful ghosts, but merely scattered fragments of souls acting as puppets in the form of skeletons. They were created through the reckless use of magic, and though she didn't fully understand the technique, she could tell it was a simple mechanical trap. Po Tian calmly pushed up his glasses and analyzed the situation, deducing that the labyrinth and its mechanisms were designed to ensnare tomb raiders for eternity. He raised his hand and shouted that the plan was far too simple, then leaped onto the mole's spirit while telling the noisy rats to be quiet. Dropping to one knee and bracing himself, he declared he would use a special move to expose the charade, calling out for a fusion skill. He instantly transformed into a bamboo shoot, merging with the creature as he ordered it to move, leaving Shi Tian speechless at the master's grand display. Duxing stared wide-eyed at the familiar sight as Po Tian, now in bamboo form atop the mole's spirit, explained that he could grow at full strength in this state. He frowned with determination, explaining that by using the scouting abilities of his branches and leaves combined with the creature's speed, they would be unstoppable. He claimed they would function like a radar, and that he would soon map out the entire labyrinth, urging the others to wait for his signal. He promised to leave clones behind to guide them, while elsewhere, Zio Hua lay pinned flat beneath the weight of the massive statue. A foot kicked her arm to check for signs of life as the elder gazed down with sharp eyes, coldly remarking that the statue weighed at least 10 tons. He noted she was a difficult opponent who had reacted instantly to his strike, admitting that without such an accident, the battle might have been hard to win. She spoke with a strained voice as she pushed his leg off, causing the elder's eyes to widen in shock as he realized she was still conscious. In an instant, Zio Hua hurled the statue aside and pinned the man to the ground, shouting that her body was not nearly as fragile as he thought. She grimaced as fragments of the statue fell upon her, while the elder's face twisted in sheer terror, his eyes bulging as he found himself unable to speak. Seeing she was uninjured, she looked at him defiantly and explained that she had been quite heavy as a child and had trained hard to lose weight. She revealed that she had integrated all that fat energy into her body, making her as tough as iron and steel, and stone could never hope to break steel. Zio Hua forcefully ripped off the man's hat and expressed her regret at not being able to enter the tomb to help her companions. She added that finding a stranger lurking in this grave was a disappointment, and demanded to know who he was and why he wore a mask. The mask fell to reveal a face identical to Zhang Li's, just as Shi Tian called out while holding a small bamboo branch that pointed the way. "Over here, the master's signal is coming from this way," he shouted as he and the others rushed to inform Po Tian, but then he stopped and asked why they had halted, to which Zui Jing stood still and replied. He stood before a massive door covered in ancient script and explained that they had reached a dead end. This was the only door on the entire floor, but it wouldn't budge. Zhang Li scanned the lines of text and noted that the inscriptions on the door were accompanied by a code, prompting Shi Tian to turn back in surprise and ask what it meant as his expression grew tense. Zhang Li shouted in anger, "What nonsense!" Raising his hands, he furiously translated the text, which claimed a fire element cultivator betrayed by his wife was buried within. He died harboring a deep grudge after being crushed by falling mountain rocks one night. Throughout his life, he had provided fire for everyone, living without worry or care. After his death, his body was hacked into pieces and used for human experiments before being sewn back together. His hatred was so profound that he transformed into a white-haired ghost in white robes. Since then, his tomb has been plagued by incidents. Every day at exactly midnight, the ghost appears to devour the hearts and take the lives of the living. He targets every living soul nearby, and he is about to arrive right now, so run away. Zhang Li's face was drenched in sweat as he spoke with a voice full of indignation. "This is a blatant smear against my reputation. Was this stone tablet free? How could they use it just to write this?" he complained, but Shi Tian shouted back at him. "Whether it's a smear or not doesn't matter. Are you sure it only mentions the ghost? Is there no clue on how to open the door? We're about to die." Zui Jing scratched his head nervously and spoke up, explaining that things weren't that simple, as the master had triggered over 20 traps while searching for his past life. "Many toxic things are approaching as well," he said, pointing to the dial behind them. Shi Tian stared at it, his mouth hanging open in shock. Duxing frowned and speculated hesitantly that since there was a dial on the door, it might be possible to use it, as she tossed 3 coins into the air. Duxing placed her hands on the door to open it and suggested they follow her, claiming she had figured out the solution faster than she ever could while cheating on exams. Suddenly, a massive boulder slammed into the door, sending clouds of dust into the air. Zui Jing used all his strength to lift the heavy boulder, while Zhang Li and Po Tian used their magic to attack the skeleton. Time passed quietly, and 6 hours later, they were still at it. They all turned toward a portrait of Zhang Li that stood behind an incense burner. In Chapter 73, Lin Po Tian was filled with a powerful aura. With vines coiled around his shoulders, he didn't hesitate for a second before launching an attack, pushing up his glasses with a look of grim determination. "There are no other rooms on this floor. It's all just rock surrounding us, so this seems to be the end," Zhao Duxing added. "Furthermore, nothing strange is chasing us anymore," she said. But Zhang Li, with flames erupting from his hand and eyes wide, replied that he wasn't so sure about that. Soon, an iron pot began to billow smoke and fire, catching them completely off guard. They broke into a noisy commotion, reminding each other that they were carrying lanterns. "Is it really okay for you to just start a fire here? Look, another mechanism and another stone tablet. Are those the same inscriptions repeating themselves?" At that moment, Shizaohyo grew tense and glared threateningly, demanding to know what the creature was while warning that since it wore the fire god's mask and robes, he would have to show no mercy. The elder didn't even try to stop Shizaohyo from grabbing his neck. Instead, he smirked and said that destroying his body was useless because he had died long ago. "This body is merely a temporary vessel molded from clay," he said as his form suddenly stiffened, and his head fell off. His soul then emerged as an indistinct entity, hovering before Shizaohyo as the guardian of this 1,000-year-old tomb. "I will tell you who I am," he declared. Meanwhile, the translator was fast asleep at home with his legs sprawled out, enjoying his day off and refusing to write any love letters. Suddenly, someone burst in and pulled back the curtains, shouting to wake him up with urgent news. "Hey, translator, something terrible has happened. You know that fire god you've been traveling with?" "He's dead. He was crushed by a falling rock," the man cried, but the translator was still too groggy to understand until his friend handed him a notice. "This is the official notice, look. Rumors are spreading through all the nearby cities." After reading it, the translator cursed in shock and rushed to the elder's quiet room, crying out for the fire god. The village doctor sadly informed him that it was too late, explaining that he had just passed his fiery destiny to his wife before closing his eyes forever. "If you want to say your final goodbyes, he is here," the doctor said. The room fell silent once more as the bystanders dispersed, leaving the translator trembling uncontrollably. The translator was so overwhelmed by the shock that tears streamed down his face. It was a tragic sight, as Zhang Li had been reduced to an unrecognizable heap of mangled flesh. Sobbing uncontrollably, the translator's face was a mess of tears and snot, as he wailed that the man had been crushed into such a disaster he couldn't even find the head. He turned his concern toward those nearby, asking why they weren't weeping for the man who had sacrificed his life to save them. They all offered various excuses, claiming that he hadn't actually died for their sake while the rest of the tribe was busy fleeing. They argued he only wanted to stay behind to show off with a stone formation and refused to leave, insisting he brought it upon himself as the sole remaining member of his tribe, leaving the translator stunned. This realization made him cry even harder, lamenting Zhang Li's foolish nature before realizing that what he was cradling wasn't a head, but a leg. He recalled Zhang Li's previous request to be buried right here in a large, sturdy tomb if he were to pass away. It needed to withstand the elements for thousands of years, so the translator bowed and begged to be allowed to carry Zhang Li's remains and handle the funeral himself. He addressed the fire god, noting how his wife looked disgusted and the villagers didn't shed a single tear, but he refused to let it end that way. Carrying the body and a shovel, the translator walked out of the village and began to dig into the earth. He whispered that after a lifetime of wandering, this was their final time together, promising to see him off one last time as the weather turned cold. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared behind him, and the translator turned to see the chief of a nearby tribe standing there. Several burly men emerged with intense gazes, commenting on the fragrant scent of meat now that he was dead. The translator shouted to protect Zhang Li's grave, warning them not to touch him despite the fragrance. Dulong told him to be quiet and not to worry, explaining that they were changing their way of life out of respect for the man. As the night landscape unfolded, the translator felt as though Zhang Li was still there, his words echoing clearly in his ears. He remembered him saying this mountain was a perfect vantage point where he could see the light, though the places they hadn't reached remained in darkness. With a gentle smile, he had explained he wasn't just teaching them to make fire, but lighting the way for civilization, words that Dulong now echoed to the translator's surprise. He explained they were simply showing gratitude, as over 50 tribes from the Central Plains were ready to help build and protect the tomb forever. This warmed his heart, realizing the mountain had indeed been lit, and in Chapter 74, the translator wept with a mixture of sorrow and joy. He admitted he was truly moved to the point of tears, while Dulong's companion slapped his forehead and laughed out loud. He remarked that barbarians like them placed the highest value on loyalty, especially since the man had helped them so much during his life. The tribes rallied together to begin the burial, planning to build a massive tomb that would be warm in winter and cool in summer as they called for more men. The chief mentioned one simple condition, that the translator provide the meals, causing both of them to freeze in an awkward silence. The translator softly admitted he had nothing, leading to a growing dispute as the chief asked if he was truly penniless. The chief argued he wanted to use this chance to help his tribesmen, while the translator snapped back, asking how he was supposed to afford food. He shouted that he had become unemployed the moment the man died, accusing them of wasting his emotional investment. Demanding his tears back, he faced the chief, who countered that he had exhausted a lifetime of eloquence praising the flame. Holding his head in frustration, the old man explained that while their sincerity was genuine, they still needed to eat. He noted they were poor and couldn't build a proper tomb for the fire god with nothing but their bare hands, leaving the translator at a loss. "You are nothing but a penniless wretch. Why not just eat him directly? His flesh is edible and fragrant, or perhaps just bury half of him. Once construction is finished, bury the body. The limbs can serve as payment for your labor. He only possesses this much value." As soon as he finished speaking, the translator felt something was wrong. Then he jumped and hurriedly tried to justify himself. "No, if we think about it this way, there might be another solution." The translator shouted at those people, "We want to extract some value from his body. A simple tomb holds no worth at all. We want to develop it to exploit it." Meanwhile, in a frigid place, two people were trekking. The older brother, shivering with a runny nose, said, "I am about to freeze to death. Is there nowhere nearby for us to stay?" The younger brother growled in annoyance. "Brother, are you dreaming? Where would we find shelter in such a wilderness? Even if we had money, it would be impossible. Suddenly, a hand touched him from behind, making him scream in panic. Not a single ghost could be seen in this place. Suddenly, a light flashed in their eyes. Even without money, one could see beautiful, handsome men bowing 90 degrees to respectfully welcome guests. The two of them stared, not quite understanding. The translator stood at the reception desk, offering a warm welcome. "Hello, I am the manager here. We have a new concept here called the ghost floor." He began to promote it loudly, his pitch so vivid and captivating it felt like a slap to the viewers' faces. "We have renovated a cultivator's tomb into an amusement park, complete with various traps. Look, a ghost. It is quite terrifying, isn't it? It is perfectly suited for thrilling the masses. Extremely exciting, and if you are not scared, you do not have to pay. It is mysterious yet incredibly safe. There are staff members everywhere inside. If you are too frightened to move, they can even carry you out. This attraction is perfect for the dull lives of young people. If you join now, you can even get a discount code." The two men waved their hands, looking a bit fearful. "Please don't, we just wanted to find a place to spend the night." The translator slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Then you have come to the right place." He raised his hand to introduce the glowing objects. "We have that too, look." A sparkling spiritual entertainment park was revealed. The interior is decorated with images of Zhongli. We have renovated the area around this tomb into an amusement park because the attractions are so diverse. Zhongli is everywhere. The Ferris wheel sparkles brilliantly. This is a horror-themed amusement park centered around the fire god. We also provide lodging services, with promotions that sounded too good to be true. Realistic and thrilling with a single-entry ticket. Once you buy a ticket, you are more than welcome to sleep here. We have a budget hotel. Come in, come in. The translator shouted enthusiastically. They have entered. Staff scare them half to death, so that they will promote us when they return. The translator even disguised himself as Zhongli. We have 3 paths to recommend to you, making the two of them stare in disbelief. Is that so? Along with top-tier scaring services, he urged everyone to work. Add more traps, build a maze on the first floor. Cheap tricks were employed to terrify them. He happily added more elements. Add poison gas and rolling boulders. Earth-shattering screams echoed out. This autumn, our horror park's revenue is excellent. Let us open 3 more branches. He stood on the podium, introducing them passionately. Divided into the tomb of the fire god's wife and the tomb of the fire god's dog. Furthermore, our KPIs for this season must be strictly met. We must earn money so everyone can prosper. I hope you do not just see this as building a tomb for the fire god. We must view this as a tomb that can generate profit." Everyone cheered happily. Fire god, make me rich. Fire god, help us escape poverty and become wealthy." The translator asked excitedly, "Well, is this year's income enough to support the whole family?" He was naturally very satisfied. "It is enough. Our entire tribe relies on this tomb to make a living. Even the drinking cups have Zhang Li's image printed on them." The amusement park became so famous it even attracted children. Mommy, I want to go kill the resentful fire god." "All right, I will go with you in a moment." The translator thought to himself with joy, "Lord Fire God, your tomb is being protected by us." Returning to the present, he stared wide-eyed and asked, "What is written up there?" Zhongli stared and read every single word. It says, "Congratulations on passing this ghost floor. Wait, isn't this my tomb?" It also says, "Please select the souvenir you like. Once you have chosen, remember to pay. Please write a review and share your thoughts. When you are finished, give us a 5-star rating." Chapter 75. Zhang Li was about to go insane after reading it. "My tomb? What on earth is this?" Zhang Tian stopped him just in time. "Wait, it is not over yet. Something is moving." Mannequins were being set up in the hallway. "This is a trap. Congratulations on passing the fire god's face. That smile looks so wretched." The board clearly indicates that there are gifts for customers, congratulating the 100,000th guest on clearing the stage with a limited edition souvenir. Zhang Tian asks in confusion what this could be, while Zhang Li is driven to the brink of madness by the sign declaring them the 100,000th guest entitled to a limited edition souvenir. As he holds the souvenir, his panic grows until he realizes that he can sense a familiar aura emanating from the jar, prompting Zhang Li to open it and scream out a frantic interrogation. Isn't this actually holding one of the internal organs? Who could have constructed this tomb? Meanwhile, Shizuohua clutched her head in exasperation as things unfolded nearby. We all became wealthy after that, and then 4 powerful horses arrived pulling a carriage. Good heavens, it was a real carriage. The onlookers buzzed with excitement. wondering who could possibly afford such a prestigious carriage. It was a wealthy tycoon who stepped out with trembling legs, yet everyone showed him great respect as he walked to the cliff to meditate. The old man then let out a hearty laugh and offered endless praise, noting that their productivity had been soaring over the past few years. That mountain has become crowded with tourists as the reputation of Hu Shen spread across the land, making everyone fear him as a terrifying spirit. He joyfully remarked that even children today flee at the mere mention of Hu Shen's name. They would all run away in terror, and the tribesmen all agreed with him. When asked about the next step for their developing tribes, the old man's expression suddenly darkened as he announced he was nearing the end of his life, causing everyone to panic. Confused by his words, the old man clarified that he was actually there to discuss his retirement. He smiled brightly as he began delegating his responsibilities, admitting that his energy was finally spent. He confessed that he could barely stand on his own anymore and was entrusting the future of this place to them, though he still held one final wish. He hoped to be buried there after his passing so he could continue to serve Lord Hu Shen, while another man simply shook his head and muttered about the bad luck of burying someone in a theme park. Claiming it was bad luck, the old man brandished his cane and shouted at them not to complain, insisting that since this was originally a tomb, he was determined to be buried there regardless. He had already decided to be buried right in front of the tomb's entrance, so that he could eternally watch over the prosperity of the area. He explained that this place held the essence of his entire life, and as he spoke, a sudden silence fell over everyone regarding Lord Hu Shen. The area below was no longer just filled with flames, but featured beautiful scenery alongside a bustling amusement park where business was thriving. He asked if the spirit was happy, while Zhang Li began screaming in a fit of rage, having confirmed that his internal organs were indeed located there. His organs had all been turned into luxury souvenirs, so he declared they had to leave this cursed place immediately, after which everyone followed the old man's instructions. With tears in their eyes, they expressed their sorrow over his departure and wondered how they would manage the business, to which someone suggested eating a couple of people in the meantime. They drank and talked, but 5 years later, the business eventually failed and had to close down after all those events had transpired. The old man remained irritated as he explained how he became the guardian spirit of the site, using magic and various mechanical traps to protect it. He scolded them, explaining that he controlled those male skeletons merely to enhance the atmosphere and to fend off anyone attempting to rob the grave. He told them they were only the second group to make it this far, but Shizaya Ohua found the story uninteresting, noting how complicated his methods were. This infuriated the old man even more, and though he admitted his skills were lacking, he insisted he had done his best without betraying his conscience or Lord Hu Shen. She calmly disagreed with him just as a boulder suddenly crashed through the area, and Zhang Li appeared, mentioning that he had overheard their conversation. Shizaya Ohua felt a sense of relief that everyone had made it out, while the old man's eyes widened as he realized he had overlooked this powerful aura while he was asleep. Overjoyed, the old man asked if he was Lord Hu Shen, and if he had also become a spirit, rushing over to ask if he was pleased that his tomb had been protected all this time. Unexpectedly, Zhang Li slapped the old man and sarcastically thanked him before rolling up his sleeves to leave, telling the stunned pair that they needed to focus on his resurrection first. It wasn't necessarily heartless, as his emotions were likely quite complicated, leaving the old man to slump down in grief and confusion after being struck. Shizaya Ohua sat beside him and explained that he had essentially been dancing on the man's grave, but the old man complained that the dead shouldn't have any feelings anyway. He argued that he never expected the Lord to return as a spirit, while Shizaya Ohua assured him it was just a minor tantrum before shifting the conversation to something else. She admitted that his business model was quite impressive and proposed asking her superiors to turn the site into a museum where he could serve as the guardian. Zhang Li and Shi Tian took the jar of organs to begin a ritual, placing Zhang Li's body into a vat of water as his resurrection process commenced in Chapter 76. He opened his eyes in shock, realizing he had been reborn into his own body as Zhang Li shed tears of joy at his true resurrection. It was an incredible sensation as life surged through his veins, allowing him to feel the air and the water surrounding his form. Zhang Li pounded on the glass to escape, yearning to feel the wind and sun while wondering if this was the true sensation of having a physical body as he clenched his fists. He struck the glass repeatedly, having long forgotten this feeling, and he could not wait any longer as it felt like the entire world was smiling upon him. Finally, his persistence paid off as he shattered the glass to escape, declaring his love for the world just before a fist flew straight into Zhang Li's face. Clutching his swollen face and nearly in tears, he cried out to ask who had hit him, complaining that his skin was sensitive after being resurrected and demanding to know who the man was. The researcher approached him and shouted for compensation, calling him a bastard for destroying the test tube and noting that even the dinosaurs they resurrected didn't punch the equipment upon waking. Suddenly, someone stepped between them to intervene and kindly offered clothes to Zhang Li, telling him to stay calm as he cowered in fear. He wondered who this newcomer was before the man introduced himself as Old Wang, the project manager, prompting Zhang Li to timidly apologize for his erratic behavior while his mind was still hazy. He explained that he was merely a bit overexcited, and while Old Wang accepted the apology, he coldly insisted that compensation for the damages was still required. With a sinister smile, the man remarked that the equipment cost several million and suggested that someone like him could settle the debt by working for them for a few years. He proposed that the matter would be forgotten if he agreed, but Zhang Li was so terrified by the amount that he fainted instantly, leaving Shi Tian to catch him. He had passed out and his soul was drifting away, leading the researcher to suggest that pinching him might be the best way to bring him back to his senses. Old Wang provided a scientific explanation, stating that since he had just acquired a new body, any intense stimulation could easily cause him to lose consciousness. As soon as the words were spoken, Zhang Li revived and shouted, asking if they hadn't previously mentioned how much they needed him and how important he was. Old Wang remained firm, explaining that while he was useful, he wasn't indispensable as they only wanted historical data from his era before leading them to a room where a boy lay sleeping. Zhang Li stared in confusion at the teenager inside the room, wondering who he was and where they were until a bone-chilling cold suddenly washed over him. The intense cold emanating from the room made both of them tremble, and it felt so familiar that he feared even his own flames would be frozen instantly. Shaking uncontrollably, he demanded to know what kind of room this was and why it was so freezing, prompting Old Wang to offer a careful explanation. He explained that this was their incident monitoring room and that the company had discovered the child while they were at the tomb, just as he had previously recounted. By the time the police were notified, the boy had already collapsed on the street, and his body suddenly manifested a supernatural power that turned his surroundings frigid. The reports of that day described a truly bizarre scene where the rainy season intensified the cold, until the entire road began to freeze over. Over a dozen workers had to be rescued, and the boy had remained in a coma ever since, leading the shivering Zhang Li to question his own involvement before Old Wang reaffirmed the connection. Old Wang insisted it was related to him, explaining in detail that the boy's condition was caused by an ancient cultivator's soul residing within him, though it remained in a deep slumber. Based on the few words the entity had spoken, they were able to determine that he was a spirit from the same era as Zhang Li. Shi Tian's eyes lit up as a realization dawned on him, noting that the sudden abnormality of this body was indeed similar to what he had experienced. Old Wang solemnly revealed that the spirit was known as the Water Ice God, a name that caused Zhang Li to freeze in absolute shock. His expression darkened as he realized it was an old acquaintance, and Zhang Li decided to use his own energy to stimulate the spirit so they could communicate. A massive fireball erupted with such terrifying power that even Shi Tian was stunned, wondering if Zhang Li had become this strong after gaining a body, just as the peaceful boy opened his eyes with murderous intent. The boy shattered the iron enclosure holding him as his demeanor turned cold and rigid, suggesting that he was involved in a matter of great significance. There's likely a whole story behind this. I never imagined you would also resort to preserving a remnant soul to survive until now, you wretched bastard. He screamed in a frenzy, desperate to punish the boy standing before him for being the homewrecker who seduced his wife. This concludes part 1. Thank you all for watching.